And we're on, and Fern's mic's clipping open.
Whoopsie.
And it's still super clipping open.
It's getting worse.
I'll fix it.
Somehow.
I'm also fighting a boss in Last Epoch as well, which does not help.
That's not how you fix your mic's noise gate.
Says you.
So, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to a Fern-filled episode, well, Fern half-filled episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Ari Still.
Fernurian.
And Volasel, and we're finally all here together again to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in our Discord, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided underneath the show description and in the show archive on YouTube. You know, this doesn't roll off the tongue to call it X. I'm sure Elon knows this. But I have a funny feeling that he delights in the fact that nobody likes it.
Yeah, nobody calls it X, or if they do, they go X formerly Twitter.
Like, what do you say instead of tweet?
Twit, basically. Or possibly shart, I guess might be a better, more accurate term.
You X them. You re-X them.
You X them.
You cross them.
Expectorate.
You recross. Oh, that sounds like we cross. That's not good.
That does, doesn't it?
Unfortunately, that is synonymous with exactly one thing in my mind.
It is now.
Yeah. It didn't need to be that way.
Another thing ruined.
They done did it do.
I had forgotten.
I don't know why.
My brain had taken that aspect of that show and put it in a box and made me forget about it until I was reminded of it. And I was like, oh, thank you, brain. Good job, brain. And then somebody reminded me of it, and I'm like, brain, lock it up tighter next time.
Oh, yeah. It's not. It's just going to put that away for later and spring it on you at the worst possible time.
That is how it do.
It is indeed how it do. Alright. So, yeah, I'm back. Sort of. So, yeah.
You don't seem very confident.
I mean, I'm well and truly into the wonderful land of Kludge. So, yeah. Telstra still has not sorted their shit out. We're dealing with not only just an ISP, but the ISP's ISP, being NBN Co. And as bad as Telstra are, NBN Co are even worse. And what's worse is they don't talk to the general public. So we have to rely on Telstra to communicate secondhand everything to NBN Co.
Oh, timeout.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh,
what have you done?
Oh.
What have you done? What have you done?
How's it going, everyone? Take 2 of No Excuses on YouTube.com with your favorite show hosts, Ara Still.
Fernurian.
And Volasel, we're all here together this week to bring you an episode which apparently we are not capable of starting correctly.
Probably not, because YouTube has to YouTube.
Yeah, they do change the way they do things for no reason.
At least I caught it. At least I caught it early this time instead of halfway through the show.
Yes.
If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description on the show archive on YouTube.
Yay! Really quick Kludge. Yay! Really quick shtick.
You've been using that word too many times, and it is going to replace random nouns in all of your sentences unless you rein it in.
I think so, yes. So yeah, I am here, but only on the sketchiest of internets. Because yeah, still dealing with Telstra, trying to get that sorted out, and basically at this point it's just a whole lot of hurry up and wait while we wait for NBN Co to, exist. So yeah, ultimately what I ended up doing is changing my mobile phone over to a new ISP. Who uses, instead of the Telstra/NBN network, it uses the Optus network, which is significantly less overloaded here. Telstra actually did an upgrade on our local 4G tower maybe 2 years ago, and I swear since then everything has just been significantly worse.
So the problem with your mobile connection is just network capacity?
Yep. And a severe over demand and undersupply. Because if I actually fire up everything at like 2 a.m. and use the main, well, I say the main connection, the 4G backup connection, rather than our usual landline, everything works fine. It's great. I can actually do stuff. I can't really download stuff because we are, of course, beholden to download caps. Because, yeah, mobile data, they don't like that. They want to make money. Even though the recharge is free, it's just annoying and inconvenient. It involves talking to people. So, yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to use basically the mobile hotspot on a different network in order to actually, talk to people. I've got an even smaller data cap, so I can't download anything substantial, but yeah, at least it's functional.
Yeah.
Which is, a lot better than how things have been. Yeah, if it's an option, don't use Telstra.
Yeah.
But it is rather telling that even I think Telstra's getting fed up with NBN Co. And for rural customers, they're actually turning to Starlink to provide that service rather than the NBN service, which is just, I think, just a bunch of soup cans floating around in low orbit, because that's the sort of bandwidth you get out of them. Yeah. The fun of trying to get anything done. So yeah, on that right, a lot of my stuff has been replaying old stuff that I've already got downloaded, and a little bit of online stuff. I can actually play last Epoch now because that requires an online connection to can keep your characters consistent. You can play it offline, but you lose access to all your online characters and vice versa. So yeah, you kind of pick one or the other.
I see.
Yeah, I'm just having a lot of fun with that. I'm doing what is it called? A Forge Guard Sentinel? Hang on, what's this character called? Yeah, Forge Guard Sentinel. Which, if you've played D&D, it's basically a Forge Cleric. Lots of fire, lots of weaponry flying around. Even more fire, and occasionally you get to drop a gigantic hammer on things.
It's not a popular opinion, but I think that D&D has basically forgotten what a cleric is.
They honestly have at this point.
Like, a cleric is just like, oh, we'll make him do anything we want because we don't actually have in society anymore any concept of piety or the sacred or anything like that. So we'll just pile random crap onto it.
It's kind of swung back and forwards on that. Because sometimes it's saying, oh yeah, it's all piety and all that. That means they're overpowered as all hell now. And we can use that to justify just about anything.
Well, they I noticed specifically
That sounds like DM incompetence. That doesn't sound like a function of the game system, because there used to be, because my familiarity is exclusively with 3.5, and there were lots and lots of burdens placed on players to make sure that they operated their character functionally in the way that they were supposed to operate. You could not do things that were impious. End of story. You're not a free agent, you do not have a free hand. If you were a spellcaster, you needed to spend your time memorizing your spells. You didn't just get them granted to you.
Yeah.
And if you
if you do anything against your tenants, you'd lose all your power.
Sorcerers were a little more free, but they paid a price for it in that they couldn't get the highest level spells. They got their spell levels much slower.
Sorcerers basically were able to hose one spell. Like, they were basically, one trick ponies per level, more or less. So you were basically either a fountain of fire or a fountain of stage magic, and that was basically all you could do.
Yeah, you could do that one thing really, really well.
No, you couldn't do it well. You couldn't do it any better than anybody else. You could just do it often. That's all.
Well, in some cases, that's the same thing.
Yeah, it's there's a notable difference. There's a reason people don't like 4th edition, and well, there's a bunch of reasons people don't like 4th
There's a
edition.
lot of reasons.
But yeah, one of them is just taking the classes as they were written and taking away any kind of restrictions or nuance that had to do with them. The idea that you know, if you're a paladin or a cleric that is devoted to a particular deity, you have to play your character within that deity's alignment.
Yeah.
Like that's just gone.
Yeah.
You get
Another reason why I've been keeping an eye on the remaster of Pathfinder 2e, because they're getting rid of alignment as well. But for the divine-based classes, instead, I think it's focusing more on concepts rather than actual alignment. So law, order, chaos, that sort of thing. Which is probably a better way of doing things.
I feel, and I've swung back and forth on this issue, but my current thinking on it is that if you are going to have a game system, you need to be a Nazi with the rules. Because the only way people bother to be truly creative is if they have rules that they need to work with. If they don't need to work with the rules, if they can just pull something out of their ass, then they will pull something out of their ass, and all that does is make the player lazy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny. Now you got me thinking about all the shenanigans around 4th edition again. Remember the spell play?
Don't think about.
Remember all they shifted the Forgotten Realms and then killed all the Forgotten Realms gods, and then were like, "Oops, we done goofed and had to completely undo it for 5th edition, but it was too late."
I mean, the spell play gave us Neverwinter Nights, so there's a plus. But that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is that once Neverwinter Nights happened, they basically ended up in this position where that was all they ever did. Everything ended up being a recodification of the same thing.
Yes. As I think part of the reason why none of the recent content's really been set around Forgotten Realms, because Forgotten Realms has basically been pigeonholed at this point.
I've only seen Forgotten Realms. I've seen nothing in any of the other mainline.
Greyhawk is basically dead because Greyhawk is not friendly. Like,
No.
and it's not like one of the. It's not a setting that is like overtly hostile in the way that say Dark Sun is an overtly hostile world. It doesn't want anybody there to ever be happy.
Yes, it wants everyone to die and be miserable.
And it's not an overtly friendly setting like Forgotten Realms and Eberron are basically friendly. Greyhawk it lulls you into thinking that it's the same high fantasy as you might be familiar with in the modern day, but actually life sucks there because everybody has to live like they do in medieval times.
It is gritty and realistic, and you will like it. So yeah, anyway.
Well, I mean, you don't have to like it, but you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, but on the other side of things, you've still got 5e, which is at best stagnating. Like, they got the new revised edition coming up, but I don't think anyone's really keen on it anymore.
I don't think anybody cares what Wizards is releasing as official content, is what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't. I think that Wizards is dead. Like the only relevance that the Wizards take has on pen and paper gaming anymore is the audience that only know what they see of their favorite content creators that play exclusively Wizards branded systems. And that's basically the whole long and short of it.
Which are promoted by YouTube, just saying. That's been a whole scandal over the last few weeks as well. But, yeah, everything I've seen about the revised edition of D&D has basically been people saying, well, okay, that's nice, we're just going to keep playing regular 5th edition, thank you very much. You've got Daggerheart that's been announced, and they've got all their new rules and everything laid out, and that's going to take the Critical Role audience away. They're all going to go over there and take their noisiness with them, hopefully. yeah, nobody likes Critical Role people.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that they're just another group of people who have been influenced by their own fame, basically.
Yeah,
Like,
I can't.
there's nothing like intrinsically wrong with any of them on a fundamental level. They are just what happens when you take something and then subject it to modern internet fame.
Yeah, like nothing wrong with the individuals involved with Critical Role, the actual people who actually make it. It's the fan base that's the problem.
Well, it's not like the people involved don't encourage that type of thing. Like they know that the sort of the fanaticism and controversy that it stirs up generates interest for them. And while they might not directly encourage it in the overt sense, they will not ever do anything to tamp down on it. They will not counter signal that behavior because that behavior is valuable to them commercially. And they are now part of an ecosystem, and their fan base is part of that ecosystem.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all of that. So, yeah, no one's excited about D&D rematch stuff. Anyway,
All I was trying to say is that I think that there is a core spirit behind classes like the cleric, and that I think that the traditional way of playing them actually required roleplay. In the modern day, everybody just picks a list of superpowers and then plays their self-insert. That's it.
Yeah. You look at the 5th edition rules, and they are very much just mechanics. They don't talk very much about how it visually looks or how it's actually.
They're a tooltip on an MMO spell.
Yeah, basically. And it's up to the player to kind of fill in those gaps, which is not a bad thing.
Well, I don't think that they encourage filling in the gaps enough. I think that they encourage just treating every ability as a fire and forget to get your way.
Yeah, there is a good amount of I can't words today. Good element of that. Like if you don't want to add any of the flair and the panache to go with it, you don't have to. You can just say, "Oh, I do the thing."
Yeah, I remember there's some really old game systems. I remember that they would actually have stuff like that in there. Like, I know that I think the system for Alancia had a lot of spell descriptions that explicitly said, "Oh well, the player has to define this aspect and that aspect of how the thing is executed," and so you needed to specify color, you needed to specify shape, you needed to specify everything about, let's say, a spell you were going to cast, because this was part of what was necessary illustratively in order to communicate what you were doing to the rest of the group, and all of that was explicit in a spell description.
Yeah, hero games is like that. You need to basically lay out exactly what a superpower does, and then you apply the mechanics to it to match what it does. And for good role play, you also have the present system. So you could just do a thing, or you could, fly in through a window without opening it first and blast the bad guy in the face, and then deliver a one-liner, and you get rewarded for doing that. If you just do the thing, you just do the thing.
Well, I mean, the thing is, in the old systems, you would get passed over. Like, it would, if you tried to do something, if you insisted on trying to do something without any kind of corollary description of what you were doing, that was basically delay of play, and the round would move on.
Yeah.
Like, it was necessary to roleplay in order to roleplay. You didn't get any part of it given to you gratis.
Yeah. And that goes double for games where mechanics aren't really a strong thing, like your fudges and stuff. Like, if you're not role-playing, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, the whole point about combat, as much as it's laid out in Fudge or Fate systems, is you are allowed to amend an action after you take it by changing some aspect of your description post facto when you see the results.
Yeah, name drop. So yeah, like, a lot of it does come down to what's happening at each individual table, but it is nice to see a kind of a push in the right direction from the actual game itself, and give a method to actually reward good roleplay. Something better than like inspiration points, where you just add a little bit to a roll or something.
From what
That's
I've
kind of
seen,
boring.
inspiration points just end up becoming metagaming bullshit, like, really quickly.
Either
Like,
metagaming
people
bullshit,
will-
or people forget about them completely.
people aggressively pursue them by doing outrageous stuff when there's no personal cost to them to do it, and then they'll use it to completely break game mechanics later.
Mm-hmm.
That always seems to play out like that. I think inspiration points were a good concept with a terrible implementation, because realistically, that sort of thing should be D&D DM elbow grease. It should not be systematized.
Yeah.
Like, it's something to encourage, but you can't encourage once you attach a system to a mechanic that you want to encourage. You just encourage playing the system. You don't encourage doing the thing.
Yeah. But anywho, that's a tangent and a half. So yeah, last
Your description of a cleric was just so awful that I couldn't help myself.
I
It's
mean,
like, you're describing, like, you know, you're describing Rocket Man, and it's like, in what way is this a cleric, and on what planet is that a cleric?
yeah. So yeah, basically, I'm playing a character in Last Epoch who smacks people, and then just swords fly out everywhere. Just swords, lots and lots of swords. The thing is, you don't necessarily need to build each spec or sub-spec the same way. I could build it around the ability to summon a giant walking suit of armor and just basically hide behind that.
I'm imagining, of all things, a Dragon Age Origins character. How if you got any enchantments on your weapons while they sat on your back, it looked like you had a rocket pack going the whole time.
It didn't it? Enchantment. So yeah, so Last Epoch, good, very good, and it do what Diablo 4 don't. It's also half the price. No, it's not. It's a third of the price.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about it. It certainly seems to have stolen a lot of attention, but frankly, that's Blizzard's fault for leaving so much unused oxygen in the room.
Oh, isn't it just? Like, Diablo 4, there was no reason for it to be the way it was. They could have made it good. The bones are there. They could have not,
It was made by a company who aren't
everything.
capable of doing good things.
Yeah. Everyone who's capable of doing good things there is either gone or stomped on.
I think
Admittedly, Bobby is now gone, so we'll see. But there's going to be a few years before that comes down the pipe.
I think Blizzard can just be written off at this point. They're just IP holders for a bunch of IPs we used to love. All the developers that made those games that we liked, they're all gone.
Yeah.
People are incredibly savage when they handle them now as well. Like, people just don't have any time left for it. Anytime some Blizzard person comes out and tries to be holier than thou or something, somebody will pipe up and say, "Why don't you just go and steal some more breast milk?"
Anyway. Yeah, you do have the old guard of Blizzard still around. You've got Frost Giant Games, and they're making they're basically making a mashup between StarCraft and Warcraft. And I played a little bit of it. They put out a demo not too long ago, and it plays like old school Warcraft 3 particularly. Except, you've got robots and demons. I don't know what the plot is, but there's humans with robots and demons.
I mean,
and that's it.
I mean, that sounds like Warcraft. We got robots and demons in that game too.
Yeah. Anywho, the only other game I've really been... Well, I could talk about RimWorld, but I don't think anyone wants to know about my commune of hippies who are secretly cannibalistic.
There's a Haiti joke in here.
Leave it alone.
Do we really have to leave it alone? It's Haiti.
I mean, I haven't formed the whole joke yet. I'm just aware that one exists if I was to workshop it for a bit.
Yeah. So yeah, Cannibal Hippies. That's RimWorld. They have actually announced a new expansion, which is pretty divisive, and I'm not sure how I feel on it. Where it basically adds end-game events, which I'm just going to call it what they are. They add SCPs into the game. So you have to research this thing, figure out what it is, and then deal with it. and that's usually hopefully happening before a red paste spreads over your colony and turns all your minions or your people into horrible eyeball monstrosities.
I did
Is
not know.
Hasn't SCP Foundation website collapsed into a work singularity?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Yeah,
I did not realize just how penetrative the influence of SCP Foundation was until I played Control, and the whole thing was just SCP Foundation, but Remedy Edition.
yeah, that's basically all Control was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even.
They didn't try to hide it.
It's not influenced by. It is the SCP Foundation.
Yeah, they just changed the name. Which, I mean, it's fine to do that, I guess. But you can't be surprised when people call you out on it. But yeah, it used to be a giant, really interesting collaborative writing thing, and then it kind of got a bit silly.
Yeah, I remember going through it one afternoon and checking out what was there, and like, okay, that's cute, and then forgot about it for years, and then Control came out, and I was like, oh, that's a thing. I think I remember reading that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting. Like, I don't want to sound hipster about this, and honestly, I've got no investment in it, so it wouldn't make sense for me to be hipster about it. But I think that the problem with the SCP Foundation is it became popular.
Yeah.
And that's basically the only. There's no other explanation for it. It was an open project that became popular, but most people can't write worth a damn. So this is the only fate that could have ever befallen it, is that it became basically trash that was shot through with people's biases and politics.
The problem is with something like that is it's kind of inevitable. If it ever gains mainstream traction, then it's just going to get the mainstream in it, and that's just going to ruin it. Anywho, other game I've been playing is it's still chipping away at Elden Ring. I am officially further in the game than I was. Beat the Draconic Tree Sentinel, and I am into Leyendell, dealing with the weird trumpet pillow people.
I'm here to tell you, if you don't have Mimic Tier, that Draconic, or you choose not to use Mimic Tier, that Draconic Tree Sentinel is going to be a roadblock for a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't use the. I cracked out the Mimic Tier at the end because I was just getting annoyed more with myself than anything. Because I had his pattern down and I was just kind of starting to fall asleep at that point. So I was going, I'm just gonna cheese this last little bit and get it down.
I hated that Mimic Tier was in the game because anytime I started to ride the struggle bus on a boss, in the back of my head was, you could just push the Mimic Tier button. It would all be over, and you can move on.
They've nerfed it a lot, but even then, it is really dependent on what you've got on your character and what you've built, because it's just make a copy of you.
Yeah, it's still tankier than you, still gets aggro for you, and is still able to sit there and just, at the very least, take hits. And in FromSoft games, that's kind of a big deal.
That is a big deal. So, yeah, I try not to use it. I use it in kind of specific circumstances because I'm playing such a meme build with the dual shields. I summon it, and the AI doesn't know what to do.
I like how one of their nerfs to the Mimic Tier early on was they just made it dumber. They had to stupefy its AI.
They made it really stupid. That kind of shows here because it will inevitably two-hand my defensive shield instead of the offensive shield and just do nothing.
Yeah, the funny thing was that still wasn't enough. It was still too OP.
Yeah, because it's still Stunlock's doing that. But I usually crack it out because it's so dumb. It'll either come out, it might Stunlock something that's actually susceptible to it, which isn't a whole lot of things. But usually it'll just kind of stand there and distracts the boss, which is great for dual bosses because I can just drop it and it can just distract one of them while I finish off the other one.
There's one
dead by that time usually.
There's one fight near the end game where I won't begrudge people too much for busting out the Mimic Tier.
Okay.
And when you have to fight a boss that is Fat Boy, Skinny Boy, this game's obligatory
those two.
Fat Boy, Skinny Boy boss fight.
Because there's always one.
this one in particular is so bad. If somebody tells me they use Mimic Tier, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you just didn't want to kill
Yeah.
yourself at the end of the day. I understand.
Yeah, I'd love it, Mimic Teal, to be a viable option on Twin Gargoyles because they're just really obnoxious. Like, I try to kite one around, keep it right away from the other one because they are very slow moving. But every now and again, if I try to kite one, the other one will get it into its head to do a flying zoom across the arena and, yeah, squish me.
The only viable strat that I found when I was doing it with the weapons I had at the time, because I was using very long bladed dex weapons, so like your Odachis, your heavy dex weapons with a little bit of base spells for support. I just had to run in a clockwise pattern around the entire arena nonstop and just occasionally poke.
Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to have to do it, is occasionally bonk. But yeah, I tried using Mimic Tear on it, and it just kind of stands there. One of them will bap at it for a little bit with a weapon, and then just breathe poison on it, and that's basically it. It's done. Because it'll just stand there in the poison and just melt.
Yeah, Twin Gargoyles is rough. And the Godskin duo is rough.
Mm.
Those two fights, because FromSoft normally has a lot more time on each individual boss fight when they're making a game to really sit down and hammer out the balance of the fight. In Elden Ring, there's just boss vomit everywhere. So when they tried to throw a bunch of them together in an arena and do the duo boss fight thing in this game,
yeah, you kind of end up with a mess.
It's not the most elegant of their duo boss fights, we'll say.
There is a couple of really fun ones, or funny ones, particularly like the Guardian cats. You just throw a crystal dart at one, and then the boss fight sorts itself out. It's great.
Yeah, it's just man, they're I'm just the Godskin duo fight. I did that fight without Mimic Tier because I was stubborn, and I probably wasted about 8 hours of my life.
Yikes!
It is and this was early in the game's life cycle. We didn't know you could put one of them to sleep.
Yes, you can just do that now. With people actually tried it and it worked.
Yeah, I remember watching Ari do this. I mean, I didn't see. I don't think I saw him get the kill, but I watched him do this for quite some time.
Yeah, yeah. That was a painful fight.
But yeah, being able to put one to sleep makes it completely different.
And but the game still has some real winner one-on-one boss fights to look forward to. You still got Moog. I did a lot of Moog, and he took a solid like 2.5 hours for my gear level at the time, and I had a lot of fun doing that fight from start to finish and learning that fight.
I'd be getting close to Moog. I think I've got a couple of what you call it? I forget what they're called now. An unnecessarily beefy guys.
Unnecessarily beefy guys.
What are they called now?
Alex Lewis Armstrong.
Sadly, no.
Pass down the Moog bloodline for generations.
You find a bunch of them in the prisons early on.
I do not have a clue what the heck you talking about, Willis.
Yeah, I might have to look up what they're actually called. But yeah, I think I've got a couple of them. They kind of fill in a mini boss / walking annoyance role. Exploring Glandale's been fun because it's an area I haven't actually seen before, and having the the tree sentinel thing that normally you find under the smaller Erd trees, just in the middle of the road.
Oh, the tree avatars, the Erd tree avatars.
Yeah,
the big just walking chunks of wood.
Yeah,
they're fun.
Normally, I don't have a problem with those guys normally because I've kind of got their pattern down pat. Except for that one when he does his like the flying daggers attack, he summons a whole bunch of projectiles. Normally, my answer to that is just run in a circle around him. You can't do that in the middle of a street.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do a
Yeah,
whole lot with that
remember
one in
the
the middle of the street because there's a whole lot of enemies around too that you won't be able to see your first time through,
yeah.
and you'll wind up
There's
aggroing the world.
I got lucky actually. I decided to check out a little side alley before fighting him, and I'm glad I did because that thing was full of dogs.
Yeah, there's enemies all around that tree wandering in the middle of the road. There's another one in Lanedale where they bait
Yeah, it's
you.
one of the other kind, isn't it? The noodly ones.
It's still a Erdtree avatar. It's still a fat tree thing, but you may not
Yeah.
have encountered him yet. But
I found one.
yeah, there's another
That's
one.
the one. Where did I find that one? On
But
the mountain up towards Volcano Manor. I found that one.
they bait you with him into thinking you can just run into the archway behind him to cheeseball him, and if you do
Oh
that,
no!
he will do his hop move and his butt slam, and he will clip through the door.
Oh, lovely.
And he is now in the archway, and you have nowhere to go.
And he ain't moving.
And you better hope your dodge rolls are on point, otherwise you're just screwed.
Just don't try and cheese him. Just fight him. Okay.
Yeah, just don't, and you'll want to cheese him because he's surrounded by like two powerful enemies that make the fight harder. But
Yeah.
just do the fight legit. It's easier than trying to cheese him with the doorway.
Is he one of the normal ones or one of the Scarlet Rot ones?
I don't remember.
Okay. Because the normal ones I didn't have too much of an issue with once I figured out what all their telegraphs were. But the Scarlet Rot ones I'm expecting to have a significantly harder time with. So yeah, that's been fun. We got the expansion coming up in June, and
Yep.
I'm actually looking forward to that. I'm not going super hard at it, so maybe I'll be ready for it by the time June rolls around. But yeah, my next big gateway on that is either going to be Moog, or I go up and do Volcano Manor properly. Because I've kind of gone up there, and that's about it.
I watched a great deal of Ari's Mo progress, and I'm not sure whether or not I've got the patience for that. Because there was a lot of ebb and flow to Ari's progress through that fight. Like, he would make a bunch of progress, and then he'd do like 5 runs where he got killed within the first 15 seconds, and then he'd do a run where he was able to fight like until he had it down to like 20% life left or something, and then he'd get killed 8 times in a row in the first 20 seconds, and then he'd get another good run which would go all the way to the end nearly, and then he'd get killed again for like 8 times for the first 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah,
That is how it be.
you'll notice I do this a lot with FromSoft bosses because my brain will focus on the part where I made it to before, and I'll completely forget about the earlier parts of the fight.
Yep.
And I have to get whopped by it a few times to remember, all right, there's a delay on his third swing of that trident.
There were several times it was where you would fight him, and then you'd be doing the same thing fine for a few runs in a row, and then you just like forget that it starts to rain bloody fire at some point and stand in it and die.
Yeah.
Like, it's like he's been doing this every time, and you dodged it every other time, but this time you just brain farted.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep up on that fight. It's a 2-phase fight with a full difference of mechanics between the 2 phases. And if you don't have the quest item to reduce the damage for his Udu Tra Nihil Nihil Nihil, you're gonna be riding the struggle bus. I did have that quest item, but all that does is make it so you don't have like 3 of your health potions deleted in the interim in the phase change. You still have to learn the fight.
Yeah. So I'm going to end my week there because it's been a while and we've tangented something interesting. But that's basically been it. I'm started to really just suffer internet withdrawals. There's a lot I want to do. Like, I want to sit down and spend some good time going through Dragon's Dogma or Nightingale. I have barely even been able to touch because that game's also fully online.
We'll get to Dragon's Dogma. Hopefully you got a good rig. I know you recently upgraded.
I've seen it's a bit chunky.
Well,
Isn't Nightingale like one of the only games that you can render in Vulkan?
Yes, it is.
Opposed to Direct 3D.
Yes.
It's like, because every time I'm catching up on hardware, there's always like the Nightingale benchmark, and I'm like, I forgot that game exists. What was that game again? Oh, right, it's the one that renders in Falcon.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm on AMD because that game does run buttery smooth. It's very pretty. I want to
When you've
punch
got
Puck in
internet.
the face. I mean, he's the Fae. It's kind of the Fae. But yeah, I just haven't been able to really get too far into that game. It's just the way that the game handles a lot of the multiplayer, and I think the world generation actually happens off-site as well. So
But
yeah,
why? Why is this the way the world is now? Does it really
Reasons?
need to be this way?
I don't know.
Standing here, I realize something has to be this way.
I'm waiting for the inevitable Bibu cover of that. You know it's coming.
Revengeance is worth it just for the tunes.
I mean, yes. The game's soundtrack from start to finish is fantastic. Great. Anyway, Vol, your week.
My week. Oh, my week. My week sucked. Awful.
Yeah.
Awful all week long. Continues to be awful in my absence as well. My absence from work, that is. Like yesterday was kind of a disaster. I'm very glad that my most immediate subordinate, the most experienced person on site other than myself, she basically said that my mental health was definitely fraying. And so she was going to commit to coming up with some way to solve every problem herself without calling me on the weekend so that I could recover.
Okay.
Occasionally that means that I come into a mess, but overall, on balance, I think it has helped my mental health, because back when she was just like leaving a lot of decisions to me, I would basically spend the entire weekend staring at my phone in a state of mild agitation.
Yes.
And was not at all recovering. But that must have been obvious to other people. Like, it's not. I didn't think that I was letting on, but everybody else could tell. Probably because my hair started thinning on top. But
yeah. I mean, especially
yeah.
when you're dealing with the incompetence from up high.
Yeah, I mean the higher ups are not like they're not like bad, like the higher ups in a political organization are like deeply malevolently bad at what they do, but the higher ups in my organization are basically a case of they hold all the power, but they don't know what they don't know. They've got a loose idea that the expertise is not a perfect overlap with what's going on the shop floor, but their decisions, by the time they percolate through from that level down to my level, it's just it's utter inanity. They have no idea of what is actually being done to us. But yeah, there's a whole lot of coordination due to a shortage of technical knowledge. Like, in an ideal world, you have managerial skill and technical skill are in sync from top to bottom in the organization, but the reality does not work out that way. Like, I mean, I know that it's true. It is that way. It's simply that way. Like, my skills as an administrator are miserable compared to my scientific and technical skills. I'm a terrible administrator, but I am still the manager, so I have to, bend all of my effort doing something I'm totally incompetent at, because that's just how promotion works in the real world, apparently. You always get promoted out of your level of competence. But unfortunately that's all the way through, and ideally you would have technical ability and managerial skill and balance, but there's basically very few people in the world who are capable of doing that. So the people who are really good at handling money cleverly don't really have a clue about the context anymore by the time they get to the top.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we keep ending up getting burned by various things, and people don't really, customers don't help us do our job either. Like, they make our job as difficult as possible, and they cause as much damage to themselves as anything else. Like, they'll bring in something that they haven't brought in for months and say, do this right now, we'll pay a rush. And it's like, we can't rush it. We don't have the materials to do this. We can't keep them in stock indefinitely against the chance that you decide to bring us some work.
Do you know what perishable means?
Yeah, and everything, it's not just that things are perishable in the practical sense.
Hmm.
Like, if I were to use something that was still good but past its expiry, I would get beheaded by IANs for it if they
Oh,
found
yes.
out. Like, you just can't do that kind of thing. And I can't afford to keep stock that's not going to get used. Like, laboratory supplies are incredibly expensive. So yeah, I've been being gnawed at by 1,000 rats this week. Lots and lots of little things all going wrong simultaneously and causing a host of small problems crawling out of every crack. And going into Easter like that is going to be kind of rough. I'm not even sure how I'm going to handle this week because there's no knowing what it's actually going to happen. Easter is one of those seasons, and it's like this for a lot of businesses, where if you've got a variety of customers in a variety of different industries, there's no knowing whether the week up to Easter is going to be silent as the grave, and you're going to run up a massive deficit, and then it's going to go bonkers immediately after everybody gets back to work post Easter, or whether the week before Easter is just going to be insanity and everybody's going to burn out on the way to the end.
It really depends on who's going to go on holiday for the long weekend, really.
Yeah, and you don't really know until it happens. So yeah, I'm sort of waiting with bated breath. In order to make the budget as comfortable as possible, my boss wants me to do all of the stock taking on the latest possible day in the month that I can do it. So I have to try and figure out how I can do that. Stock taking is possibly my least favorite thing to do.
I've never met a single person who actually likes doing stock taking.
Yeah, it's takes me the better part of a day, and it's incredibly boring, and the accounting department makes it unnecessarily difficult for me by never preserving any of the changes or updates I make to the stock sheet. They always roll it back, despite their promises each month that they'll make the modifications this time.
But doesn't that mean you have to go and do it again?
No, because they'll take the one that I send them, but then they'll go back to their original template for the next month.
Oh, okay.
And then so I've got to redline all the things that are defunct again and add the things. Sometimes they keep the additions, but they never keep the removals. So my stock sheet is about a page longer than it needs to be.
Oh, right. So stuff like you haven't stocked this thing for 2 years.
Yes, like that you can't buy this anymore. This is a redundant version of this. Oh, this model doesn't exist. This quantity doesn't exist. And they all have almost the same item number. And if I miscount something into the wrong column, it's going to make a mess because there'll be a massive depletion of one thing and an addition of another thing that can't actually be obtained anymore. How did you do this? Like, it's going to make a mess. I hate stock taking. It's so awful. But yeah, I'm going to have to try and do it in dribs and drabs over the course of the next week to get it out of the way without actually having to pile it all onto Saturday, which would just make a mess. But
Yes.
yeah, so basically work is the same old, except worse. We had an internal audit as well, and there's a whole bunch of corrective actions that'll need to be done for that, I'm sure, if they would ever issue me the report, because we're going to be audited again by the external body. Apparently, they tried to pull a fast one on us and tried to demand a second technical audit in a row, because there's a cycle, right? You're supposed to get technical audit, surveillance audit, technical audit, surveillance audit, like that. Because technical audits are incredibly lengthy, exhausting, and expensive to run. We have to foot the bill for all of it. And they wanted to do 2 technical audits in a row, which is against the rules and without really a good justification. And so there was a sort of like a big argument broke out between the National Quality Department and IANS saying that you can't do this. And they're like, but we want to. And they're like, yeah, but this is gonna cost us an extra $1,000, per day to do, compared to the surveillance one. And they're like, but we really want to. It's like,
There is no benefit to this.
it's like if the auditor comes to you and wants your cooperation, why would you give it to them? They seriously. It's one of those things when you're essentially a government department, the reality of the world just ceases to be important to you.
Yeah.
Don't think about the real world anymore, because you don't live in a world where money is real. That seems to be the thing that's really characteristic of government departments. They just have no concept about money.
Yeah, they have no concept of time value either, because they're used to just being as inefficient as possible, it seems. and they do not care how much cost that's racking up on the government because the government doesn't care.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as a performance-based government job. Like if you work for the government, it doesn't matter what you do at that point. Nobody's got a vested interest in making sure you have high-performing employees. Like the only high-performing employees in government jobs are people who perform well because of their personal pride to do so, not because they have to keep their job. Because you are discriminating about your employees because you have to pay them and you want your money's worth. If the taxpayer is paying them, you don't care what it's worth. So yeah. So week was kind of rough. Anyway, gaming wise, Blue Archive, the lead into Kivoto's Festival is over, and Kivoto's Festival proper has started, and Yuka is making her laps off the track. Yeah, it's just a rerun. It's exactly what it was supposed to be. I rolled for Track Yuka, and I finally have Track Yuka, who is just like an invaluable character. Like, a lot of people rated her as extremely favorable, but not a must pull. If I had my time over again, I would have flagged her as a must pull because there are just so many situations which she solves. Because particularly for early raids, healing is ineffective, but shields are super effective is a common mechanic. And if you don't have Track Yuka, mass shielding becomes incredibly clumsy and hard to do. She's like a purpose-built unit for it. So I did 110 pulls, I think, to get Track Yuka. And in addition to that, I think I had better 3-star luck than I've ever had in my life on the run-up. So I got lots and lots of new 3-star characters. Not Hina, obviously, because Hina would be the most useful one. I didn't get her. But I got a whole pile of others that I didn't have. Including Iori, who has been missing from my roster since the very beginning and seems to always be the death knell of my team anytime I meet her in PvP. So I might, if I have the resources to build her, I might give her a crack in PvP and see if she improves my team performance a bit. Although PvP in Blue Archive is as much of a crapshoot as a thing can possibly be.
Yeah.
Like in Pinecone, you could at least do some napkin math to work out how your team would perform.
Yeah.
But you really can't in Blue Archive because the AI is retarded.
You could math out at least what order your dudes would use their Union Burst and Pinecone in Blue Archive. Nah.
Once you add, 2 dimensions and movement to an auto battler, all of a sudden nothing is real anymore. Everything is random. Yeah. So I'm usually pretty content to stay above position 500 on the board. At my gear level, which is quite pathetic, managing to stay up there is pretty decent. And I presume I've stopped watching the fights, but I presume that every team is more or less the same at this point. They more or less look like it. They all have the same team as me. There are a few people who have different. Like there are the people who have Iori, and there's other people who most people use either Tsubaki or Yuka, or both. I use both in their team as a tank. Most people use one of a handful of supports. I use Nagisa and Swimsuit Shiroko. But as for the DPS is what really varies. Most people have Shun. I don't use Shun anymore. I used her for a while, but if you can't Alpha Strike your opponent, Shun becomes immediately useless after that, and you can't Alpha Strike anybody at my gear level. So I pulled her from the team. I replaced her with Haruna, and Haruna seems to be a feast or famine in a different way. It's still RNG, but at least it's like RNG independent of the opposing team, because either she will get targeted by the opposing team and insta-gibbed, or she will get off her EX skill and completely obliterate anybody weak to explosive on the other team. So yeah, especially if they cluster. But yeah, so yeah, that's a thing that is happening. Not sure what happens after Kivoto's festival is over. We must be rolling up on another story event soon, which is what I'm looking forward to, because we've been sort of in the event doldrums for a while now. I haven't done the whatchamacallit, Grand Assault yet for this month. It's what one was it this month? Is it Peruzilla again? No, I think it's Shirokuro. I think it's Shirokuro Grand Assault, which means Grand Assault is when you do total assault, except that 3 copies of the boss appear, 1 for each damage type, and so you have to build 3 teams, but it allows you to at least have more tactical flexibility, and you can make up for your deficits in one color and another color, which is, it adds a bit more variation to it. But the best thing about Grand Assault, of course, is you don't have to do it every day. It runs for 7 days, but you get a ticket every day and they mount up. So you can just blow them all at the end if you want, which is usually what I do, since it takes too long to do the team building during the week when I don't have much free time. So Hoyoverse games have been the mainstay of the rest of my time. Although that rest of that time has not been very much. I haven't made a huge amount of definitive progress in Star Rail because, of course, I'm at the end of the story, and I think I've cleared up all of the major story side quests outside of Penacony. There's still a few bits and pieces here and there I haven't done. Like I've only started Ethereum Wars, which is the one Ari saw me playing last week, where I had the mobs as part of my team of Pika-mans.
Oh right,
I had the little,
you had the what was his name? The
puffball.
Puffball. I don't remember anything else about that, but Puffball was your best.
Yeah. Puffball's a lifesaver. But yeah, so it's a sort of it's an old event that has been immortalized because, you know, Genshin could never, but Star Rail always does immortalize any major events, so you can play them later if you're a latecomer to the game.
There's going to be some serious inter-office rivalry going on there.
I think that I think Genshin's team just needs to swallow their pride and you know, do what they order. But
yeah, but they won't.
They might. A lot of the things that they've been doing lately smell like Star Rail ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Like the current event running in Genshin, the potion shop one, that it totally feels like a Star Rail event compared to the other events that they've held. But and it's also like comically generous with Primogems. Like 2 or 3 times more generous than any other event that they've run. So yeah. If you want some Primogems, Fern, it's pretty easy to get the Primogems from the current event, and they don't they don't require any kind of, like, you could do it at level 1 because it's all puzzles.
Neat. That said, I gotta be able to download Genshin.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work.
I'll kludge something.
But yeah, so Star Rail has been basically me tooling about. During the week I mainly just farm to dump my Trailblaze energy, much in the same way that Aerosteel does. But the rest of it has just been sort of like prepping characters, because ultimately you want to solidify 2 teams, and that's because Pure Fiction and Memory of Chaos, which are sort of like, they are Spiral Abyss, 2 sort of variants of Spiral Abyss for Star Rail. They make up a significant portion of the end game. There's lots more end games in Star Rail than there are in Genshin, because you can specialize in Pure Fiction, or you can specialize in Memory of Chaos, or you can specialize in Golden Gears, or in Swarm Disaster, or any of these types of things. But for the purposes of Pure Fiction and Memory of Chaos, you need 2 competent teams. You can't just have 1 team. You only need 1 team to do story content and several other things like Simulated Universe and that. But you do need 2 teams for those more advanced things. And I would at least like to be able to clear the lower end of it for the Stellar Jade, which means I need 2 teams. But I only have enough carries to build 1 team. So, it's the big debate is on of how do I go about using my Stellar Jade moving forward. And I have not been able to settle on a particular strategy quite yet. I've sort of toyed with a variety of ideas, including pulling on the current banner for Sparkle and so on. Like, I'll probably buy some Stellar Jade because I've dumped hundreds of hours in this game already. It's been my main game to play for the past like 3 months. So I don't mind spending some money on it. And since they're going to have their anniversary soon, along with its 1,600 Stellar Jades and 20 tickets, Genshin could never. Because Genshin gives out 3 instead. They're going to do the reset of the bonus for purchasing Jade packs. And, you know, if you're going to whale, well, I mean, realistically, I don't whale at the scale people normally call whaling. I maybe dolphin, possibly swordfish. I don't know. But I might buy a package to get the larger bonus before the reset, since definitely I'm going to have to do some aggressive pulling if I want to put together a second team, because I just don't have the raw power amongst my 4 stars to put together a team without, you know, building them all up to the maximum extent and spending a lot of time farming relics for really perfect ones.
Yeah, it'll take you a while, yeah.
Yeah, I need some more of the sort of like the base technical flexibility that you get out of some of the other types of characters and that type of thing. So, yeah, strategically, investment in characters is sort of hard for me to gauge. So, like, the current banners are Sparkle and Jingyuan. And Jingyuan is extremely good now if you already have Sparkle. Like, Sparkle makes Jingyuan from like a B, A tier to S tier. They just mesh really well together. But of course, you know, Sparkle's only just debuted, so basically Jingyuan becomes good for people who already had Jingyuan and now can pull Sparkle. Pulling Sparkle is very tempting for me, because that's sort of like, that's the strategy that I took in FGO. I focused on pulling meta supports and filled in the rest of it later, basically, because the meta supports enable you to use particular strategies in teams. The problem is that if pulling Sparkle doesn't have any immediate use for me, because I already have Ruan Mei, who is a meta support, still regarded as a meta support. And Ruan Mei is a better meta support for the characters that I currently have. So if I blew my Jade pulling for Sparkle, then I would have a meta support for a team I don't have. And that's not immediately that useful. I can't, like, I could build a team around Sparkle, but I'm not really sure how I would do it, because I would be using sort of oddball characters to do it. Like, my only carry that I have, aside from the ones that I use actively in my current teams, is Yanqing, and he is widely regarded as the worst carry in the game. You basically can't really field him without also having Jeopard, and I don't. So I've got a pile of like other random characters I could use, like the Jingche and Sparkle and Yi, and one other option is an option that's available, but that one other option is supposed to be Silverwolf, and Silverwolf is a limited 5-star. So, and she's also already had a rerun banner, and no character has been rerun 3 times yet. So, building down that route for Sparkle is also a bad idea.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
It's a very popular team, and it's very effective, and it's very universal. Like, if you can build, say, the team where you've got Qingche and you've got Sparkle and you've got Silverwolf and one other like Yi, you can basically tackle any type of single team content with that team. It's extremely flexible. It basically works in the current, against the current sorts of challenges that have been devised in the game so far. It basically works against all of them to a greater or lesser extent. It's better at some than others, like it's not great at pure fiction compared to conventional teams, but you can still make it work, especially at the lower levels. So it's a highly flexible team, but the problem is you just need parts that I don't have. Like, you know, I could put together that team. Like, it would not be great because you need Silverwolf to make it work. But I could put together a more limited version of it using like Lynx, Yi, Qingche, and Sparkle, but it would not be good compared to one which has Silverwolf. Like, Silverwolf is supposed to make that team tick in conjunction with Sparkle. But yeah. So while I was strongly sort of tempted to pull for it, the thing is I can't make use of it in any real sense, and that could change. That could change. That's always subject to change because you don't know what characters are going to coming down the road. But Sparkle and Sparkle is in fact as good, if not better, than a second Nihility support for Acheron. Which brings me to the second option, pulling for Acheron. So pulling for Acheron is currently what I'm mostly vectored towards. There are lots of downsides to pulling for Acheron and lots of upsides to pulling for Acheron. Like it can really go either way. Acheron is special in that she does not use an energy reservoir to build her ultimate. She uses stacks that are built by application of debuffs and so forth. And this meshes fairly well with a lot of characters I currently have, plus the next one I was planning on building, which is Pella. She's sort of like next on the list to be built up. So I could quite feasibly build a team with, say, Acheron and Pella and Gwenithan, who's mostly built for me. She's at level 70 and has quite strong traces, so I don't have a huge amount of work to get that team functional. And then one sustain, and I could use Lynx for that, or I could use Natasha for that. But on the same banner as Acheron is Gallagher, and he's definitely leans in favour of Acheron simply due to the fact that he's a healer that uses debuffs to do his healing, meaning that he can build stacks for Acheron. So the odds of me getting Gallagher if I pull for Acheron are roughly as high as Aristeel getting a 4-star that's not Dory. When pulling for a 5-star banner. That is to say, realistically, the odds say you shouldn't get only Dory. But sometimes you only get Dory.
Sometimes you just get Dory. How many times have you pulled that now, Ari?
Oh, did you? I don't. Oh, you might have been out during the Dory disaster.
I was out during the Dory disaster.
So, I was pulling for the new girl, Chiori in Genshin, and her banner had 3 characters on the that were 4 stars that were right up on the banner, which is standard.
Mm-hmm.
Every single 4-star I got, because I lost the 50-50, and that by itself, okay, that's fine. I was up on my 50-50 coin flip wins anyway. I was due for a loss on the 50-50. That would have been fine. But the problem was every single 4-star I got was Dory. I sent Vaul a compilation of my pull history of all the Dory. It was like 12 Dory or something nuts like that.
I tried Dory out in the preview mode that they have for every banner. I could not get a handle on how you were supposed to use her. She just seemed to have no real effect on the battle.
Yeah, she's known to be pretty dang bad.
That's why she's got up such a high rate then.
Yeah, I tried them all out, but the one that was actually the most fun was Ito. Like, if what you want is mindless Ungabunga, Ito's your man. Like, wow, what a fun character to play just for pure Ungabunga power.
He's got Ushi.
Like, I probably would have been tempted to pull on him if I didn't already have a fully built Geo driver. Like, it's much more fiddly playing Ningguang. She doesn't have that sort of raw power that Ito does. But she's also hits all the time and gets to fight at range.
But sometimes all you want to do is smash.
But yeah, if what you want to do is just smash, he's real fun for that. Definitely a fun character. I can understand why people love maining him so much.
Yeah, and he comes with Ushi.
He does come with Ushi, who's just boogieing down on the battlefield because apparently that's what he does. But
Yep.
yeah,
Is his banner still up, or is he? Have I missed it?
Got a few days left,
It's
I think.
I'm not sure I'll be able to get it. I'll try.
Another week, I think, something like
Yeah, because I was hoping to pull on him.
Yeah.
Are we
Anyway,
going for the legendary 3GO team eventually?
Possibly.
Well, I mean, did you get what's his name? General Goro?
No, I got Dory. I did not get
Oh, yeah.
Goro.
Dory.
Only got Dory because Goro scales with number of Geo in party, doesn't he?
Yes.
Oh. The
And
shenanigans
Infernal
we could
pull him.
pull.
But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I'm looking at pulling Acheron, and that's because I've got characters that will support Acheron already. Now the thing with Acheron though is that Acheron is there are so many arguments that are so like Acheron is very steep on the benefit side and also very steep on the demerit side. On the demerit side, basically a huge amount of her power is tied up in her signature light cone. And I don't know if this is as cynical as it looks. I think it simply could be a function of the fact that Acheron is basically the first Nihility character who is all power to the front guns. Every other Nihility character has some kind of like either they are like Pella, mainly focused on the support role, or they are like Sampo and Black Swan and Gwenaifen, who are focused on the dot role, or they are like Kafka and they are focused on a role of bringing out the powers of one of the other archetypes. Because, basically Kafka is the dot team enabler, right? She gives dot teams the ability to proc their damage outside of waiting for opponent turns, because otherwise you end up in this awkward position where you don't want your characters to be fast, you want the opponent to have more turns, meaning that you need to invest more in support, which makes you more skill point hungry, etc, etc. Building dot teams without Kafka is a bad idea. You can build a dot team without Kafka if you're going to go like Black Swan Hyper Carry, but Black Swan Hyper Carry is a jank team that is hard to build with. But yeah, so Acheron is the first Nihility character who is like built on the concept of debuffs, except she's more like Kafka in the sense that she will turn those debuffs into damage. Although in her case, unlike Kafka, she leans entirely on conventional hyper carry style damage. Now, the reason why I suspect that while there is going to be inevitably, because it's MiHoYo and because they are trying to make money, there's inevitably going to be a certain amount of cynicism in the design of the signature light cone for Acheron. But the reality is that there are only about 2 light cones in the game, counting Acheron's signature light cone, even though it's not already in the game. There are only 2, counting Acheron's signature light cone, that are about just dealing damage up front without shenanigans to arrange it. All of the other Nihility light cones are about, the classic Nihility slow play, whereas Acheron's the first Nihility hyper carry, like real design, purpose-built hyper carry. So it's sort of unavoidable that she needs a different type of light cone. You can use Goodnight Sleep Well if you've got it, but Goodnight Sleep Well is also, that's a 4-star gacha light cone. Not everybody's got it. I don't have a copy. It does also share a banner with Acheron's signature light cone. So that suggests to me that there's a certain amount of cognizance that, people are probably going to want to get a Nihility light cone to work with Acheron, because the current crop, a lot of them just don't work that well. You can make some of them work, but with mixed results, and the power ceiling with a conventional Nihility light cone is going to be quite a bit lower than Acheron's signature. So there is a strong case to be made that you should pull for Acheron and Acheron's signature light cone together and budget to do them both if you're going to go down the Acheron route. So basically you're looking at Acheron being roughly twice as expensive as another character. On the upside,
Unfortunately, guys, this is where I have to tap out because, yay, Drunk Cowboy Weekend. I got to go work.
you and your rodeos. Is it a rodeo?
No, it's just horse races this time.
Okay. Because there doesn't seem to be much excuse required for them to get drunk.
There's really not. The sky is blue. Let's get drunk. Anywho, I will talk to you all next week.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you, Fern. Right, so Acheron on an economic scale is mostly downsides. The upsides are a little bit more intangible in some cases. Upside, the most obvious upside for me is that I have already got a whole pile of mats that I would need to build her already in the tank. I've got most of the stuff I need to do ascensions for her. I've got a huge stockpile of those. I've got. She will have to fight with Black Swan for trace materials, but my Black Swan is at sort of like rank 8 or 9 on most traces, so she's quite close to complete. Trace speaking. So she would only have to fight with Black Swan for them for a little while. And, ultimately that's a Trailblaze energy resource rather than a material resource. But other sort of less tangible arguments, well, the most tangible argument for most people is that her damage, when you set her up correctly, you've got her in the right team, you deploy your debuffs, you attack with her, and she does, I think some of the on the media, well, basically there was as a slight aside, MiHoYo has set up a pre-release server for content creators who are authorized by them to play on to collect footage, basically as free marketing. This caused a huge amount of controversy because everybody started saying, "Oh, these people, they probably signed some kind of agreement to only say nice things about MiHoYo and so on and so forth." I can sort of understand their cynicism about that. Gacha's a cynical business. But most of the content creators, I think, that have been granted access that I've seen are pretty on the level. Like, there were a lot of them who have done material. Some of the, well, actually, I was saying a lot of them is not fair. Some of them have done reviews from that server for Acheron, for Galaga, these new characters that are not quite glowing. Like some advice: don't invest in Acheron unless you are willing to invest a lot in Acheron, because her signature light cone is where her damage ceiling is really set by. And like that's the sort of advice that if you were explicitly shilling for a company, you wouldn't say something like that. You would say, "Oh, this is the best character to pull for like new accounts and people who want to build a new hypercarrier and so on and so forth." It's really easy to shill for Acheron because she does have upsides. And one of those upsides is something that I have seen people do on the test server, which is just like do 900,000 damage in a round.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to have your hyper carry fully built, and you've got to have your fully built sparkle and all of this stuff. But you can do incredibly big PP numbers if you set her up right. So her raw power is pretty high, which, considering how stringent her requirements are to set up, I think is reasonably acceptable. Because she has, unless you are going to go like a full Leviathan and pull for both her signature light cone and multiple Eidolons, you are going to be constrained to team comps that either have Acheron +1 Nihility plus Sparkle, or Acheron +2 Nihility. Like, she requires you to have a certain framework to install her in to get her to do real damage. She needs Nihility teammates. Her damage is constrained to it. Or alternatively, Sparkle herself provides more, when fully built, provides more of a buff and damage than 1 Nihility, so you'd need 1 Nihility plus Sparkle to get her damage up there. But yeah, because her framework for performance is so specific, I think that it's probably pretty reasonable for her to be a strong hyper carry. After all, the likes of Qingliu can do numbers like those, and they just have standard hyper carry setups. They don't have like path requirements and that sort of thing the way Acheron does. That Qingliu is in direct competition in this patch with Acheron for, do you pull Qingliu or do you pull Acheron? So the much less tangible argument for Acheron, well, no, there are two. We'll start with the simpler, more mechanical one. Acheron is the deployment of a new mechanic, and that new mechanic is non-energy based ultimate, meaning that she is never going to be in direct competition with any energy-based carries. So, in a certain sense, it's very hard for them to nerf her more than she already is. And as long as more debuffers come out in the game in future, she's probably going to be very slow to power crept out, because her mechanism of operation is orthogonal to the other characters. Like if you've got Qingyu, who's largely, you can model her as a conventional hypercarry like various other hypercarries. If you have another Xingyu and she's just easier to use her ultimate for whatever reason, well, you're going to directly power creep Xingyu in that way. Whereas Acheron is only really directly comparable to things that use energy systems. Like if you're building a Xingyu hypercarry team, you're probably going to have Tingyun on it. Do you have Tingyun, Ari?
Describe the character to me.
Fox skill.
Not
character.
Oh, wait. I think I do.
Yeah. So Tingyun is what people call an energy funnel, because she's the best energy funnel in the game, because her ultimate is just transfer her energy to someone else type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So every hypercarry team that is focused on rapidly charging up the ultimate of a hypercarry, which is the way you use a hypercarry usually, is going to depend on Tingyun and characters like her. Acheron teams will never involve Tingyun. So the power creeping Acheron will not happen by means of a energy-based ultimate, typically. So basically she's in sort of like, she's running down a different track, and you don't need to worry about her getting power creeped out. The second less tangible reason is that Acheron is an alternate of Raiden Mei from Honkai 3rd. AKA she is also an alternate of Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact. Those characters, as far as I'm aware, have never been power crept. To my knowledge, Hersher of Thunder Raiden Mei is still a useful character in Honkai 3rd. And Honkai 3rd is sort of like the bad end state for a Hoyoverse game. For those with no familiarity with Honkai 3rd, like I've got some passing familiarity with it. I've never played it, because once you play it, you're sort of committing to about 3 months of dedicated play. Otherwise, you should scrap the account before you get, in order to get set up. But and that's why I've never dived into it. Plus, it's got the system bloat of a 7-year-old gacha game. But in Honkai 3rd, the way things have basically shaken down is the easiest way to say this is you don't roll on rerun banners in Honkai 3rd, because Honkai 3rd's power creep happens at a pace where by the time a rerun banner happens, those characters are not powerful enough to be supported in the meta. That's just the way it typically shakes out. That realistically does not seem to have been the case as much for like Hersher of Thunder Raiden Mei, because Raiden Mei is like, Mei's a major character in Honkai 3rd from like the very first chapter. I don't know much about the story of Honkai 3rd, but Mei is a major character from quite early on, and for most, while she's not going to be compatible at like the top end of play, because the part of the reason that power creep happens so emphatically in Honkai 3rd is that there's a competitive element to it, because people compete on leaderboards, I believe. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Before I interject too much about the Raiden Shoguns of that universe, how far are you in the Inazuma story?
Let's see. I got a little speech from Yae Miko saying my journey in Inazuma is over. You should go to Sumeru next.
Okay, so you found out the incredibly stupid reason that Raiden Shogun is the Raiden Shogun and is Raiden Shogun and everything.
I'll go through that next when I move on to.
Okay, I just didn't want to. If I interjected something, I didn't want to accidentally spoil that wonderful reveal for you.
I don't think it's actually all that relevant because of the way the imaginary tree is structured. Like they aren't alternate universes. There's a lot in Hoyoverse games. There's a lot of translation problems. They haven't used the same translation team, and so the sort of the lingo for the concepts varies from game to game, unless you speak Mandarin and you read Chinese. So yeah, it's sort of hard to tell how things are supposed to line up if you're an English speaker like me, but it's not. I don't think it's really that significant in a direct way. But yeah, so basically, the May becomes the Hersher of Thunder, and Hershers are sort of. I don't know where they like in terms of like power scaling anime. I don't know where Hershers sit exactly. The vague feeling I get is that they're on the tier of sort of like the really really powerful emanators from Honkai Star Rail, of which there are not many, but like probably like they're on the power level of like Fantilia and emanators like that, like high ranking emanators who are very drunk on the power of their Aeon. They're not Hershers are not on the level of Aeons, but much like emanators, Hershers all seem to be ascended from something else. As somebody who doesn't know the story of Honkai Third, this is just sort of inference. But yeah, May becomes the Hersher of Thunder, so her power level is extremely high, and as a character, she's very important. And it seems like as a playing mechanic, she still has a use. Maybe it's still an early game use, but it's like if you were to think about, the battle suits that are available to May, Hersher of Thunder is going to be like the one that you use if you're using as a character. Like she still exists as an entity within the game space, unlike a lot of other characters who are regarded as a waste of time now. Like most of the characters that people play these days seem to be Hershers of one kind or another. But yeah, so she hasn't been power creeped in Honkai Third. Well, that's not true. She has been brutally power creeped in Honkai Third because everybody has. But at least she's a character of significance that people are still a huge fan of, and she gets consistently her power level seems to get updated. In the case of Genshin Impact, you've got Raiden Shogun, who seems to I can't tell whether it was deliberate or not, but Raiden Shogun has never been power creeped, and I can't imagine what power creeping Raiden Shogun would even look like.
You would have to
without
get
like rotating out the entire sort of like archetype of teams that she uses.
Yeah, you would have to, if you wanted to stay with an archetype, you'd have to make an even better energy battery for the entirety of the team that does still comparable damage to Raiden Shogun.
Yeah, like I think that if you were to try and power creep Raiden Shogun, you would be being too obvious about your power creeping. It would come off as cynical because she's just that powerful. And I don't believe that you can give that many abilities to a character and not realize that she's going to be an absolute meta juggernaut. So I am inclined to think, as a result of all of this, that May's alternates are always going to be gods. And Acheron, as far as people seem to be aware, is May's alternate. Like in this particular part of the setting. Yeah, it's sort of not really clear exactly how the settings are connected to each other. Like, it's generally accepted. I don't know if it's accepted by Hoyo, but it's definitely accepted by the community that play Hoyoverse games that Welt Yang from Star Rail is Welt Yang from Honkai Third. Like, just they're the same person. He's travelled in space. But as far as other characters are concerned, they actually tackle this in very, very brief when you are doing an investigation into Luocha. That Luocha looks a lot like Auto Apocalypse from Honkai Third, and Welt implies that they are alternates of each other, and that this is a concept that he has encountered before. But then there's other weird sort of things, like I've got this sort of vague feeling that Bronya and Silverwolf are also alternates of each other. And when I say that, I mean Bronya from Honkai Star Rail and Silverwolf from Honkai Star Rail are alternates of each other, as well as being alternates of Bronya from Honkai Third. because Bronya in Honkai Star Rail is a very, very, very different person with a very different upbringing to Bronya from Honkai Third. But other than Silverwolf being more laid back than Bronya from Honkai Third, they're basically very, very much the same person. Like Silverwolf is basically Bronya. A little bit less stiff, a bit more playful. But they look the same, they act the same. So you have sort of alternates within the same game is the feel that I get from that in Star Rail. So yeah, I'm not really sure how that cosmology shapes up. Star Rail hasn't really talked about the cosmology of the sort of like imaginary trees and world lines phenomena. It's really, really delved into in depth in Honkai Third. But like I said, I haven't played it. I don't know what the fine grained detail is on that. So yeah, the upshot of all of this is that from a sort of IP perspective, it is not in MiHoYo's interest to make Acheron bad. They want Acheron to be relevant because, well, she's an important part of the story going forward as it currently stands for the Penacony arc, and she's a fan favorite. So we've seen this go through in the past, right? If you look at Seele, who's a fan favorite from Honkai Third, while she's rotated out now from being in the meta, she's still an incredibly powerful hypercarry. If you look at Bronya, still an incredibly strongly favored Harmony support. So, yeah, I mean, and if you look at, you can see the same pattern playing out in Genshin as well. Like, if you look at whatchamacallit, well, actually, staying within Star Rail for a moment longer, Himeko is a major character in Honkai Third. And while she was regarded for the longest time as sort of like C tier at best in Star Rail, then they released Pure Fiction and she suddenly became S tier. Because a game mode was introduced which plays to all her strengths exactly. So went from being irrelevant to being super, super relevant. So they definitely brought Himeko back. Yeah, and then if you look at Genshin, as I mentioned, Raiden Shogun hasn't been power creeps, but also other characters that are important from Honkai Third, like Venti, is still relevant. Like Venti's a reasonably powerful character in setting for Honkai Third, not meta anymore, but still sort of significant. And Yai Miko in Genshin still used in single target teams as off-field electro DPS, very important. Yai Sakura, super popular character from Honkai Third. Like you get treated better if you're a keystone in the IP, is the short version of it. And Acheron is. So yeah, Acheron is a strong candidate for a pull as well, to use as a hyper carry to build a second Nihility team around, which would basically mean that I'm running two Nihility teams, one based around hyper carry strats and the other one based around dot strats. Which is going to kind of pigeonhole me as a Nihility player, but you know, I've got the parts. I might as well use them.
You just need them dummy mommies.
Yeah, it does generally telegraph that, doesn't it? Unfortunately, yeah.
Somehow,
But,
I do not think your roster will invite many happy, clappy cheerleader type characters.
No, that's not really. It's not really my jam for the most part. Like aesthetically, my favorite character is Ranmei. Character wise, the ones that I like the most are actually Fushuan and Qingche. Like I don't normally like characters like Qingche. Like I think if I knew her in real life, she'd be really annoying. I'd clip her around the ear for being useless. But you just sort of develop an affinity for her because you end up hanging out with her all the time. That just seems to happen during the story and various side stories, is that you always end up together with her. But yeah, that's the other thing, is that the downside of pulling on Acheron means I'll have to dump a lot of Stellar Jade on it. It's basically guaranteed going to have to Dolphin on it, because I definitely also want Fushuan. Because I like her character and she's useful. And she doesn't have archetype protection, because she's not a major character from Hoyoverse. And the Xianshou Luofu arc is done. So she's in a position where there's not really any reason to give her special attention. However, her core mechanics are so fundamental and reliable that the only way to directly power creep her is to directly make an upgraded Fushuan. So while she's a huge risk in the opposite way to Acheron, the way Acheron is a safe bet, because Acheron's archetype is just damage, so she's easily surpassed in damage, but she's going to be protected by IP. Conversely, Fushuan is not protected at all in terms of IP, but her archetype, which is that basically she redirects damage from other characters to herself. That's a character gimmick that is specific to her and is basically damage mitigation. And basically, unless they have a whole raft of enemies that just bypass defense, she's not going to be power crept. Like, because it's a matter of mitigation versus healing versus shielding, and healing is reactive, so it's the most dangerous. Shielding is sort of like that's effective hit points, so it's more volatile, but it's the safest option. And mitigation is like, well, this all depends on how well you pace yourself. Can you keep the ball rolling long enough to win using mitigation? But I think Fushuan is a good bet in that case. And Fushuan, on the other hand, is not going to be in 2.1. Most people are predicting her for the 2.2 banner. And 2.1 is going to basically appear in place of her Aventurine in the first round and Luota in the first round and Aventurine in the second round. So the one that's on the banner alongside Acheron is Luota, and Luota is extremely powerful sustain character. Icky Boy, alternate of Otto Apocalypse, so definitely going to get IP support, and just generally all-round effective. I'm just not really that fussed about him as a character. You spend very little time interacting with him in any capacity whatsoever. So yeah, it's kind of, I'm just not that interested. You don't have any opportunity to form any real attachment to him in the story. So the only reason to pull for him is because he's powerful mechanically. And I guess if he's husbando because you're that way inclined, I guess that's also a thing. So yeah, I would rather pull for Fushuan over Luocha, since they both serve the sustaining role. And while Luocha is better at it in the healing respect, I think Fushuan is sort of like you're more or less pulling even on the aggregate effect in the end. And I actually like Fushuan, so she's the one that would get my pulls. And I'll need more time to build up resources for her anyway. The second half banner is Jingliu and Aventurine. So Jingliu is the current reigning queen of hypercarry. So it makes sense for her to be the Acheron equivalent in the second banner. There's a strong argument to go for Jingliu instead, because she's basically a totally normal hypercarry archetype, and a lot of people already have the parts to build that engine. They might just be missing her specific. But she's a character that strongly favours having a well-built stable of conventional supports like Bronya and Tingyun and those, and just bending your entire structure around supporting her in terms of damage. But I don't have a setup. While her setup is easier to build than Acheron's, in the case of Acheron, she has a difficult setup that I already have halfway built, and in the case of Jingyu, she has a simple setup that I don't have the pieces for. So Jingyu's sort of out. Aventurine is direct competition for Fushuan. He's a huge cunt. Like, from what you see in 2.0, he's just a cunt. From the moment you meet him to the moment you part with him at the end of the patch, he does not warm your heart, ever. He just makes you want to slap him. So, yeah, I'm not really that inclined. He seems really powerful, especially if you're going to do, like, follow-up strats. Like, you want... Because he's a preservation character whose damage comes from follow-ups, largely. And he just basically makes gigantic shields on the entire team. So he's extremely strong preservation-wise, but I think he's inferior to Fushuan in terms of, like, debuff handling. Things start to go pear-shaped if he gets crowd controlled. He's got strong resistance to crowd control, but not impenetrable crowd control. Fushuan has a better ability to neutralize incoming crowd control, and also her mitigation continues to work for a bit, even if she gets taken off the field for whatever reason. So, yeah, I'm still inclined that way. But mainly, Inventory's a cock. I don't know if they'll try and redeem his character in 2.1, but it looks from the previews like he's the main villain of 2.1, or at least that's how they are presenting it. But they've done this kind of thing before. Like, they did a big promotional push for the Annihilation Gang, and not a single Annihilation Gang character has showed up. So, yeah, sort of hard to tell what the actual story is going on there. But yeah, so that's the part 2, and so yeah, a current Vector is pulling on Acheron, but that depends on how much Stellar Jade I can put together. I think we've only got what have we got? Where's my intro? No, trouble. Yeah, looks like there's about 1 day left on the current rotation of content. So I expect that the anniversary event will be coming before too long, probably middle of next week, I would guess, something like that. In which case, all of the bonuses on Stellar Jade will be refreshed, so I might grab a pack before the bonus refreshes, so that I can. I wish my currency was a bit stronger. It's really not right now. It's been worse, but it's definitely been better. But yeah, I might buy some Jade to sort of supplement it, so that I can actually afford to pull on Acheron. You do not need to pull on Acheron's signature light cone. Acheron will still work if you just pull Acheron. You could always wait till the next round. If characters that I've got currently hold up, I'm thinking about pulling on signature light cones for some of them next time round. Like Ruan May's signature light cone is totally useless on everyone not named Ruan May, but if you do have it on Ruan May, that's like having 1.5 support characters in your party rather than 1, because it just meshes with your abilities so well.
Yes.
But
seems to follow with the weapon pattern for signature weapons in Genshin.
It varies a lot, I feel, in Genshin. Like, there are some that I look at and I'm like, but that's just mediocre. Like, it's good, but like, I think that if you look at something like Wolf's Gravestone, like, that can compete very, very effectively with a lot of signature claymores.
Yeah,
because its numbers are just so bonkers.
But then you get ones like Navia's signature weapon.
Yeah, where they have been built a little bit too purposely. Yeah. But yeah, in the case of, it's sort of like hard to tell with supports how effective they really are, but Ruan May just happens to be a support that's focused on break damage, and it supports that really effectively. It helps you reach certain stat thresholds that have spillover effects for various reasons. Much more than Genshin, Star Rail has really aggressively leaned into making characters scale with all kinds of weird things. So, like, Ruan May is a support that scales in no small part with Break Effect, and Gallagher coming out in the next patch is a 4-star sustain that scales, his healing scales with Break Effect. Although Gallagher's a character who is only okay as a 4-star support at E0. But as his Eidolons climb, he becomes dramatically more effective. And so I think that Gallagher's, for most people, is going to be a long-term project for people that build him. He's a husbando, so I'm not going to go out of my way to get him, but because he's a 4-star, he'll probably show up anyway. Yeah, but I'm actually hoping for more copies of Pella as well, because I've been wanting to build her for a while, and she'll benefit a great deal from more Eidolons. And she's a fun character anyway. She has to play the straight man to a lot of the wackier people in Bellabog, or at least the responsible one, especially to the likes of Servile. But yeah, Yeah, so at the moment it's all like future strategizing for me. Like, where am I going to dump my Jades? And Acheron is looking like a strong play. Also, Acheron is just sort of like aesthetically a nice character. They've put a huge amount of work into her animations, and of course she's got the huge quality of life effectiveness attributes for simulated universe. Like being able to just rip through simulated universe instituting mobs will make what is otherwise a very time-consuming activity much smoother. Because simulated universe, once you've killed the regular mobs enough times, it's like, this is just sort of getting in the way. So yeah, it'll definitely have quality of life implications in that sense. You can't just sort of like randomly farm mobs in the overworld with it because you don't have the technique points to just do it over and over and over and over and over again. But in simulated universe, when your objective is to just rip through a series of stages really fast, I think it's probably a good effect to have. It does have battle effects on elites as well, but they're not nearly as obvious as the insta-kill a regular mob ability. So yeah. So Genshin. I just barged through Inazuma because the event came out and it's like, oh, this event is in Sumeru, and I'm like, but I'm not in Sumeru. So I just barged through Inazuma. Now, I get where Ari was coming from in his summation of what happened, though I do not know exactly what he was focused on when he was talking about it. So my experience of this arc was, it seemed like a normal Genshin storyline right up until I arrived at Kokomi's place.
Yeah.
And after that, I felt the feeling I had was distinctly Unlimited Blade Works movie edition.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's a bunch of sort of like combat set pieces, and it's just sort of expected that you already know the explanation between those set pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very lost. And the thing is, it felt really weird because, like I say, it felt like Unlimited Blade Works, and the reason why I say that is because in Unlimited Blade Works, the explanation for what is happening off screen exists, and it does expect you to know it. And in the case of Inazuma, it felt like at some point on the storyboarding phase, all of this information was actually in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it plays out as though it were. Like, they keep expecting you to react in certain ways to certain things that you were never there for. And it just comes off ending up being really weird. Like, the plot line with Tepe only makes sense if there are like time skips. If you like, I mean, they've tried to make it make sense with time skips, but it only makes sense if there's actually duration. Because you don't spend any time with him off screen if you do the campaign. He's on screen in scene 1, he's on screen in scene 2, and he's on screen in scene 3. And spoiler alert, he goes from young guy full of beans to shriveled up dead meat in the span of about 10 minutes.
Yep. You spent 2
And
weeks with the Resistance.
It doesn't make any sense, but they expect you to react, and on screen, Traveler reacts as though you spent a lot of time with him. Like, that they snuck up on you with what he's going through, and you basically have him on every other mission. But instead, the way it plays out is you get assigned to lead the squad, you kill a bunch of Ronin, and you go report back, and you get sent out to this random island in the middle of nowhere to kill a Lawachurl. You kill a Lawachurl, you get like 10 seconds worth of lore about the shape of the island, why it looks like a snake, because it's a snake. And then you do another mission, and Tepe's dead.
Yep.
And this all takes place over the span of multiple weeks, except it takes place over the span of about 5 minutes, real world time.
Yeah,
and you just sort of go, you get skipped from place to place. Most of the continent is not used in any way whatsoever for anything. It's just sitting there waiting for you to go do side quests on it, and it's really, really conspicuous in its total lack of utilization.
and
Like you get sent all over the place in Liyue.
yeah, there's just huge chunks of just the main 4 islands that were there at Inazuma launch that just ain't used for the main quest.
Yeah, I haven't even uncovered one of them. It's just sitting there covered in blackness.
Yeah, and it's just you that one was added post main story, but
Right.
so it wasn't there for when they were doing that.
Well, if you want to choose another one, Kokomi's Island. I have been to exactly 2 places on Kokomi's Island: Kokomi's house, the shrine, and
The Mud Village.
the camp, the camp where all the guards hang out when they're not, fighting the Shogun's troops. Something that you see happen exactly one time ever. Because there's an ongoing war, and they keep talking about this ongoing civil war, and you actually see the conflict joined one time.
Yep.
But the entire plot, and when I say plot, I both mean the storyline and the scheme that Yae Miko is devising, hinge on the idea that this is a protracted bloody conflict. Except that you never see a protracted bloody conflict on screen, you just see a single battle.
Yep.
So yeah, that plot line falls apart. Then you end up with, when you end up working for Yae Miko, the entire plot line of Kujo Sara seems to be based on the idea that you actually know or care anything about her, that you can empathize with her at all.
Mm-hmm.
You see her on screen twice, something like that, and that's it. And then suddenly, you've got this sort of like embittered long-term rivalry type of thing going on. But, well, I mean, what?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
The thing that really got me is that whole thing with Tepe very clearly affects Lumine in a big deal, and she
starts to behave irrationally as a result.
But you,
and
the
Paimon's
player,
not able to rein her in.
Yeah, but you, the player, are totally out of sync with Lumine because you don't spend the same time with Tepe that she does.
He's not your friend. You don't hang out with him. Like, it's just he's just there occasionally, and he gets old, and then he dies. End of story.
Like
But
this,
yeah, and
this could have been good. They had something there. They just needed to do something with it and actually have you play the video game.
But the worst part about that is that it drags down other things with it. So you follow Kujo Sara. Kujo Sara gets the crap beaten out of her off screen. You never see her stand up again. For all you know, she's dead, but you don't care because you barely met her. In game, I think you're supposed to care a bit more because she's a bit more of a larger than life figure. But the you that experiences the game doesn't know who this random NPC is, and she just gets crap beaten out of her off screen, and you see her lying on the floor. Oh well, all the other guards were lying on the floor as well, so this is no biggie. And so your should be arch nemesis Senora is standing there, and which seems kind of weird because allegedly the Shogun, Raiden Shogun, doesn't know about the collaboration between the Fatui and the authorities in Inazuma, except that she's entertaining one in her throne room. So, okay. And the battle with Senora, you've got an extra grind. You've got an extra grind against her to begin with, and because of the way she basically trolled you for no reason other than to see you squirm in Mondstadt. So you've got a reason to want to punch her in the face, but the expressed objection to Senora in the plot is what she did to Tepe, except that you don't care about Tepe. So all of your fulminating rage towards Senora, who is, the current handy outlet for your fury because Scaramouche is buggered off somewhere, you, rather than being a opponent that you have a build up to, a rivalry with, and then a settling of the score, you just break out into a fight straight away with no fanfare, and then you fight Senora, and then the battle is over.
And
Now, I won't say that I didn't enjoy seeing her get her comeuppance, because she's a smug bitch.
and
However, it was massively anticlimactic for what it was.
there will be no way to further redo that because, spoiler alert, you kill her dead.
Yeah, she has been more decisively ushered off this mortal coil than perhaps any other character in the plot so far.
Yeah,
Like this is not a matter of there is no body. Like you see her body turn to ash in front of you.
yeah, Lumine at the end of that, she is dead. Like,
Yeah, it's like this is clearly like it is that sequence of leaving the throne room after the fight would be incredibly effective if it was built on anything at all.
yeah, there was clearly a well-written emotional story, or at least the outline of one here, that just never got what it needed to pay itself off.
Yeah, like I felt like I had been dragged into a different game or something at that point. Like I didn't know what was going on. Like you have your fight with Senora, that's not what you went there to do. You went there, you did it anyway. Senora gets put in the ground very decisively, and then you just leave. And what's going on? What is actually going on here? It's really unclear, because it's clearly the Traveler's been profoundly affected by everything that has happened, but to the player it's just all a bunch of random disconnected things that happened all in a rush.
Yeah,
Because the real world time that has elapsed at this point between meeting Kokomi and killing Senora is about 30 to 45 minutes tops.
yeah, I wasn't kidding when I told you it hits warp speed.
And they haven't explained anything. Like most of your time that in the intervening time has been spent running around a rock in a field that is throwing lightning at you. In possibly the most asinine game sequence that I've seen in the game so far.
Oh, you mean Yamiko's training?
Yeah.
Did you at least not do it when it was raining?
I did not check the weather.
Because
Like,
if it's raining during that sequence, you auto fail.
Lol.
And they have never ever gone back and fixed that.
Like, what does it do? Does it just fail the quests because it's raining, or
The
does it just instantly kill you? Or
there's no way to avoid the last lightning hit if it's raining.
because it can jump a little bit.
Yeah, so it will hit you every single time without fail. So if it's raining, you have to just chain wait until the rain stops.
I see. Anyway, even if that bug were not in the game, it's still stupid.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Like this is the dumbest set piece I've seen in the game, and it's not close.
And yeah,
I think the real standout, in the story, I think, is Yaimika herself.
yeah, she's the only one with
Because
character.
they strike a perfect balance between helpful and unhelpful. Like she's definitely not really your friend, but you also
Certainly not Goro's friend.
You can't bring yourself to treat her as an enemy either, because she's not your enemy. Her concerns are totally different to yours. She doesn't care about you or your cause. She's thankful when you help her out, but not overly so. Like she's perfectly balanced for who she is in the plot, unlike basically everybody else. So yeah, you end up offing Senora, and I don't really look forward to doing that fight again, because that fight is an absolute nightmare as an auto-target catalyst user.
Yeah, and
it's just completely nightmarish. Like you can't control what you shoot, and you keep blowing up the things that are supposed to thaw you out or keep you warm or whatever, because you can't stop it, because the bullets hit what they want. She spends half the fight untargetable for no reason.
My biggest problem with that fight is there is no real way to speed it up and get better at the fight. Like the fight you get from Raiden Shogun's Archon story quest, as seems to be tradition with the Archon story quests, is a much better fight, even though it's significantly harder. Just because you can practice the fight and get better at it week over week over week. It has some parts that are really rough, but there's nothing in that fight that stops you from learning that particular section and getting better. and feeling a sense of progression going through the fight week after week and getting better and better, so the fight goes faster and faster. With Shinora, because you have to use the stupid butterflies and because she goes invulnerable so much and you have to worry about the stupid heat, hot, cold mechanic, it doesn't matter how good you are at the fight.
Yeah, Senora is Dragonspine the boss, and I hate her for it. The I had to res my characters so many times and use so many healing items simply because the mechanics are not obvious, and there's a lot of the time you're just playing Danmaku and waiting for the opportunity to do something. Like, I kept trying to fight her, and after resing my characters about 5 times, I realized that the actual optimal strategy for large chunks of the fight is to just stand still and juke a foot to the left or the right.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to fight. I was trying to interact and move around and stuff. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to stand on the spot and move just the barely minimum amount to move out of the way of things, because she's just not interactable.
Yeah, she is not a very well designed boss fight at all. There is no getting better at her fight. The story quest, a boss you unlock from Raiden Shoguns is much better. It is much harder overall in terms of raw execution, but it doesn't have as much bullcrap in it. It's just a straight fight.
Honestly, what was killing me more than anything else was just having to remember a pile of annoying debuffs going on at once. Several times I had Ningguang die while she wasn't on the field, and that was very frustrating to me because I'd go to tag her in and she'd be dead. Like, everything about that fight annoys me, but it also drops the whatchamacallits, the converting catalyst. So I'm going to be stuck going in there. I think I want you to go in there with me so you can just one-shot her and we can be done with it. Well, I don't want to fight it again.
I can move her to the whirlwind phase a little bit faster, but we still got to sit there and wait on her to be a little Beyblade for 50 minutes every time she hits certain health thresholds, and there ain't no speeding up the phase where she's in the ice block. That's all dependent on the stupid butterflies.
Oh, yeah, I thought that I had done something drastically wrong because it was just taking so long.
Yeah,
I'm just not understanding this fight, right? I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, so I can move her to her phase transitions a little bit faster, but we're just going to be sitting there waiting for most of the fight. I'll come with you, but it's most of that fight when she's in her phase transition is just if she decides it's phase transition time, there's nothing you can do.
All right. Anyway, so you move on. Eventually, you end up in a fight with May herself, A, as she's known in this world for whatever reason. And this is basically silly and anticlimactic as well. The fight is trivial. It's easier than Child.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty significantly easier. And the dumbest part is it's significantly easier than Yaimiko's training, which, I mean, from a certain point of view, that speaks well of Yaimiko's perceptiveness as far as training regimes go, because the actual boss is easier than her training regime. So she prepares you pretty well, I guess. But yeah, it's just, you pelt her with your abilities and she falls over.
And power of friendship and hopes and dreams of all the people in Imazuna. Yeah.
Which, that would make more sense if you had anybody confide in you at all at any point. Like, the only ones that you spend any time with are Ayaka and Yoimiya. Like, I don't think anybody else, maybe Toma, although Toma's main ambition is to have the Hot Pot game again.
Yeah, well, I'm convinced it's Hot Pockets at this point he's eaten. And it's not actually a hot pot, because I don't think we actually see a pot in the cutscene. And he got confused.
I feel like there was one there. I'm not really sure, but I feel like there was one there.
I don't know. I didn't pay particularly a lot of attention to that cutscene. But I like the idea of him getting sick from Hot Pockets way better.
I'm perfectly happy with Power of Friendship endings. Like, it didn't bother me in Shadowbringers at all. I thought it worked great.
But the friends that you get the power from are presumably in the 2-week time skip that we don't see anything for.
Yeah. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And the sort of, I feel like the Kazuha's sort of like resolution of his plot arc that you see, where he's trying to find a way to activate this vision, and then in the crucial moment, activate.
They're still
Like
leaving that plot
if
thread
you
hanging.
if you had spent any time with him, if he had spent any time ruminating on this, if you'd been journeying with him at all, maybe that would have been effective. But no, the last time this plot point was discussed was in Liyue. And then at the 11th hour, it saves everybody, and then he leaves it at his friend's grave, and it's over again.
Yeah, and they're leaving this one hanging. They haven't answered why could he activate two visions?
Well, the theory that they purport in the voiceover is just that the ambition that drives a vision can outlive the person who held the ambition.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not. It's sort of implied that it wasn't him that activated it. It was his friend's lingering desire to deal the Raiden Shogun that activated it. But ultimately, the reason doesn't matter. The fact is that it would have been way more effective if we cared more about Kazuha because we had spent more than one quest with him.
Yeah. I mean,
He shows up, like, there's no reason why you couldn't have. Like, you could have done heaps of adventures with Kazuha and with Goro and with Kokomi and with Baidu, who shows up for some reason, very briefly. Like, there's no reason you couldn't have done that, but you didn't. Didn't do anything, in fact.
Yeah, thankfully, all these problems are very much so addressed in Sumeru's story, and we do not repeat the same mistakes.
So yeah, the story in the end is just it ends because Raiden Shogun was being a spoiled brat.
Yeah,
they have an incredibly grade school conversation together, her and Yaemiko, about how she needs to stop, sticking her head in the sand and actually do something because you're a god. Start godding. Like that, there's just no real exploration of character for Raiden Shogun to make you perceive that conflict as real. And then they tack on it's actually she's standing in for her sister as an afterthought. That it's like, well, you added this in an explanation after the story was over. Was that because you were supposed to write an actual plot around it at some point?
And then
forgot?
And then there's the whole plot point of the Raiden Shogun you're actually interacting with is a robot.
Just like somebody else in the plot who has this revelation dropped on you for no reason. Which does explain, because I thought to myself several times in the past, this guy looks an awful lot like Raiden Shogun. I wonder if there's a reason for it. I guess there is a reason for it. So I think that plot line was definitely intended, but they didn't do a lot with it. I don't know how much they're going to lean into that in the future, if at all.
You have not seen the last of Scaramouche.
Yeah, I've heard that he turns into a Gundam or something. But
he will come back in a bigly way.
But yeah, like the time for exploring this is Inazuma. Like, what else are you going to do with that chapter?
Nothing. You're going to have a 2-week time skip.
It seemed so bizarre. Like, it was not. I did not have the ending of this is stupid. I had that was not my reaction. My reaction was, where's the ending? Like, I did the boss fight, yeah, but the story didn't end. There was just like, there's this one incredibly childish conversation, and in fact they refer to it in the text in the script as a childish conversation between Yomiko and A, but that doesn't explain why. Like, why any of this? Why is it so trivially solved? Are the god of Inazuma's convictions so lightly held?
Yeah, it was my this is really stupid reaction comes from, the whole idea of her holding herself up in her mind palace and while the robot leads the country, and you've got to go get Yaimiko to come have a big girl talk to with her about how to, not hold yourself up in your mind palace because you've got crap to do.
Yeah, like, this is... I mean, I've seen this trope play out many times in many stories, but it's usually, the hero having his blue screen of death and has to be pulled out of it by the Lancer or by the love interest or whatever, right? That's the normal way that it plays out. But in this case, it's the god getting pulled out by her pet, and it's very easy for her to do it. Like, what? It's the ease of which it was all resolved, which is the problem here, because it means that this god holds such shallow convictions. And I guess maybe she never really wanted to be the god. Maybe it was her sister's job to be the god. I hope they explore that a bit, because her sister died off screen is not really a good explanation for the entire plot of Inazuma, which is what it's invoked as. Like, none of this would have happened if not for the death of Makoto. Like,
They try, but
but we
the character
don't
story
know
just
who
ain't.
she is.
Yeah, they try real hard with Raiden Shogun's story quest, but the problem with cramming that crap in story quests after the fact, after you've already dropped the ball, is story quests just don't have enough time to sit there and address these things as they should be addressed, alongside all the other plot beats.
It's supposed to be sort of like one and done short adventures when you don't have time to invest in a whole campaign. But the thing is that she just sticks out as the sort of like childish idiot amongst the other Archons, and when you look like a childish idiot next to Venti, you have a problem.
Venti's passed out drunk in the tavern.
But Venti is living up to his convictions by passing out drunk in the tavern. Like, as weird as it is to say that, that's the life he intended to live from the start, because to be sort of like a freewheeling moron is his portfolio. And as long as other people continue to be freewheeling morons, he won't bother to intervene. If Mondstadt started to turn into Inazuma, became stagnant and rigid, then he would probably take up his mantle again and start causing trouble. Because that's what he believes in. But the Raiden Shogun doesn't attempt at all to invoke her worldview. She just hides away from the world. Like, the entirety of Inazuma is basically going down the gurgler with decay. It is not eternal, it is not static, it is rotting away at an insane pace, and she, while claiming to know what's going on outside, doesn't care, regards it as eternal anyway. It's like, no, you haven't thought this through for 5 minutes, have you useless twit?
Yeah.
Like, haven't you been Archon for at least 800 years? Like, what is going on here? I mean, you may not be any Morax who's been Archon for like 4,000 years or whatever, but you should have figured out something in the last 8 centuries, surely. Like, Zhongli may be, broke daddy, as people call him, but he has the gravitas of an Archon. Like, at no point does he betray a naivety about anything other than the function of currency, and he does not act like anything is new to him, that he hasn't seen it before. He always acts in a poised and controlled manner, despite his failure to understand the modern exchange of values. But, in all cases, much like Venti, he is living out his convictions. He operates his entire life based on contracts. He resolves everything based on contracts. And his goal is to divest himself of the need to control Liyue by bequeathing it to the people that live there, so that he can, preserve his existence by means of, not being the Archon actively all the time anymore. But the Raiden Shogun doesn't have any of that gravitas. Like, as an Archon, she just doesn't have any weight. Like, Venti is like a play against type, right? Like, the Archon is talked up as being this big, powerful entity, and you actually meet him and he's a goofball. And Zhongli is sort of like this sort of unshakable, solid individual who, despite being a doofus, is still unflappable. And you can buy him as an Archon. Like, he makes sense as an Archon. Raiden Shogun doesn't make any sense as an Archon. Like, you could buy it. You could buy it for her puppet, were it not for the fact that the puppet is obviously retarded.
Yeah,
But
when you were asking me,
yourself,
when you kept asking me, is Raiden Shogun PMSing again? I'm like, and I said I wasn't sure it's possible. It's because of the robot.
yeah, well, the reason why I asked that question is because all her behavior is like does not fit within the rationality of the circumstances. all of her actions are sort of like they are one-track decisive actions that have nothing to do with what's going on. Like this is the behavior of a crazy person. It's not the behavior of a ruler. But of course, the ruler was not at home. So yeah, everything about Inazuma and like it wouldn't. All of these things could exist. Like you could have a childish god who won't take up the responsibilities, who has chosen to become a hikikomori rather than do their job and all of this sort of thing. But you can't do that and have the story treat it with the gravitas as though that weren't true. Like Venti is a like an absentee goofball god, but the story treats him like an absentee goofball god. Not like the most dangerous thing since the nuclear bomb. So yeah, the story, all of the reactions, all of the animations, all of the plot of the story exists in continuity with a story that doesn't actually exist. Like everything has the semblance of a coherent story, except that large portions of it are just missing. They never took place. They were all off screen or whatever, I guess. It's a really, really bizarre, and I basically came out of it feeling sort of strange. Like, I'm accustomed to sort of like, you know, a feeling of happiness at the end of a happy story, a feeling of melancholy at the end of a story that has its bitter moments, and so on and so forth. At the end of Inazuma, I just sort of felt confused. Like, is it over? They didn't tell me anything. I don't know why I spent the last few hours here. Like, what's going on? I don't get it. That was my reaction.
Yeah.
It's just an altogether unsatisfying experience that mainly confused me.
Yeah, there's a reason it's got a rap.
I mean, I wasn't aware of any rap. I was just like, other than what you told me, I was like, well, okay, you say it's bad and the ending is dumb. Well, we'll see. I don't have any idea what's going on. But no, I finished and I still don't have any idea what's going on. Nothing was resolved. Nothing made any sense. It all seemed to be like a clip show of a campaign that I didn't play.
Yeah, like you're watching a YouTube summary recap of a story that.
But the thing is, I've watched YouTube summary recaps that made way more sense.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Like this is like sub Dark Souls lore level of sense here.
Yeah, at least Vadi can do complete whole series on those.
Like, I mean, I expect that if you read all of the books and all of the flavor text and all the items and everything, and you know, you do all of the side content and all the side quests, you could probably do a whole bunch of lore information about Inazuma, but none of it would be emotionally resonant because you only get one shot at that. And they flubbed it badly. So yeah, I am deeply unamused. And yeah. And considering how hard I had to struggle to get through it, because I decided to bump up my world level and it turned out my world level shot up to 8. That was a nasty surprise, and the reason it was a nasty surprise was because the Fatui got smarter. On one hand, that has made Lightning Fatui easier because they don't always default to their Lightning Shield as the very first move that they do on World Level 8. So sometimes they do, but they usually don't. You've got some time to get some licks in before that happens. In the case of Anemo Fatui, they have suddenly become, where before they were laughable and irrelevant, they have now become the biggest menace of any character, any enemy character that I can meet on the battlefield, because they will instantly rush over to the thing I want to kill the most and cover it. And then by the time I get behind them, they will dash again and end up in front of me again. And if I've blown my ult and they dash in front and they catch all that thing and I get hit, I will die instantly.
Yeah, this seems like a Catalyst user function because they're still a joke to me because I play melee characters. So when they do that, I just walk behind them.
Yeah, if you're a ranged character, it's real pain in the butt. Like he is like the new he's like worse than the insect summoners. Like with the insect summoners, Ningguang has her ways of dealing with insect summoners because even though it's really hard to hit them with an auto targeting catalyst, because Ningguang's attacks all do splash damage. All of her regular attacks do splash damage. The radius is really, really tiny, but they all do splash damage. Because the haze of bugs is around the target, all of the bugs are going to be splashing each other and the mage. So you can just sort of brute force that shield of bugs eventually. The Anemo Fatui just no-sells everything that you do. And if you're really unlucky, and he dashes at the moment that you would hit him otherwise, it will actually cause your attack to just whiff. It will lose its target and whiff. They are an absolute menace now. I'm incredibly salty about their existence now, where I had barely even noticed it before. Lots of mobs that were previously not a problem are now a huge problem, especially if you have the worst combination that I've experienced is the fiery agent sniper guy, and he's being covered by a Geo Fatui who is being covered by the Anemo Fatui.
Oh no.
And it's just an absolute nightmare. And since at world level 8 the damage is scaled so high I can only block like a couple of shots with the Jade screen from the snipers, it becomes a mess real fast. So yeah, there was a lot of Barbara DPS happening. Like, you may only hit for 2 figures, but that's some healing that I need badly.
Barbara, fix it.
There's a lot of Barbara fixes, but I am so desperate for a non-hydro healer. My goodness. As many times as Barbara has saved me, Barbara has also gotten me frozen.
Yeah, Barbara's good at that. She's very good at making all your characters wet, and that means that one cryo hilichurl arrow dude that you don't see is about to ruin your day.
Yes, indeed, and yes, he has repeatedly. So yeah, that's where I'm at in Genshin at the moment. Well, where I'm actually at in Genshin, I've been told to go back in the hole. They keep telling me to go back in the hole, and I don't think they'll let me get away with it anymore.
Yeah, you're at hole time. You can skip the hole for a little bit, but they're just gonna put the brakes on you as soon as you get through Sumeru and like go back and do the hole.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sort of like suck it up and do the hole. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get out of it.
I mean, I liked exploring the hole, but it's not. There's no real story in the hole. It's just an exploration zone for you to. It's good for turning on a podcast and just jamming your way through. So if you're ever in that type of brain space, it's good for that. But yeah,
I mean, I'm not looking forward to it largely because the story payoff will come in Sumeru. It's not going to come in the hole. The hole is a job that I have to do now, and I haven't done most of the explanation in the exploration in Inazuma has just been backburned because, I think I'm gonna have to go back there later because I feel like nothing but contempt for the place right now.
Yeah, you can defer the whole. I think all the way until the end of Sumeru, but your next Stainslift quest is locked until you go in the hole.
No, I'd rather just get it out of the way. But yeah, although I'm sort of tempted to turn my world level down again because this is sort of a little bit frustrating at the moment. Not because of the health bars necessarily. It's partly because of the incoming damage since I'm in 2-shot to death land at the moment. But mainly because those sodding Fatui have gotten too clever for their own good, and it makes the fights take forever. But yeah, I don't know. The drop rate doesn't seem to have improved significantly since world level 5 where I was before.
Yeah, you can probably at least kick it down to 7 if you're not up to 8.
You can only drop it down 1 level. So yeah, it would. I just not sure that level 8 is paying off. Maybe somebody's got an argument for why it is, but I'm not sure that level 7 will be a sufficient drop to justify it. It might stop if I have to farm something and I know that the drop rate difference is not very much, and it's going to 2-shot me. If I leave it on 8, then I might turn it down to 7. But yeah, at the moment, yeah, I'm just not that enthused. The Inazuma storyline, I wouldn't say it's left me with a bad taste in my mouth, but it does make me feel like I have a mouthful of chalk or something.
Yeah,
But it's not great. Man, it's not great. Super not great.
It got worse for me the longer time passed. Like, it just... Oh, no. Thankfully, Sumeru is a very nice way to wash it out. And I
I
literally
was
can't say anything about Fontaine because it's all spoilers.
I was totally braced for needing to take a couple of days to finish Inazuma. I did not expect it to take under an hour.
Yeah, warp speed.
Well, it's not really warp speed because that warp speed sort of implies that you are moving quickly through space. Whereas I don't feel like we moved through any intervening space. I feel like they just cut the journey out.
But yeah, well, Lumine might have moved
You
there.
teleported to your destination.
You, the player, did not, but for Lumine, she got through them 2 weeks pretty. She had to sit there the whole time.
Yeah, it seems like she went through some shit. Pity I didn't get to share it with her.
Man, and she stays mad at the Fatui.
Yeah, it's like, how are you supposed to empathize with that though?
They continue to keep it in the background. It doesn't sit as bad later, like it does right when you're in Inazuma and you watch the time skip happen in front of your face. But they don't make that plot beat go away. She still doesn't like the Fatui.
Yeah, and it feels like such a failure of writing because and this is the one that I think that is the biggest crime here, other than just merely a bad chapter, is that it seemed to me like your ever-present companion Paimon, who you can't seem to get rid of, is always there, always there, always there, does your talking for you, etc., etc. This moment where Lumina decides to go off reservation, completely ignore Paimon, completely ignore Paimon's advice, basically for the first time in the story, there's a total failure of agreement, failure of meeting of the minds between the Traveler and Paimon. They have radically different ideas about what should be done, and Lumine just ignores Paimon.
Yeah.
Like, that should have had some kind of weight to it, surely. They're supposed to have been the closest companions for the longest time.
Yeah.
And there's just like, no, I'm not listening to you anymore, Paimon. I'm going to go and I'm going to punch this Fatui in the face.
Yeah. Like, I think Paimon
And
was.
then afterwards, Paimon's trying to talk the Traveler down about, like, in the cooldown after the battle, and nothing is getting through. And Paimon doesn't know what to do, doesn't know how to react, doesn't really understand what's going on any more than the player does. But they don't do anything with that. It doesn't mean anything. It should have meant something. It's the biggest departure from the consistent theme throughout the game so far.
Yeah, they totally, completely turned Paimon into some. As far as Lumine's concerned, she may as well be emergency food at that point.
Yeah,
She-
in a certain sense, this is the first time that Paimon's actually effective because Paimon is the only person in the cast who is as confused as the player.
Yeah, this is also the point where Paimon starts to de-Paimon. She starts to tone down the squeak and become more of a character. It just it's a shame that it gets introduced in this rather ham-handed way with this disagreement between the Traveler and Paimon. Well, I say disagreement, total mental breakdown in just frothing fit of rage that Lumine has is probably a better way to describe it.
Yeah, the whole thing just felt like a highlights reel of a different campaign that I didn't get to play. But yeah, there's no going back now, no fixing it, and I get the impression that Miho just wants to put it behind them.
Yeah, the Sumer, other than the general feeling that Lumine has towards the Fatui of just not trusting them at all now, it doesn't. None of the Inazuma story really comes up again. They just kind of sweep it under the rug. They're like, yeah, we done goofed, and they just want to move on from it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't recover that lost gravitas anyway. Like, as a ruler, Raiden Shogun is not going to have anybody's respect.
Yeah,
Like, people have a certain amount of respect for the ways the other rulers and other important figures lead their lives. Like, people understand that Venti has a philosophy of life and how he deploys it. People understand Ningguang's philosophy and how she rules Liyue. People understand Morax and why he does what he does and his decision that he made to abdicate his godhood. Like, nobody can understand Raiden Shogun because the only thing she did was be a spoilt brat and seclude herself in the closet. Like,
yeah.
why. Like, nobody, you can't go back now. She's had her chance to make a first impression and she screwed the pooch.
Yeah, this is something I've talked about before, but Raiden Shogun was a tempting pull when I came back after Navia. Like, Navia ticked all the character design bells, but I didn't know her as a character yet. I only pulled for her based on her design. But Raiden Shogun's banner was immediately after, and I was in Inazuma at the time of her banner. And I did not pull on her banner, in large part because of the Inazuma story. I just did not care about Raiden Shogun. And right afterwards, I was in Sumeru about 2.5 weeks later with Nahida, and I did pull on her banner because of the story. It was a not insignificant factor in deciding to build the backup Dendro team.
Yeah, story is marketing. Like, it really is. I mean, part of the reason that I'm willing to pull on Acheron, and part of the reason I didn't pull on Raiden Shogun, was because of Acheron. Like, Acheron's such a better character. Like, she's, mysterious, and she's lying to you about a variety of things. She's definitely hiding a lot of things from you. But she gets some moments, and you're sort of they're very sort of corollary features and things that sort of encourage you to. Actually, the game goes out of its way to encourage the player to think about how they feel about particular characters. Like, it outright asks you at one point, like, which of these characters do you trust more, Black Swan or Acheron? Neither of them are trustworthy, but it asks you to pick one. You can also say, I don't trust either of them, I only trust myself, but it encourages you to think about them, to weigh them against each other. So you can only do that if you're confident that you've given players something to chew on. And Acheron had, like, contrasting Raiden Shogun, who, acted like a robot for reasons that were pretty much explained later, and the reality was, if anything, worse, and that she was just a spoilt brat. But Acheron's got her. She's clearly got a really dark past. I mean, if you've watched the previews of her, which explain the history of Izumo, where she seems to come from, and the stuff they went through there, it sounds that they basically got a shellacking from something nearly as powerful as the Honkai. But she appears in the story on Penacony, and you meet her. She sees something in you that she sort of vaguely recognizes on a character trait level, and she gives you a little bit of advice, the sort of casual advice that you would give to somebody who you want to help out, but they don't necessarily mean so much to you that you would lay your life down for them or anything like that. And then you meet her again, and you build a certain amount of rapport. She treats you cordially, you treat her cordially, you do a little bit of fighting alongside each other at one point. You go through a traumatic experience, and she clearly doesn't have much in the way of what people call emotional intelligence, but she tries really clumsily to comfort you and makes a little bit of a hash of it, but you can tell her heart's in the right place, or at least that's the way she presents herself. And, like, you can develop a genuine rapport for this character, even though you don't spend a huge amount of time with her, because she comes across as broken but human. Like, there's something not right about her. She's not telling you the whole truth. She clearly is damaged goods, but she's still trying, and she gives an impression like she would like to tell you more than she's actually going to, because it would be more comfortable for her. But she's still, like, dropping hints in there. And then there's this other story writing mechanic that they just completely refuse to explain, which I hope they explain soon, because I'm dying to know what it's actually supposed to mean, is that characters in Penacony sometimes talk in different coloured text. And it's outright said at one point that this means something, and as outright as you can talk about the text. You can't really talk about it, but, like, they heavily imply that there's something characteristic about words that are set in a different colour. You don't have any idea what that is. Acheron does it a lot. There's no explanation for why, or what it means, or anything. But, like, she's a character that's full of mysteries. They humanize her. You spend time with her. They ask you, what do you think of her? How do you weigh her against other characters? If you had to choose between this character and that character, who would you choose? Like, they really, really want you to care about who she is. And that set against Raiden Shogun, the same person in another world. It's like Raiden Shogun is a joke by comparison. And you spend so much more time being exposed to people talking about Raiden Shogun and seeing Raiden Shogun than you do Acheron. Acheron you only encounter briefly a couple of times. And she's just kind of nice to you where she can be. And she tries to comfort you where she can. She helps us to bail you out of trouble where she can. She's ultimately probably going to betray you because everybody in Star Rail does. But, it's just leagues ahead. It's leagues ahead of what they did in Genshin. Like I can only now understand the magnitude of the ball dropping that took place during Inazuma that you've been talking about all this time.
Mm-hmm. But you're finally past it. You got one exploration zone, and then you're off to the races for story content in Genshin.
Yeah, well, I mean, Penacony Chapter 2 is coming out very, very, very shortly, so that's going to steal all my attention for the short term.
Yeah. But it will be such a stark contrast that they jump from Inazuma to Sumeru's story, because I'm still having trouble quantifying my appreciation for Sumeru's story as, is it actually a really good story, or is it just so much better than the non-story we got in Inazuma that it just seems really good by comparison? I still don't know the answer to that.
I think that, like, it's probably above Liyue the same amount Liyue is above Mondstadt. It's just that they dropped you in a hole before you got there. Both figuratively and literally.
Yeah, because I'm not oblivious to this effect that things can have. I accuse WoW players of having it all the time, but and I just don't know where my appreciation for the Sumeru story is. So I'm eager to have somebody go through it that's not doing Genshin back to back and is doing other things like Honkai in the meantime to see where they fall in it, so I can try and place my own feelings with Sumeru a bit better, because I do like the Sumeru story. I think it's very, very good. But is it very, very good because it's good on its own merits, or is it very, very good because I had to suffer through Inazuma right beforehand? Because I went straight from Inazuma to Sumeru. I did the whole before Inazuma because I didn't know the whole was supposed to be done after.
Yeah, I liked the storyline in Liyue. I feel like while they do make you do a bunch of weird wandering around in the wilderness that doesn't make a great deal of sense at times, Liyue and like post Liyue, I felt like the logic that they were following was quite clear. Like what was intended to be accomplished. Like it might have been a little bit amateurish in places. It might not have been the deftest they could have been. It might have been a little bit clumsy. But they knew where they were going and how they wanted to get there, and they did it. And it might be simple, but it was effective. It did its thing. You got to see, what they wanted you to see, which was, ultimately the city of Liyue comes together and they're able to seize their own future without needing to just like sit around waiting for the gods to bail them out. And the Adepti come to terms with the fact that the world has moved on, and they accept the fact that they have to accept this and are willing to lend their help as sort of like partners rather than as sort of like, sitting on a mountaintop and looking down on everybody type of thing. Like you can see like all of these mini plot arcs, even if you aren't being exposed to them in a direct way, you can see them playing out in synchrony, right? Like what is taking place is quite obvious, and it plays out in a logical fashion across a logical story. In Inazuma, that doesn't happen, but I expect from Sumeru for that to be basically be functionally an iteration on the formula of Liyue, where they're going to delve a little bit deeper into the background. They're going to write a little bit deeper in the characters. They're going to spin a story with a little bit more complexity. They're going to utilize the space better. That type of thing, an iteration, whereas like Inazuma was a strictly reverse progress.
So with Sumeru, one thing that they realized something about their setup with Genshin, and that they have not explained very well anything about the function of the world. They haven't even really laid the groundwork for it. They have an outline for it that they presented, and that's about it.
I am not sure that miHoYo actually knew, because they've been very coy about the role of Genshin in the Honkai verse, because the Honkai verse is a distinct and different thing from the Genshin verse. They occupy the same space, but according to some people who have done analyses of the way things have been localized across the Honkai series and Genshin, is that it is not a multiverse. It is a universe based on the Mandarin, and that while there are separate world lines, they actually share common space.
Yeah. So they realized that they had not really nailed down the universe mechanics and presented. If they had beforehand, they certainly hadn't presented them to the player. So they're going to spend a little bit, not more than a little bit, a good chunk of, especially near the mid and end of Sumeru, finally laying that groundwork for how the world of Genshin is supposed to work. It's not going to answer a whole lot. In fact, it's going to raise more questions than it answers, but it's at least going to get the groundwork set up there.
Well, they've gotten, from what I've heard, they've got a habit of always, cosmologies are always presented by an unreliable narrator. Like, that's their policy.
Yeah,
And it's been the case. It's been the case in every iteration of their universe, that the person might have a large number of pieces of the puzzle, but they are the ones that are interpreting and assembling it.
yeah. In fact, the God of Knowledge will outright state as much to you. that even she doesn't know everything that's going on, and you're gonna have to figure some of this stuff out on your own. But
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that like the bleed over from Honkai third to Honkai Star Rail. You can sort of pick up on the fringes of that. Like, Star Rail seems to be relatively committed to not investing itself in that mystery, and sort of like the way that Honkai Third is entirely based around that mystery. And so you've got a lot of like the cosmology, at least the way the residents of Honkai Third understand it, is laid out pretty explicitly. Like, in the way in Honkai Star Rail, you've got imaginary element and quantum element, right, amongst your characters. Those are really, really key facets to the way the world is constructed, and they're sort of polar opposites in Honkai Third. Because what I was surprised to find out is that what in Fate we understand as the pruning theoretical phenomenon also exists in the Honkai verse, and it's what the Honkai itself is for, more or less.
that's what
is
Nasu
to prune
and
dead timelines. And Nasu is a huge fan of Honkai, and vice versa.
they just had an interview this past week. Him and the lead, one of the lead writers for the Honkai verse games, and basically they say they're big fans of each other's work the whole time, and that the Honkai games are taking inspiration at the very least from a bunch of Nasu stuff.
And Nasu's friend told Nasu to tell them to buff Klee.
Yeah, I think I remember reading something along him talking about a character like that.
That was explicitly, because that was the one that I didn't look into the interview, but that was what passed through my timeline, was that Nasu had specifically said that his friend wanted him to ask the team to buff Klee.
Were you that friend? Did you get on the horn with Nasu?
No, I didn't get on the horn with Nasu. Although Klee getting buffed would be a huge boon to my team. But yeah, there's a lot of overlaps between the two systems. But basically, it seems to be the case that Quantum is basically the chaos force, and Imaginary is the organizing force, and Imaginary maintains structure and displacement between the different worlds, and Quantum is what worlds dissolve into when they lose their stability due to being unstable or pruned. And these are sort of like extremely fundamental concepts that are basically ignored by Star Rail, and the only reason that we know that they apply in Star Rail is, number one, because Welt Yang is there and it's the same Welt Yang from Honkai Third, and number two, because those elements are actually used by people, and Welt uses Imaginary as a weapon, as he should, based on his backstory.
I just love that Quantum in my mind is associated with Mahjong. When you gave that descriptor.
I have been really, really stridently resisting the urge to build Ching Che because I love her so much as a character. She's so fun. Except that if I do, then I have to pull Sparkle. It becomes a non-decision.
Here's the thing with a lot of my decisions for character pulling in Star Rail, because I'm not as invested in it as I am Genshin. I'm barely invested in it right now at all. But there is in the Star Rail universe, people that know my character tastes and preferences when it comes to gacha characters know I like girls that are in general very happy. And one of the two characters that is happy in Star Rail is basically Kiara, who I do not like, and the other one is Mahjong Girl. So I was kind of stuck.
She's not really happy. Like, she's happy when her tiles line up. That's about the only time she's happy. The rest of the time, she's always looking for a way to weasel out of work. Like, that's her character trait.
Yeah, but aesthetically, she is one of the happier looking ones, and I don't have a whole lot of wiggle room to work with that in Star Rail. So I'll take what I can get.
It's because of your anti-Kiara bias.
Yeah. So I felt I was forced to build the Mahjong team, A, because Luck Meme team is funny, 2, Mahjong, because Mahjong Meme team is funny, and 3, it's the only other girl I could find that was actually happy, or seemed happy in her animations.
Civil was rather upbeat.
I used it for a while.
Rather upbeat. Tingyun's rather upbeat. Susheng's rather upbeat. Hook, I guess Hook is, but Hook is also a child, and so she's just being an aggressive, rambunctious child most of the time.
Yeah, Hook just seemed violent.
Bailu, I think Bailu is upbeat too.
I'm not sure how to make out Bailu yet. I haven't met her in the story.
She's extremely enthusiastic about snacks, most of all. They basically, the short non-spoiler version of Bailu is that she's basically, you can imagine her as sort of like the heir apparent princess of her race. Like, she's supposed to become their ruler as she becomes more mature. That's what her intended role from the elders is. But she basically is having none of it, so she spends most of her life trying to sneak away from her maids so that she can get snacks in town.
I am getting I've been playing a lot of Grand Blue, and want to share a lot of his character traits is she hates how childish and young she looks, because she's small even for a Harvan. But on her list of favorite things, it's kids meals, like Happy Meals from Skyland McDonald's. She loves them, but she hates that she loves them in her dislikes.
I see. Well, age is sort of meaningless to Bailu's race because every 700 years they rewind and start their life over.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are all arbitrarily old. Like, it's implied that all of her race are as old as when Long the Aeon of Permanence was still around. Like, way back in the early stages of the particular setting's history. It's just that because they reset and lose their memories every 700 years, none of them really know that much about anything that wasn't written down. And so age as an abstract number doesn't really mean anything to them.
We're also almost at 3 hours.
Yeah, it was going to happen. Fern left us, remember?
Yeah. Just catching the time.
Yeah. I mean, do you need to go somewhere?
No. I'm just.
You don't need to move furniture again, do you?
No. I'm free this week. I was noting the time.
Well, I was rounding the end of what I'm doing anyway, since basically that's been last night I spent finishing off Inazuma. The rest of the week I've spent musing on the topic of how I'm going to use my Stellar Jade and how I'm going to deal with the remainder of Penacony. So yeah, that's basically it for my week.
All right.
I've taken to taking notes on paper again because I don't seem to be able to remember anything that I read on websites.
I keep a notepad perpetually open for just jotting down random crap, and occasionally I'll just purge it when none of it's relevant anymore.
I use my old diaries, like, because at work I usually end up with a diary because they expect me to record the things that I do. I don't. I'm really, really, really bad at it. And in fact, I don't really understand why I'm bad at it, because a diary is just paper with a binding, right? If I buy a notepad, I take heaps and heaps of notes. Like, I just write heaps of notes about the things that I need to do and what I'm doing, where I'm up to, and so on and so forth. If it's a diary, the diary stays perfectly pristine with nothing written in it most of the time.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's got a purpose. And so if it's not for that purpose, then I don't do anything with it. And rather than getting paralysis over what the purpose of a piece of writing is, I just write it on notepaper instead. So the notepaper ends up with everything written on it, and the diary stays clean. But that means at the end of every year, I end up with a diary that has 75% of the pages are clean. So I take it home and turn it into notepaper there.
Yeah, I usually keep the actual application notepad open. However, if I need to write something physical down, and I do take a lot of physical notes this way, much to the annoyance of people around me, I'm a sticky noter.
I have turned everybody in my workplace into a sticky noter. We cannot move for post-its now.
Yeah, you will not find a packet of papers in my pile on my desk that does not have a sticky note, at least one on the front. There will usually be multiple, and at least one of them will say, "Opossum, if you touch this, please put them back in the right order."
Yeah, I've also started a thing of like, anytime anybody tells me something, I say, write it down or I won't remember. Like, oftentimes I won't even listen to what they say, because the reality is it's true. The second they leave the room, I'll forget what they said. They will say write it down or they don't remember. So nowadays, when people need to tell somebody something, they will write down what they were going to tell that person onto a post-it, and they'll go and tell that person and hand them the post-it at the same time, because they know that that's what has to be done with me. At least
Yeah.
that seems to be the case.
Has your subordinate walked into
Everybody's turned into a chronic note taker now.
Has your subordinate walked into your room yet? Told you need to go get some rest and wrote it on a sticky note and stuck it on your head yet?
I'm trying to think, because I actually have to seriously consider. I think a previous subordinate did that. Yeah, some of them actually used to bring me food when they realized it had been like several days since they see me eat or something like that. But yeah, I've never been very good at taking care of myself.
Yeah.
Most of the time these days, they try, like the ones, like particularly the ones who are not Westerners, are often like trying to figure out if they know somebody that I can marry, because obviously I'm not taking care of myself.
Yeah.
I mean, and the cultures because in those cultures, that's how you. If you're a man, you have to get yourself taken care of because you don't have the skill set to do it yourself. So,
Yeah. I don't think you want an Indian bride.
well, I mean, I'm not going to marry an Indian unless they're also a Catholic. Though apparently there's actually a Catholic province in India, because I think it was Taiwan. I think I don't remember. It was one of those Southeast Asian areas. They changed the immigration policy to allow Indians into the country, but it was specifically changed to allow them only from this one Christian province. No other Indians are allowed in.
I see. Oh. We should probably go to a break. I don't have my music thing queued up. But I
need
just
a drink anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
And I need to check to see if my laundry got rained on.
So there'll be no tunes this time, but you can stare at the "We'll be right back" screen. So there you go, and we will be right back. And we're back. We
Yes,
actually,
indeed.
yes, we are actually back. I will double check that the live stream is still going. Yep, it'll take a sec to put the break screen away, but we appear to be back. So, you got anything else for your week before I jump into mine?
Nah, we'll move forward.
All right. Okay, my week. There are 2 games to talk about. One of them is wrapping up one game I've been playing, although I'm still playing it right now because I don't want to play the other one on stream because of a situation with that game. And Relink is still really easy to grind with. There are in-game trophies I can still technically grind towards, which I've been doing. They're not particularly reasonable to grind for all of them, but they can be done. And it's easy for me to boot the game up and be a little buzzsaw gremlin on eyeball monsters on lower difficulties.
I'm still not sure what to think about it. Like, in practical terms, I've got more than enough on my plate with Genshin and Star Rail. So I don't really need to think about playing another game. But, like, since you're already done with it, I just really can't see any reason for me to play it because I have to play the entire thing single player. So
Yeah, they said they're looking at putting in the level sync feature for groups. Because when you do a random quest right now, you get level synced. But that feature is not available for pre-made groups yet. They said they're looking at adding it though, specifically for that situation.
right.
So
Yeah, because it seemed like the normal thing was that everybody was going to have every character like at least level 60 in their party once they finished the game. So it's like, well, that particular part of the player base has excluded themselves from cooperation with the rest of it, which seems like a really poor long-term strategy.
yeah, because it will sync your damage down as well, and your damage cap sigils and stuff still contribute, and you can still really raffle bot some stuff if you got enough damage cap, but you're not going to completely delete the fight like you're seeing me do to some of these eyeball monsters when I'm doing it unsynced, just farming solo with my little AI buddies, where I don't have to pay attention to the mechanics and just am basically spamming buzzsaw, just because it doesn't require any brain work. So yeah, we'll start with Relink, I think, because we're playing. I saw it's been on screen, and it's now a completed talk about. Last week you might have remembered me talking about my adventures of farming the best weapons for every character. I finally got Charlotta's weapon. And I had like 4 or 5 more weapons to go afterwards, so I went ahead and just joined a whole bunch of rando pokes to clean it up. Ibu was much luckier in terms of total weapons than I was. However, he was not particularly lucky with his fairy weapon. Fairy is his main character, and it was the very last weapon he got.
Well, he predicted that well ahead of time.
Yeah. So he got all the weapons for all the characters way faster than I did. But it wasn't until the very, very last weapon that he got his fairy weapon. So our progress through Proto Bahamut in farming did not speed up until I got my Charlotta weapon. And holy crap, the Terminus weapons are busted. They have a...
It really wasn't clear based on the stats that you showed me. They look more or less the same to me. Like they're like, oh well, they're a bit more powerful, yeah.
Okay, so the catastrophe skill they comes with the skill maxed out, so you don't have to level it, even at rank 1. And what this does is a 50% damage increase and 50% damage cap increase as long as your total health does not exceed 4,500. That is bonkers.
What's with the health limitation?
Just so you don't also build a super tank character with the jacked up damage. So you don't like stack all the bonus health stuff. It's not a big concern at all. As long as you're building for damage anyway, you're not going to have that level of health. But yeah,
If you're like, is there a reason to build for tank? Like, is that a role in group play or something?
You could build some characters that way, but not for 90% of the cast. There isn't a tank build really for them. Like you can make that case for Vayne if you want to play tank support Vayne, but even they usually prefer the damage build for their character. So yeah, not a whole lot of reason to go that way. I don't know if this was something that came up in playtesting because it's a really easy restriction to avoid. But so yeah, basically they just come with a straight up 50% bonus attack based on your current total attack and 50% damage cap that is tracked separately from the normal damage cap stat. So it just radically increases your damage to such a comical degree. There is no reason not to use any other weapon once you have a character's terminus weapon. The only reason you level up the other weapon is to get the passive stats for having that weapon leveled up. So yeah. The part that becomes a grind though is getting every character's terminus weapon or whatever character's terminus weapon you want, because there's no way to target a character's terminus weapon. You just have to go punch the BDSM dragon over and over again a lot and hope he's feeling generous that particular day. And the BDSM dragon is not a generous dragon. He's in fact a very angry boy.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit banal to have one single end game route for everything.
Yeah. They do make you kill a lot of the other in-game bosses to level up the terminus weapon, but none of this stops the fact you have to get the base weapon first. And that means you got to kill that BDSM dragon a lot. And it would not be so bad if the BDSM dragon was not such a scripted fight that, especially for the first like 20% of his health, where you're stuck on turpits, and just playing ball whack-a-mole until he decides it's time for you to move to the next phase. That you couldn't just fall asleep during the fight. We've done whole attempts where neither of us take damage at all, because all the damage is completely predictable in that fight. There's no RNG whatsoever other than the element of crystal you'll get during the phase transition. And spoiler alert for those of you that haven't been watching the stream, I play Charlotta. Charlotta has a skill called Invincible. And the time between phase transitions is so long that the only time those crystals will pop up will be on time with Invincible coming off cooldown. So I can do the whole phase transition without taking any damage or having to worry about anything. So, and because he's such a long... Most fights you get to use it once, maybe twice. But Proto Bahamut's such a long fight with his phase transition points being where they are, that the only parts where damage isn't completely on a script, you just have Invincible for, so it doesn't matter. So he's really, really boring if you play Charlotta. But Charlotta is also really, really probably not optimal for killing him quickly, because Charlotta is... she has height shoes, and she will not let you forget about them because she has a complex about them. And this means her sword does not reach very far. And so there are two sides of the boat that Bahamut can fall on after you break the elemental crystal. And it is often beneficial if you have a Charlotta or 2 or 3 in your party to wait until Bahamut will fall on the left side of the boat. Because if he falls on the right side of the boat, Charlottas are going to have a much harder time getting their sword to reach him, and you're just going to whiff most of your swings. So there's a whole lot of metagaming going on with Charlottas in the party, where you're like, okay, we need to hold... I'm going to hold DPS on the crystal and just swing my sword like an idiot until he's at a point where he's going to fall down on the left side of the boat after we break the crystal. It's very silly. But you wind up having to do these type of weird min-maxy mind games with yourself because the fight is just so scripted otherwise. And yeah, he's just... I really wish they'd made it so that more of the in-game bosses, like the Robot God or whatever, would drop the weapons as well, just to diversify it a little bit. Because you need drops from all of them to upgrade the weapons. And if you're farming for all of them anyway, there's no reason there's no reason not to spread the grind out a little bit if you want to. So you could at least get a party of characters leveled up for if you're going to super grind the weapons. Because you can only take one into multiplayer anyway, so I don't really know the point of restricting it as hard as they did. But they did, and that'd be how they do. So you just gotta spend like 5 or 6 hours killing that dragon until you get your weapon, or maybe all the weapons. And it's a really, really boring grind, but it be what it be. We eventually got him down to like 6-minute kills. So, and we went back in just for funsies when we both had our Terminus weapons and leveled him up. And bopped him one more time, and we dropped him in like 3.5, 4 minutes.
Wow, those sure do make a difference.
Yeah. It halved the time it took us to kill that boss. So yeah. That was the old in-game, and now the in-game has moved on to Lucilius. With the patch, they've released their level 200 super boss, and at this point in the game, you're used to stuff one-shotting you or near one-shotting you anyway. Lucilius, there's no getting around his crap one-shotting you. There is no reason not to take a full damage build in there for literally everything. The only survival skills you should run are Guts that lets you survive one hit at 1 HP, and Auto Revive that on a relatively long timer will res you once without having to consume a potion or count towards your deaths. So you'll run those, both of those on all the characters you're taking, and you will also and everything else will just be as much damage as possible, and you'll need as much damage as possible because they love their DPS checks with Lucilius. He has several phases that are DPS checks, and also John Milton is rolling in his grave. The amount of times Paradise Lost is used in the fight and becomes a meme. Oh boy. Because he opens the fight with this super move. And it's just, if you watch any YouTube video from day one Lucilius fights, the first thing they highlight is Paradise Lost just killing everybody. Because it's just, so many AoEs that when you first load it, because it's the first thing he does, you have no time to stop and figure it out. It's just, okay, super move, deal with it. And he's just gonna totally wipe the floor with you with it. And then Sandalphon comes in and he's helping you punch the boss. And then he goes in to do a super move on Lucilius, and Lucilius puts him in a box. It's like, no, Sandalphon, you're not gonna help the party out. And then he starts his 12 labors, which are 6 micro phases within the fight that each have their own mechanics. And you can intuit them pretty quickly because they're color coded, but you still have to do them correctly. And if you don't want Lucilius to be super buffed, go into the next phase, and you don't want him to be super buffed because the next phase immediately after is a check for damage and whether or not you built your Skybound art meter up. So you go into the next phase, and you have to get Lucilius low enough on HP after you solve the 12 labors. And then you've got to, after you've got his health low enough, Sandalphon will scream at you from his bubble, "Quick, use your Skybound arts now. We can't let him get this attack off." So you stop him from using Paradise Lost by having everybody do their full chain burst. And then if you get all 4 Skybound arts off, you'll clear the 12th labor and beat the damage check, and Sandalphon will come in and add a 5th Skybound art to it, and it'll be, instead of a 4 chain burst, it'll show Overburst with Sandalphon's portrait in the middle of it. And a very anime over the top. This fight is ridiculous. And
I know their audience.
Yeah, you do the really big funny numbers. And so Lucilius gets mad, and he goes and he tries to do Paradise Lost again to ruin your day and kill everybody again. But then Sandalphon runs up, and he's like, "No, I'll use Paradise Lost too," with his Uno reverse card, and uses Paradise Lost on Lucilius as Paradise Lost and negates the attack. And then Sandalphon's with you for the rest of the fight. And then Lucilius decides he is blue Abadi Abadai by change it into his Super Saiyan form. And then he does all his other mechanics stacked on top of each other with new ones thrown in all over the place, and it's all crazy explosions going off everywhere. And hit much harder basic attacks to avoid, and it's just crazy silliness. It's a really good fight, and at the end you win the day, and you get shards that you then take to the parrot and turn into the parrot. And these things have a stupidly low drop rate for the best sigils in the game because they decided, hey, we heard you like damage cap, so we put damage cap on top of the best sigils in the game so that you don't have to go hunt for damage cap sigils specifically anymore. But good luck getting them. Because the drop rate on the tiers you need to trade in is so low, and every time you upgrade these sigils, they require more tiers from Lucilius. So he's now the in-game grind. He's a much better fight than Proto Bahamut. He's a big, long fight with a whole lot of phases to him, a whole lot of special mechanics that are all very anime. And most importantly, though, there's no stupid turpit section, or you're stuck doing things other than what I'll call monster hunting. You know, like the difference between a Zora Magdaros fight and a normal fight in Monster Hunter. Like, nobody wants to do Zora Magdaros because Zora Magdaros isn't playing Monster Hunter. Proto Bahamut has a whole lot of that fight where you're playing with the turpits instead of monster hunting. But Lucilius is just you're monster hunting the whole time. You're on the ground using the abilities you practiced and mastered the whole way through. He's a much better in-game final boss than Proto Bahamut is. And is more reminiscent of the Machine God, which is the other in-game final boss of the base game, who people really love.
Honestly, the video you linked me looked more like an MMO boss than it looked like a Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah,
boss.
like you will get the inclination that you are playing Final Fantasy XIV for a whole lot of bosses in this game. It is not an uncommon feeling that I had. There are a lot of circles and telegraphs that show you where the circles are going to be, and it's just for Lucilius in particular, it's just there are a whole lot of them. So I enjoyed the Lucilius fight. It's about what I expected for it. It took us a couple of tries. Me and Ibu a couple tries dragging along 2 computers with us. So I took Narmaya and Io, I think, at the end, because I wanted another stun. And while Percival is good at break damage, you don't really need break damage during the Lucilius fight. You need paralyze more than that. Buy you a couple seconds to realign your brain when all the circles are done going off. So Io was more helpful there. And had a good time learning the fight and beating him. And if there was more to grind for, I would enjoy mastering him. But unfortunately, there just isn't a whole lot that we know about the trajectory of the quests they're going to release yet. We don't know if they're going to be harder than Lucilius or continue to progress onward, or if they're going to add more mid-tier quests, or how that's going to work out. They just have not been very clear with the difficulty of new quests that are going to come out as they release them. They've said new characters are coming out. We're getting 2 of the Eternals, the obnoxious sword-wielding leader guy and his girlfriend are the next characters, and then Sandalphon will be coming afterwards as a proper playable character. I'm not sure how they're going to square that circle. Sandalphon is supposed to be one of the... Yeah, he's supposed to be like on the upper tier of power for the universe. So not sure how they're going to get away with that.
He's playable in the main game though, right?
Yeah, he's a recruitable ally, but he's like recruiting a grand servant into your party.
I mean, don't give Lizengel any ideas, because they keep introducing more grands as it is.
Yeah, he's like recruiting a grand at the peak of their power level of recruitment, instead of this whatever story contrivance makes it so that when after you recruit them, they're not as strong. So
no, it's actually a fundamental rule of the setting that if they allow themselves to be summoned, they can't be summoned as a grand. The only thing that can summon them as a grand is the world.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to work Sandalphon in. But what I have learned is Sandalphon is has a bigger fan base than just the Bishi Sparkle crowd. They he is very popular in general amongst the Grand Blue
Oh
community.
yeah, even I was aware of that. I've been aware of it for years. Like people are there's a handful of him. He's not the only one. There's a handful of them that people are just like fanatical about.
Yeah, they like their pretty boys in that universe. Which they have Harbins and drafts, more specifically drafts. So not real sure why. He must have a really good story. So yeah, the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus crowd is very angry that Sandalphon is coming to Relink and not Versus.
Would he even fit on the screen in Versus? Like he's so much wing.
He does have a lot of Wang, but they fit Lucilius in full Wang mode in there as a character.
I guess.
I mean, he's huge and doesn't fit entirely on the screen as a playable character, but he is a playable character. They had to give him really wacky mechanics. But yeah, they want Sandalphon, and Sandalphon he does have a lot of Wang, but apparently he can put the Wangs away, so he doesn't have to be all Wang all the time. In some of his artwork, he doesn't have Wang, so he can unchicken if he like, but he do have a lot of Wang. So that's where that's at. I've actually poked a little bit back more at Versus again, playing around with that a bit. Mostly because I've really grown to like some of the characters in Grand Blue. I really like Charlotta a lot because she's just so funny, and just she's not a deep character. There's nothing deep about Charlotta. She is
most of the characters aren't deep. There's not really enough screen time to give a cast that big depth.
Yeah, but they do have a lot of characters that are just fun, and Charlotta is one of those characters that's fun with her and her obsession with being taller for being a midget, even for a Harvin, and her her hate of her own love of Happy Meals, and it's just funny little character beats that make the characters fun without having to get too complex, and I love that when it's in characters and done well, like I mentioned before. And I've just gotten really attached to it, and so I've started playing Charlotta more in Versus, and I like Anila because she's stupid. Like she's just dumb as a bag of rocks, but she's so earnest about her dumbness and her genuine desire to help people, even though she's just a retard.
And fluff.
And yeah, and she do love her fluff. Like Grand Blue's very good at doing that kind of thing. It's Cygame's trademark, really, with these type of characters. They do it in Idolmaster, they do it in Princess Connect, and they just do that type of character really, really well. Where they make them simple, but they make them fun. And I just got frozen. So I've been playing a little bit of Versus again, and really trying to sit down and figure out Charlotta by just running sets with Ibu or just going into casual matches against random people. And I really enjoy playing her in that game now that I've got a handle on her. Even more than I enjoy playing Anila. And I like playing Anila a lot because I like throwing sheep at people. And people get mad when you beat them with a chip out damage due to sheep. I've gotten a few angry messages from Sweat Lords who got sheeped on.
Well, they can't really be Sweat Lords if they die to chip damage. You should be able to see that that's going to happen and not die to chip damage.
Yeah,
you can't just die forever.
Yeah, you have to. It's hard to chip somebody out in that game, but Anila spams her projectile for being her sheep, the skill boosted version, the blue version that takes meter a lot instead of using her super properly, and that can chip you out. There's normally chip out protection for just regular specials, and but Anila's going to be throwing her sheep all over the place, so they get caught off guard by it and they just get mad. So it's really funny. But Charlotta's totally different in that she's a rushdown character, and because of simple inputs, I don't have to play her as a charge character. So, which is wonderful. And something you learn about Charlotta is she has the ability to condition her opponent, because she has a skill called what's it called? It's the flippy move that puts her in the air. It's a pseudo jump that's faster than a normal jump and can go set distances. Normally, this is very unsafe, but because everybody has an anti-air in that game, but Charlotta's flip is so fast that most people can't react to it and are gonna expect you to run up and do a dashing light attack or something, because that's what every other character in the game does. But Charlotta doesn't have to do that. She can do the flip instead. And from the flip, she has 3 options she can do. She can do a sweeping attack by just not pushing any input. If you press light attack, she'll do a dive kick style attack that's a high hitting move and can be followed up for a combo. Or she can do a Helmbreaker style Devil May Cry sword drop from the air that puts you in a hard knockdown state and resets the position of everything to neutral. Because you're hard knockdowns, you can't combo after that. And you can condition the opponent into thinking you're going to approach one way by just doing a whole bunch of dashing light attacks on run up and get them just blocking when until you, and she can also do a command grab out of it if they're not crouching. And then you can start stopping doing that and switch to one of your other approaches. And that is a lot of fun to just condition random people into expecting a certain type of approach. And then as soon as you notice they've got the handle on that, just switching it up to a different style of approach and decide, okay, now we're going to do command grabs. Now we're going to do helm breakers. And the timing on all of them is so different, they'll react wrong. And it's a ton of fun to just mess with people's heads like that. And I haven't really encountered a fighting game character in their footsie game, they can just play around with conditioning the opponent like she can. And so I'd like to sit down and really, really hammer her out and get her figured out properly and get into the game. Problem is getting into a fighting game and really, really figuring out a character and actually putting in lab time, that takes a lot of time. Even for a game as simple as Versus, relatively speaking. It just
and by the time you get really good at it, how much community will be left? Because it's also not a mainstream one.
Yeah, I am surprised that Versus has stuck around as long as it has. Like, it just appears to really have some longevity to it for an anime fighter. And I think a big part of that is that it has the forgiving simple control, so anybody can really pick it up and play it. But yeah, it's really surprised me with just its staying power more than anything. I expected the game to be well on its way to like go into the graveyard that every anime fighter goes to after about 3 months. But it's sticking around. Its communities are bopping and active, and there's always a couple full 100-player plus lobbies in North America just open, and the Japanese ones are always all stuffed. So yeah, I've been really impressed that it stuck around this long. And my headcanon is that people probably are only sticking around for the guest book, because it doesn't do that much different from the other anime fighters. That are people just really like the characters in Grand Blue. But it's possible it could be the guest book, right?
Well, content in the guest book is a bit sus.
I'm not sure I would call it content. Nightmare fuel filled degeneracy is probably a better term for it. If I see another post about Fairy's childlike body being a ghost factory, I might want to kill somebody.
I don't really understand that comment, and I don't want to understand that comment. I never really thought she looked very childlike.
I didn't think so either, but the guest book disagrees. The guest book disagrees with a lot of things that are normally common sense. You have to be a very special person to post some of the things that get posted in that guest book. Like, there is no short bus in the world short enough for some people in that guest book. So, so yeah, that's Versus. I would really like to get into it and learn a lot more. I have a lot of fun playing that game, but fighting games take time. And it's on the maybe project list, but I'm not committed to it yet. And while I'm grinding Relink right now, I'm functionally done with the game. And we'll need to look for for something else to play with friends because they're just I don't know the trajectory of this game, and I've already finished most of the grind for what's available. It was always Monster Hunter Light in its mission structure, and yeah, it's it is what it is. It got more out. I got way more out of it than I expected to. When the game came out, because I got it a couple days after launch and I've been playing it since late January.
I don't remember.
Yeah, so it's been about two months ish that I've got out of that game, which is really, really good. It's definitely worth your money if that's something that sounds interesting to you.
No, not at the price that it is on Steam.
No,
No, thank you.
but yeah, that's it. It do be what it be. This stupid eyeball is not behaving. There we go. Good girl, yeah. But yeah. So that's Granblue. I'm having a lot of fun. I like my Anilas, I like my Charlottas, I like my Buzzsaw, and I like my throwing sheep at people. Simple as. So now this one merges with a news topic. So let me beat up this eyeball. It should die quick here. In break state. Buzzsaw, link attack, it's dead. Okay. Let me pull this up so that I got my notes handy. So, people that know me at all know that I will shill for Itsuno at Capcom as a developer and a director pretty much for anything. The dude is a very, very good at his job usually, and putting together competent action games is his bread and butter. One of his side projects from in between the Devil May Cry releases and his other stuff at Capcom was Dragon's Dogma, the original. And while he wanted to make a sequel, it was never really in the cards initially until the big shakeup at Capcom happened around the time of Devil May Cry 5's development starting. And Dragon's Dogma, for those that don't know, is a fantasy, stock fantasy action RPG where you go through, and its main gimmick is the pawn system, where you go through and you can recruit. You make a main pawn to follow your character around. This is totally AI controlled. The game is 100% single player. There is no multiplayer aside from downloading other people's pawns. And pawns they look like humans, they talk like humans, and if you didn't know better, you would think they are humans, but they have no will of their own. They can't think for themselves. They can only do what their master tells them, and they will only listen to somebody called the Arisen, who is somebody that is defeated by a big F-off dragon and has their heart taken from them by the dragon, and the dragon says, "You need to come kill me now." So your journey is to figure out what the Arisen is and go get your heart back from the dragon, so that you're not beholden to his quest anymore, and he'll stop terrorizing the world. And you get the pawns to assist you while doing this. Now, the pawns you pull from a rift stone, and you have your main pawn that you construct yourself that'll be uploaded to the server automatically and go into the pawn pool, and will be updated every time you rested it in. But other people's pawns are available as well. Now, you can take the stock terrible ones that Capcom puts in the game just to be sure the game is playable forever, even if it goes offline. But you're more than likely going to want to grab pawns online, which have usually more specialized skills and are made by actual people, and it's funnier that way. So the pawns you recruit online do not level up. You and your main pawn do. They level up as you quest, and you can freely swap their gear out and stuff. The ones that you get from the rifts are a little more static. They don't level up. Their gear is usually not changeable. And you will be replacing them regularly. Now, how can I continue to describe this? While the pawns in combat on a level flat playing field are actually fairly good at being AI companions. A lot of the emergent gameplay and comedy of this game was intentional in as soon as interviews, where if you do things like tell the pawns to come towards you while you're on a ladder and they're above you, you're gonna watch them fall off the cliff like lemmings and faceplant, and it's really funny. And just doing silly things with AI controlled companions like that was supposed to be part of the emergent gameplay and the intended gameplay experience, and they made no effort in fixing any of this weird jank when making the game because Itsuno thought it was funny. And it is funny, and it is isolated enough to control distances where you have to go out of your way to cause it, that it is not a burden on the gameplay. But it is there, and because they're AI controlled companions, screaming at your healer pawn to please turn on the healing field is a thing that happens. And this is all part of the intended gameplay. It's supposed to be riding the struggle bus with controlling the AI a little bit. This doesn't sound very interesting in gameplay until you really just start messing with it and accept it for what it is. And once you do, though, it's really funny and really interesting. And when the pawns actually come through for you, you can go like, yeah, you actually did it. I'm proud of you. And it
This
leads...
sounds like something that is about. This is about difficulty balance. Like, it would be very easy to turn this from a feature into a frustration.
Yeah.
Like,
and
if it is like flatly, if you can just be flatly betrayed on the regular as your normal gaming experience, rather than actually having a means to coax them to assist you in success, then it just becomes frustration.
Yeah, and you can set inclinations to the pawns to get them to lean towards one type of behavior than the other, and this by itself goes a long way in towards stopping it from becoming frustrating. Or the instances where they just refuse to heal you become very rare. If you have them set towards a support inclination, for example. So, it is a system that is very hard to describe to people or sell to people because it involves AI companions. And this is...
It also sounds horrible when you describe it.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where you just gotta play it to see that it kind of works. Dragon's Dogma, the original, had a few other shoes in that it was a bit too expansive for its own good, and came with a lot of just system jank because of it. Itsuno wanted to do a whole lot of things, and nothing really hit the cutting room floor. So you've got a whole lot of inconvenient ways of shuffling your pawns around in the first game, and the grab onto enemies to climb to their weak points mechanic, Shadow of the Colossus style, got not quite implemented as cleanly as it could have. Stamina management became a bit of a shoe. Inventory management was a little bit of a chore in moving stuff around. And just none of that really perfectly clicked, but it worked well enough that it made a very unique game experience and nothing else. That was still fun, but could have been a whole lot better. And so Itsuno always wanted to make Dragon's Dogma 2, which took the same systems and just hammered out a bit of the jank that wasn't supposed to be there with them. And after his success with Devil May Cry 5, this was second on his list of games he wanted to do. So, about a year or two after DMC5 was done and dusted, this project got underway. And by all accounts, most of that jank that we talked about before seems to have been fixed. Shuffling pawns at the rifts is very quick and easy for your two guest pawns. Moving stuff between pawns is really simple now. You have even more control over how your pawn's inclinations are set, and they pretty much stick to whatever you tell them to do as far as combat's concerned. You can even set them to do things like go gather crap around you. Like, so you don't have to go pick herbs that you run by, as long as you run by it and you're not in super zoomy mode. Sprinting your way through, they'll stop and go jog slightly off path to go gather random materials you find on the side of the road. If you take a pawn with that inclination, you can search for pawns by vocation and customize their gear a lot easier. It's all of it is much just a cleaner system from the bits I played of Dragon's Dogma 1. Now, I never finished the first one. I never got all the way through it. It was I'm not exactly sure why. It wasn't because I was falling off with my enjoyment of the game. It was one of those things I probably got distracted. But but yeah. And Dragon's Dogma 2, from the bit I played of it, because I did scoop the game on PC, we'll talk about that in a minute, seems to have fixed all those. And it has been a very enjoyable experience for the gameplay itself. And the big thing here, when you're playing the game, you can tell Itsuno designed the combat, because the combat feels really good. It's very weighty, it's got the same kind of snappy animation cancels you expect from his style of game. It's not as clean as something like Devil May Cry, because he doesn't have, very fixed characters of like 2 or 3 of them to really sit down and hammer out all the moves for. You've got classes that you can swap between anytime. The vocation you pick at the start of the game doesn't matter. You can freely swap between classes and just decide you want to go level up a different class if you want. And the game's totally fine with that. And advanced vocations actually encourage that. So you just pick your class, equip your weapon, and put on armor applicable for that class, and you're off to the races. So yeah, that's a very simple system to go through, and every vocation feels like its combat is very good. It has a lot of tools. It's very snappy. The animations cancel well and can be flowed between very naturally. They give you plenty of options to toolbox within the vocations, and they in general feel very good to play. The pawns are very intelligent in combat. They chatter a bit too much, but you can turn their volume down to compensate for that, and that solves that problem. And they in general, it's fun to go through the rift and just see what other people have made, and you'll notice an inclination in the pawns that are picked a lot. They are either very pretty ladies, very large men, or furries.
Why is it always with the furries, man?
Yeah, and this is another thing in Dragon's Dogma. Every aspect of character creation is important to how the game plays. Itsuno didn't like the idea that character creation in the physical aspect of your character was just cosmetic in every other game. He wanted all that crap to matter. So, if you make a very large man with big broad shoulders and a lot of muscle mass, he has a huge starting carrying capacity, but his stamina regen is going to be hampered a bit because he's got to lug all that muscle mass around. If you make a very small girl character, your starting capacity ain't going to be very big at all. Carrying capacity ain't going to be very big at all. But because you weigh so little, your stamina will regen faster. So you have to make executive decisions in character creation of what type of character do I want, and it actually is going to matter how big my upper torso is, because that's going to add weight. So you have a whole lot of characters that make very utilitarian decisions in character creation, and you
I'm
will
not happy unless furries get thrown out of town for being degenerate.
Thankfully, it's just a furry head, but that's too much for me. If you have animal head, we've crossed the line. So
I might be willing to tolerate ears and a tail, but that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, there's a hard line between human with animal features, and that's a cat. And it is sometimes you can feel yourself approaching that line, but you haven't crossed it yet. The second you cross it, you know it, though. Like, that is not a person anymore. That's a cat.
It is not fun.
Yeah. It's not fine, too. And, so, the pretty ladies have the most picked, so spending a whole lot of time with the ridiculous character creator is, going to net you more free rift crystals from people using your pawn online. And big giant men to use as pack mules is also very popular. So when you recruit a pawn in your party in this game, if it's the online ones, they will make comments about other people that have summoned them. And conspicuously, everybody's pawn that I've picked up seems to note how their master only travels with women.
see.
It's like, or it's so nice not to have a different party than a bunch of giant men, because they'll comment on the body type, gender, and etc. of every of their previous party's inclinations when you recruit them. It's just really funny. So you can get a little bit of banter from that, and I found that interesting. And I've since turned the pawn dialogue down because they like to talk a lot while you're adventuring. So, but their voice lines are tracked separately in the audio file or the audio system, so you can just shut them up if you want to. And I've got them turned down to barely audible. Basically, my ears are only listening for the word "there's a treasure chest" or "I'm going to go gather this thing," and I don't care about whatever else they have to say. And even then, I don't even really care if they point it out to me, because I'll probably spot it before they do. Yeah, the other thing about Dragon's Dogma is Itsuno does not believe in the concept of convenient fast travel. He thinks if you're going to immerse yourself in a fantasy RPG world, you can take ox carts between towns, and but teleportation stones are a bit of a step too far, and that using them while they exist should be costly, and the fairy stones you need to use them are fairly expensive, and there should not be very many base ones in the game. So what he does is, at the super major towns of the game, he puts one, and he gives you 10 to just put anywhere you want. But you have to go there first to put them down. So this is a quirk of the game that is a bit more hit and miss with people, and I can totally understand that. For people that prefer the checklist style of gameplay, maybe having the fast travel option there would be something more to their taste. But this game prefers you to get lost in the world and explore it and properly route your path through it. And I think that style of play is legitimate too. You're serving two different mindsets when you cater to one or the other, and there just ain't a whole lot of video games that cater to the mindset that wants to just sit and explore the world. There's plenty of games out there that allow you fast travel wherever you want. Not nearly as many that force you to wander around, especially with modern games. So I'm okay with Itsuno making this choice. But I can at least understand where the people that are not happy about fast travel not being there are coming from. Now, all that sounds like I'm going to give you a glowing recommendation to go buy this game and at least check it out, and it sounds good. I would love to do that. I really would. Because everything about the video game as developed from a video game design perspective is an enjoyable video game so far in the 4 or 5 hours I put in it. Aside from a few things. The first negative is, and this has been a thing with Capcom games for a while now. I don't know why. Itsuno's games are not exempt from this. They do not allow multiple save files. And this immediately became a problem in Dragon's Dogma 2, because people at character creation, even if they made the character look visually the way they want, forgot this isn't a Western game. And there's a posture slider in the game. And they don't tell you what positive 100 and negative 100 will mean unless you kind of know how a boy and a girl walk. And you will know that one of them is hyper feminine and one of them is hyper masculine. And it will show you the walk cycle as you're adjusting the posture meter. It will not show you the run cycle. And if you're like me, and you're used to Western games just deciding that we need to turn all girls into boys, you set that slider as far as you could to the feminine side. What this means is you have a chicken run of the most hyper girly in a dress kicking her heels up to stop her heels from snapping run of all time.
Sort of when somebody's trying to parody acting like a woman type of thing.
Yeah, it is.
You're sort of like halfway skipping along, sort of thing.
Yeah, kicking your legs out way to the side with the knees and the elbows bent way inwards and the knees at a wacky angle. Yeah, it's just comical chicken running, and you cannot just delete your character and try again.
How many pawns have
A lot of them.
them?
So you need to go take those sliders down to about -20. But because there's no save slots or easy way to delete your save in game, you have to look up how to delete your save file by cutting it out of your Steam save file. That's a mark against it. And until you get about an hour and a half into the game, you can't get to the main city to go buy a character recustomization thing from the vendor, or to use the one you get for free for buying the deluxe edition to fix it. Now, I made bad financial decisions and bought the deluxe edition, so I had the free recustomization. So for my first hour and a half of the game, I decided it wasn't worth it to go digging through files and delete this thing, especially with the obnoxious decision to put de novo DRM on this thing that I'll talk about in a minute. To just deal with the chicken run for the first hour and a half until I could get to the character editor. So they have directly acknowledged this problem. Itsuno himself has acknowledged this problem and said, yeah, especially on PC, we did not consider this for the port, and we are looking to add it in either the next patch or the one after. So, okay. That's at least been acknowledged. Now, the game has, I've outlined in my notes, 3 major shoes on PC, because if you go on the Steam page right now, you'll see a low mixed, approaching negative user review for this game. One of them is a storm in a teacup, and is the community being retarded.
Well, I think that before you get into that, I think it's not. I think that a lot of it is just brigading. Like, it's not like when these movements happen, most people are bandwagoning, so you end up with an overemphasized effect, regardless of how many people are actually complaining.
Yes.
So all it takes is one person to think that, say, the DLC is unreasonable on a game, to get a whole bunch of people following suit. It doesn't necessarily reflect the number of people who are upset at the game. It represents the size of the platforms of the key people who are being the trendsetters for reviews.
Yeah. So that's something to keep in mind here when you're looking at the reviews for this game.
Like if Asmongold decided that he didn't like something, that has more effect on Steam reviews than, you, Aristiel, deciding that you don't like something.
Yes. So yeah. So we'll tackle the DLC issue first. This one is, in my honest opinion, a storm in a teacup that doesn't matter. Because the DLC they're selling is the exact equivalent of the type of random DLC they offered for Devil May Cry 5. They tried to make us think about it then, but it didn't really latch on. It didn't have the same type of streamer catch. The right voices didn't make us think about it. So it died off immediately. And the reason is, Itsuno was relatively open in hinting that he was fully aware that he had to include DLC because the suits told him to. But in Devil May Cry 5, he specifically made Mission 13 to circumvent the need to ever purchase DLC. And that you will get orders of magnitude more red orbs than you could possibly buy with the biggest DLC pack for its ridiculously overpriced amount by just doing one run of Mission 13.
If you're a developer, you can't get non-monetizable games greenlit anymore.
Yeah.
It's not a thing. The only scenario where you can do that is if you are the indie developer in charge of everything. And even then, if you get the wrong investor, if you're an indie game developer and you happen to have a publisher who decides that this is the way they're going to be inclined, then you have to do it there as well. Like, it's just the norm now. It's not a good norm. I don't like it. But unless you can go fully independent, it's almost certainly going to be the case that you've got no choice in the matter. You will put DLC of some kind in there.
Yeah. And the other DLC packs that are items can all be purchased in the game for Rift Crystals. The only one that appears to have a limit of any kind is you're allowed 2 character customizations per... It doesn't appear to be per playthrough. It does refresh, apparently, I was mistaken on that in my notes. At a time from the Rift Crystal vendor for 500 Rift Crystals, which is basically nothing. Like you'll accidentally walk into the main town just from killing random monsters on the road. You'll walk into the capital city with about 1,500 Rift Crystals, and these are low-level goblins you've been mashing. And it appears the Rift Crystals you get per kill scale up quite dramatically as the level of the enemies do. The only exclusive thing appears to be the camping set, which saves you 1 whole kilogram from the regular camping set. That's it. That's all it does. And I do not know if you can get it elsewhere in the game or not, but if you buy the DLC version, you get access to it at the very least sooner and save yourself 1 whole kilogram. That ain't a lot.
If you made a really skinny character, though.
I just dump it on Jeff. One of the pre-canned names for the pawns was Jeff, and so I could not make Jeff as my pawn. So I have Jeff, the big burly fighter man, acting as a pack mule. So yeah. That's the DLC shoe. Much like when I said when Devil May Cry 5 came out, the DLC kerfuffle is mostly a storm in a teacup. Although some of the discussion has been based around this is a full price $70 to $80 game in the US, and that is a new price point for us. But I got news for y'all, people. We've been good with video game pricing for over a decade now at $60. It's inflation has happened. The fact that it's catching.
I don't want to go to bat for them like this. It upsets me.
I know. I don't either. But this is just the reality of the world. Like, costs have gone up, and we in the US have stagnated at video game prices at $60 for way past that price point's expiry date. Like, I don't like it either. I think inflation is bad. Okay, I'll happily sit here and go to bat against ending the Fed and money printing all you want, but it doesn't change the reality that it happened. And money is a measure of wealth, and the proportion of wealth you have that a new video game is asking for needs to reflect its actual dollar value. And so it's going to go up. That's just the reality of the function of currency. I don't like it. I don't think inflation's good, but it's just the way the world works. You don't get to deny reality because we don't like it. That's called running away from the problem and living in a fantasy world. So, yeah, I get it, but that's just not a reasonable position to have right now. You know it's coming. You know it's already here. Video games in the US are now going to cost $70 to $80. I know we've been living it good. I've been happy that we've been living it good and happily have scooped up as many games as I could. And if you were smart, you probably would have done it too while they were at that price point. But now we're not in that era anymore. Everything is going to be getting worse. And if the Fed keeps printing them dollar dues, it's only going to get even worse. So maybe think about where you put your vote, eh? Maybe we can slow it down a bit if we're lucky and they fall on their face. So, okay. Before I get too into politics on that.
Ain't no Fern here to save us.
Yep. The next one is De Novo DRM. De Novo is a CPU hog and is certainly exasperating issue number 3. And is just a pain in the butt to deal with. Just because De Novo's on there, I went ahead and installed this on the work PC in case I have to stay after 5 o'clock. I doubt I will ever boot this game up at the office, but this game that makes it so you can only install it on a certain number of systems within a 24-hour time period. And is just in general an obnoxious piece of crap that's going to make the game take forever to start up. Every time you boot it up, DRM is what it is. I don't like it. I think Steam has proven pretty decisively that piracy is a service issue, not a monetary issue. You don't need to put these hard locks on things. You just need to go out of your way to make sure that the game is accessible to the most amount of people through a legitimate service that's convenient to use and people will purchase your product normally. But DRM is here. It is a shoe. Normally, it's not a shoe I stick too big of a thumb in. It's obnoxious, but won't get that in the way. But because of other problems in this game, it's very possible that de novo is part of the greater issue at work here. So yeah, we've got that. Let's see here. And the only legitimate issue that is a big shoe, this is not a minor shoe, and is why I'm hesitant to recommend it, is performance issues on PC. Now, Capcom in the past, for the past several games, their RE Engine games, has actually had okay PC ports. They've had a few minor shoes here and there, but for the most part, they've been able to run just fine. For this one, if you've got anything less than a 3070 GPU, if you are in any settlement with multiple characters on screen, you're chugging a lugging at sub 30 FPS. If you get to the capital, you're going to be CPU bottlenecked on top of that. And you're going to be really chug-a-lugging. And this just seems to be a quirk of the RE Engine being ported to PC. And no other RE Engine game trying to render this many human characters on screen at the same time. And this thing did not have enough time in the oven to alleviate this problem. And keep in mind, this is with all the special lighting features and the options menu turned off. And shadows turned down to medium or low. So, this is with tweaked graphic settings. And, yeah, the RE Engine just doesn't appear to have ever been designed with the intent of having this many human character models on screen this detailed at any given time. And it's just causing shoes. Like, I go into the Capitol on my rig, which is not a bad rig at all, and I'm running, like, 24 to 36 FPS. It's...
it always falls down on the optimization.
Yeah, and, you know, the previous PC ports of RE Engine games fine, but like I said before, we just have not seen this many human characters on screen at any one time. And this is unfortunately a big enough shoe that you need to be careful when buying this game. While I can talk positively about most of the other aspects of the game and the game itself, you need to take a serious look at your rig and go, can it handle it? And if your CPU is really bad, it appears to be the CPUs that are not particularly good are causing outright crashes of the game. Because its CPU demand is just so high.
Has there been any acknowledgement of this?
They're aware of it. They have not acknowledged the specific cause, but they said they're looking into it with the nebulous "we're looking into it" they always give, that a company will always say. But they've at least acknowledged the problem, not the cause of the problem.
Honestly, I think that this sounds like one of those things that it was launched while they already knew that it was a problem.
Yeah. So yeah. Performance issues are just a thing that's ongoing with this. And if you need to take a serious look at your rig before considering whether or not you're going to jump into this one. I don't like having to make that qualifier for an Itsuno game, but because the rest of the game, I in general have good things to say about my first 4 hours. But it is what it is. So that's that for Dragon's Dogma for now. I have not sat down and really chewed through much more than the starter bits of the story because, well, there's only so many hours in a week, and Dragon's Dogma did not come out until quite a bit later in the week cycle, so I have not had very much time to sit down and really plug into it. and I would like to. I've got a lot of other games that are on the plate right now. I haven't even really had time to sit down and plug in through Genshin or Honkai because this week has just been very busy at work, and all I've had time to do is finish the Bahamut grind, do the Lucilius fight in Relink, and poke around a bit at Dragon's Dogma 2 with a very, very little bit of Rising Throne in there. It's I've just got a whole lot of stuff I'm trying to do because nobody's biting right now. So I've been overworking myself on trying to cram quotes out there right now because I need somebody to bite. People are so hesitant to make purchases because everything is expensive right now and nobody has money.
Well, it's also immediately before Easter. Like, nobody's going to start a project immediately before Easter.
Yeah, and we've just hit spring, so we're coming out of the cold season. I want my quotes out there so that when construction starts up again in a little bit here, they're all already out there ready to buy. So it's a bit of a messy season for me. Yeah. And hopefully some of these jobs break soon because I desperately need to make some sales. I've not made anywhere close to the amount I would like to make over the past few months. Made a few big sales, but they're just enough to keep me even in costs for the months. I gotta get a lot of this junk breaking, and I'm gonna have to start phoning people up next week that I've sent quotes to and been like, "Hey, what's the status of this project?" To just try and sell some of this crap because I've been doing a whole lot of work and not getting a whole lot of orders to pay me for my work. So yeah, that's where we're at with all that. So for now, Dragon's Dogma 2 is on the tentative. If you can run it, it gets a hesitant recommendation from me. If they fix the FPS issues, it'll go to if it's in your price range and sounds like your type of game. Yeah, you could probably scoop it. Its combat's fun enough to warrant that by itself, I think. And if it goes on sale and they fix the FPS issues, then I think it'll get a more broad general recommendation from me. But yeah, right now it is a very tentative. If you can run it and it's in your wheelhouse and in your price range recommendation. Otherwise, I would hold off on this one.
Hmm.
Okay, that tied a whole new segment into it, so that's that. We have an email. My throat's tired. Do you want to take this one?
I can do the email. Although the show is getting extraordinarily long at this point. Let's see. Okay, so our email goes like this. Dear No Excuses, apparently the magical girl genre has gone far in the past few decades, from Sailor Moon's old school optimism to the psychosexual stuff of Utena, to the Riona of Madoka MGRP magical girl site, to Earth Defense Club, which I'm pretty sure was a direct answer to Madoka, along with Maho Shoujo Ore, to the new school optimism of Pretty Cure. But the genre finally reached its peak, what it was always meant to be, Yuri BDSM with the occasional breastfeeding and electrocution.
Are we really doing this?
I sure hope we're not. Interspecies reviewers walked so the magical girls could gush. Truly, we are witnessing history being made here. And why am I writing this? Partly to troll you. I still remember your reactions to the Twin Tail and Keijo anime, but also because miHoYo has been taking up a disproportionate amount of time from the show, so I decided to bring up a different topic. Not that I mind, your insights in the story setting and gameplay mechanics of various gachas are more than illuminating. Also, Ari, I swear the Forest Fairy storyline in Sumeru, if done from start to finish, might actually take longer than the MSQ for that zone. Seretha.
Yes. Yes, it will. It took quite a long time. In fact, I think it ate like a whole 3 weeks, and the main story of Sumeru took about 2.5.
Is this what you have been calling the mushroom people?
Yes.
Right, so yes, well obviously miHoYo games are taking up a disproportionate amount of show at the moment because it's what I'm currently immersed in, it's what Ari has recently been immersed in. and it's what Fern would like to have a go at if he could ever connect to the internet. But yeah, I appreciate that somebody is actually paying attention to the endless chin wagging which I've done on the topic. But yeah, so as far as anime goes, I have been pointedly avoiding that anime because I do not wish to get within a 10-foot radius of it. It's too degenerate. I usually avoid degenerate anime, generally speaking. I don't really want to take that into my mind because once something gets into your mind, you can't ever get it out again. Short of Alzheimer's. So yeah, I don't need that. Like, I have reasonably fond memories of various other magical girl shows, and I don't really want to see everything taken to its most degenerate conclusion. I don't think that it's necessary. I'm not going to gain any quality of life out of seeing Yuri BDSM magical girls.
Yeah, I think I've got Proto Bahamut has filled my BDSM quota for a while.
There's a bad dragon joke in there somewhere.
There is. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole either. But yeah, like when it comes to magical girl stuff, particularly, I watched Card Captor Sakura because it was in a good time slot. I watched some of Sailor Moon while it was briefly in a good time slot for me to catch it. But it was more just what it was on, and I did thoroughly enjoy Madoka when it was actively the thing, and still do like Madoka. I went back and rewatched it not too long ago, and it was enjoyable. And I especially enjoyed the third movie. I think that's still a good movie that not very many people I know have seen, although quite a few people have seen it.
Yeah, in my case, Sailor Moon was never on at a time where I could watch it, and it had amongst the people that I knew at the time, when it was on TV, I was still in primary school. But it had a distinctly female slanted viewer base, so I just didn't really look at it. And even if I had, it was in an awkward time slot, so I wouldn't have been able to watch it on the regular. I never watched any of the Utena. I did not like or dislike Madoka. I was totally neutral on it. I liked the music. That was about it. I found the whole rest of it quite underwhelming. It was a very bland type of deconstruction that relied on what has since become a very overdone story mechanism, and to me the entire plot seemed transparent from the word go. I don't know why it was that I was able to see through it where so many other people didn't seem to. I don't think there was anything in particular that made me twig what was going on, but I did within the first couple of episodes exactly how, down to the in-universe reasons, it was all going to be structured. I don't know whether I just chanced upon that or whether they deliberately dropped hints that I'd subconsciously picked up on, but ultimately I just found it sort of like banal and underwhelming. Like, I did not form an attachment to any of the characters, so that I didn't sympathize with them at all. It was, I just found it rather bland. I would have preferred for it to be a bit more straightforward than it was, and I felt like it was too overwrought. And because of that, I never followed up on watching any of the cinematic content. It was just like, wow, the series did what it did, and it ended in a giant shrug for me. So I felt nothing having finished the series. It didn't stir me at all.
Yeah, I'm about 4 or 5 years younger than you, so when I first watched it, the story was something I attached to much easier, I think. However, later, my appreciation for it has been nothing to do with the story or the characters so much as I just really like a lot of the decisions with the art and the music in that series, especially when it comes to the witches areas.
Yeah, like you can win me with music quite easily, and that was the only thing that I really remember about it is the music. Everything else is just, much of a muchness, and even if I can see in a technical sense what they are doing with other things, I'm just not enthralled by it. I tend to prefer simpler fare generally. Like, the Magical Girl series that I've probably spent the most time watching, probably Nanoha. and there's nothing complicated whatsoever about Nanoha. It's just straight up. They're Gundams, except they're not. They're magical girls instead. Like it's the most archetypically straightforward uh, magical girl styled take on shonen combat, and it's just much easier to swallow for me. And it's like to me at the time that it was popular, it was like the perfect junk food. Everything is exploding. I like the visual stylings of the designs. Everything was sort of like, transforming and overcomplicated, and I just really liked it. I liked both its innocent beginnings and its sort of like the sort of the final sort of overwrought thing where you've got a new generation of characters that are all coming into their own and developing their different skills and so on, and the way that they expanded it over time into a broader universe. Like the whole what is it, the fan nickname Hayate's lesbian army thing that it ended up devolving into. Like, I still feel that this originated basically 100% as an external projection of the community onto the product, which was then reflected in the writers over the course of time. And this sort of like constant mirrors into mirrors reflection basically resulted in them, by the end, it was like a lesbian lolly fest by the time the seasons were on and on and on and on and on. And so I stopped watching it sort of around the end of season 3, which I think was basically where the story ends. Everything after that was basically fan service for lolicons and Yuri fans, and that was basically it. Like, I think it was mostly sort of like unnecessary cash-in stuff. I suppose to a certain extent, I also like the fact that they had the gall to do a crossover with Prisma Ilya. They actually released an official crossover manga for that. But yeah, it was my preferred show in that genre at around that sort of era where Madoka became popular. It was like the polar opposite. It was purely optimistic. Every conflict resulted in a peaceable resolution in the end, no matter how evil the opponent was, more or less, with one possible exception. And there was no power ceiling. It was, in every respect, was the counter Madoka. Counter Madoka was like, everything is about 100% conservation of the power in the setting. There are no good solutions to anything. There are only barely adequate ones, and everything is depressing all the time. So yeah, I basically went in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I liked a lot of Madoka's characters, in particular some of the character designs. I like Mami's design a lot, but what really makes me go back and think of Madoka again is the design of the witch areas and the witch concepts and how they're done. I really like those a lot. I won't go out of my way to watch Madoka these days, but I probably won't ever sit down and do a rewatch of the series again, because now that I'm a bit older, the series, especially what it's going for with its themes and its rather overly bleak atmosphere, doesn't really sit as well with me. But I still really like the design of the witch areas and the witches themselves.
Yeah, I found it like a bit sensorially a bit noisy. Like, I think that there is a marginally cleaner way of executing the same thing that I might have preferred, is my instinct. I understand what they were going for, and the part of that I feel that they accomplished, but it's just not to my taste.
Yeah, but I do think they handled that bleakness they set up the setting with much better in the third movie. It's they lean into it. The last few minutes of the movie does a lot to undermine it, I think, but everything leading up to it is really really good, I think, in the third movie. And I don't, it's not a piece of media I've had a lot of opportunity to discuss with people, unfortunately, just because most people that I know haven't watched the movie. And it kind of requires you to know the mechanics of the Monica universe to really have
Yeah,
any real discussion about it. So it's not live
I
for
think that
people
that's a
either.
problem. I think that that's actually a failure of the franchise's ability to communicate. Like, if Madoka had been 50% to 100% longer originally, and had just dived headlong into power scaling first to make you think it was a series that it wasn't, before changing direction, I think the whole thing would have been more effective. I think that they skipped, like, it's always implied that that took place, right? That was my impression anyway. It is always implied that a conventional magical girl story played out at some point in the middle ground, in at least a large portion of the universes in that sort of repeating cycle.
Yeah.
But because it never happens on screen, you never your point of view never properly aligns with the characters, and so you are to some extent fenced out of their point of view. They always tighten the focus too much on one character, and I feel that causes the relationships between them to take a back seat. Like, you get a tight view of the blue girl. I can only think of them in terms of colors. You get a tight view of the blue girl as being obsessed with a particular guy who has no interest in her, and this is tackled in total isolation from everybody else. You get a narrow view of the family circumstances of the red girl and how her life fell apart, and this doesn't. While it it affects her as a person and causes her to treat others in a certain way, there's no interaction taking place there. Like, it's not something that is hashed out in the public arena in any way. Like, you could tell that story without any of other characters being present at any point. The yellow girl gets no story at all. She just serves the purpose of being a plot device, which makes me confused as how she became so popular when she was only used as a plot device.
Because
And
she has
ultimately,
because she has a cool character design, she's the booby lady. That's why.
ultimately, the pink girl is just also a plot device. And the entire story becomes about the black girl, but her story is not involving anybody else. It entirely takes place within the ambit of her own emotions. The entire cast, including Madoka, the object of her intent, is also irrelevant. Like, she at no point does she consider anything that Madoka thinks about anything, and that's sort of like that's her pathos in the story. But ultimately, what the collective result is, none of the characters think about any of the other characters at any point in any real meaningful sense, at any real depth. They're supposed to be collectively together as a group of magical girls, and you see splinters of the alternate worlds where they had real interactions, real conflicts, and real resolutions with each other. But ultimately, they're a collection of adolescents who are entirely lost in their own heads, and no build up or resolution to that story ever takes place. So having a magical girl show is entirely surplus to requirements by the end of the story. Like, why was it even a magical girl show? Because the entire story just took place in one character's head.
But yeah, it be what it be.
There are lots of communication issues, I think, with the way it was put together, and I can see how you could use a cinematic production to try and straighten out, as it were, what the core rails that the themes were supposed to be running on really were, but that seems to me more like remedial action than supplementary material.
Yeah, it's I don't want to stick on Monica too long because it's been a long time since I put any real serious hard thought into Monica and my opinions on it. But
I don't know whether or not there has been a trend towards increasing degeneracy across the seasonal anime. My gut feeling is that there has been, but it might be that I simply revolt against it more viscerally and more instinctively than I used to. Maybe I just didn't notice it before.
I am quite glad that Bob's if I was still watching seasonal anime on the season, I would be more appreciative of this. but I've noticed that Bob's is willing to flag a show with the R18 flag if it either A has an uncensored version or B is a super degenerate show.
Yeah, I've made use of that, and just I automatically don't see the ones with R18. Sometimes they actually flagged reactively. It's not like the rating that the show gets.
Yeah.
So occasionally it won't go up until people get a feel for what the show really is. But yeah, I do avoid those. Like I don't need to imbibe that material. Like I'm going to be subjected to a sufficient amount of gross unnecessary sexualization just in normal life without seeking additional content.
Yeah.
I don't really want that in my system because you can't get rid of it once it's in there. It's like metals poisoning. It will just sit in your bones.
Yeah, when we were younger and not boring adults, and the over sexualization of everything was only up to our knees instead of our heads. Uh, a raunchy show coming out once in a while. Okay, I can get a few laughs out of it existing.
Well,
Probably won't
and
watch
that-
it.
In that context, it's more sort of iconoclastic, right?
Yeah,
Like it's just an upsetting of the norms. It's not about trying to find deeper and deeper depths of depravity to sink to, but that's what it feels like they're doing now. Like taking something which is stereotypically optimistic, like a magical girl genre show, and then just making it as perverse as you possibly can. Like that's destructive. That's purposefully iconoclastic. Like or rather, it would be purposefully iconoclastic if everybody wasn't doing the same thing. Like that's the thing about iconoclasm, right? It ceases to be iconoclasm if everybody is involved, and every story seems to be attempting to do the same thing. Like gross over sexualization occurs at great length in Prisma Ilia, and the only reason I tolerate it is because number one, it's from an IP that I enjoy, and number two, I know that it's just window dressing from one of the earlier seasons before the real story gets down to brass tacks. And it's also, it's also lampshaded repeatedly. Like the fact that, Ruby has decided that transformation sequences have to have nudity, and so Ilya goes into the public toilets to transform. Like that type of thing. Like I was willing to forgive it up to the point, but Prisma Ilia was already past the line that I would accept under normal conditions, and it was only because I was already into the franchise and was looking past that to something further down the line. Like the favorite parts of it that I watched were not the raunchy parts. Like I rewatched lots of series, like the fight where Ilya first becomes Emir for temporarily and then doesn't remember it, and I've reread parts of it, like the big fights between the sort of the dark Sakura from the parallel world versus the main cast, and the fight where they have to exploit the properties of Magni's legend to take down Beatrice and things like that. Like all the really really deep lore fate stuff was what I was into, which is why I sort of blew past the earlier stuff so that I could watch and read the later stuff. Because there's actually a really cool story in there based around like the fate lore version of Pandora's box and what that actually was in terms of the Magecraft world and that type of thing. But yeah, it's what we see now. I feel like there is one of these like every season. Usually there are several if you count the isekai ones as well. Like seems to be at least one isekai per quarter, which is just about being as raunchy as possible. And I don't really understand why it needs to be an isekai, other than just to use it as a marketing device, because I guess people must still be consuming them if they continue to be made.
I wonder how much of it is just a cynical ploy by the studios that pick up these light novels. Just like, we know the most people most likely to be just horrible degenerates are isekai fans. I wonder if that goes into their calculus at all.
Maybe. I mean, isekai generally, I feel like my instinctive understanding of it now is that they are purposefully, a studio will do an isekai per season because the perception on the audience end in an abstract sense is that they are all the same show. Like they have the isekai that they watch each season, and that will come to an end after, the 13 episodes from this light novel, and they'll pick up another almost identical one, and then that will continue, and that's functionally season 2 of the same show in the minds of the people watching because it fills that time slot type of thing. And so
Possibly.
it's just they're just being drip fed a genre, not actually a show. And so they can get away with the show being incredibly shallow because people are just looking for a fix of a particular sort of wish fulfillment theme. They're not really that interested in the fine-grained detail, which I'm sure would be deeply offensive to the writers in a certain sense because most of them are obsessed with their series' fine-grained detail.
Yeah. I do not know what kind of headspace you got to be to greenlight an isekai at all. I can't say it's something I've thought super duper hard about from before. There's
For me, modern seasonal anime is sort of like it's a drinking snack basically. Like during Lent every year, I cease to consume alcohol entirely. It's partly, primarily as part of the religious discipline of surrendering a fleshly pleasure during Lent, and partly to make sure I'm not an alcoholic.
yeah, I was
Because
gonna say
if I ever can't, then I know I'm in trouble. But much in the same way that, if you're sitting at a bar, you will eat trash out of the snacks that you normally wouldn't eat. I watch anime, and during Lent, I have watched very little anime, and I think it's simply because without the sort of the buffering effect of alcohol, most of the stuff is just unpalatable.
yeah, without the beer goggles, all the isekai, you get to see it for its full trash value.
Yeah, and all of the rough edges and the mold lines and the broken parts of it, the things that just don't make sense, they all start to stick out more and more and more and more, and it starts to feel more and more crass when you can perceive all of the other stuff that's involved in it, all of the things that are, clearly farcical and not in service of story, in service of the attempt to create a good work, because a work of art that is, bad but sincerely attempted, at least you can pat them on the back and say you tried. But a lot of the time with these isekais, it feels like they weren't attempting to create anything good. They were just trying to create something sufficient.
Yeah, it's a mess. I I can't think of any. Certainly not in the last decade. Maybe at the maybe at 10 years ago, if I thought about it hard enough, I could find something in that ballpark of the last time I watched something that was deliberately injected with degeneracy for one reason or another. But these days, it's just we're mired in this kind of stuff with every piece of media without trying. So I just don't go. Whenever it's put in a show or something now, it's not doing anything new or interesting or anything like that. It's just something that's there for gross out value for the most part. It seems like, or just seeing how far they can push the envelope, and I just don't put much value in that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like back before Crunchyroll bought out the entirety of Australasian anime distribution, I used to quite regularly buy Blu-rays of series that I liked. But I mean, if I look at my shelf, like none of that stuff that is trying to be edgy is there. Most of what I've got is like painfully tame. There are a couple of isekais up there, like Log Horizon's on the shelf there. I've got Gate as well because for some reason I found that work of bald-faced propaganda extremely charming. But mostly things that I've bought that aren't fake titles are relatively benign stuff. Like I have the Blu-ray version of Nozaki-kun, for instance, which I felt was an incredible comedy. I don't know why it wasn't very popular. I thought it was hilarious.
At the time,
I've
people
got,
were always talking about it, but
I didn't really encounter anybody talking about it at the time.
I was following
got-
the YouTubeosphere pretty close then, so the YouTubeosphere was talking about it. But
Yeah, I've got both seasons of Blood Blockade Battlefront, which I thought was an incredible series in terms of production values, especially. And other than the first season's closing song getting memed on a lot, basically it's been ignored. I thought it was incredible in a lot of ways, but it just sort of fell off the face of the earth. I've got straight up fantasy fare like Record of the Grand Crest War, which is like pure standard fantasy battles stuff. And I thought it was good. It wasn't great, but it was like it was ideal for scratching a fantasy show itch. So I got that one as well. I've even got like romance ones there. I've got Snow White with the red hair on the shelf there. I can't read most of the titles from this distance.
yeah,
I've got New Game, which I thought was great. A great comedy, very heartwarming, but it makes you feel bad about your job because it's about people who are doing a job they actually like.
yeah.
But,
Oh, speaking of
yeah.
isekais, though, there is one that I enjoyed that had quite a bit of degeneracy in it that you like too. Good old No Game No Life.
Oh yes. I'm pretty sure that they got cancelled for degeneracy. Actually,
Did it?
like, that's my impression because the localizers of the light novel just sort of stopped for some reason. At some point, I haven't been able to track down if any further ones were made. I liked that simply because it was outrageously overcomplicated. Like, this is the version of Death Note that I actually enjoy.
And,
Like,
and Sora is just
Death
fun.
Note, Death Note is just ridiculously overcomplicated, and I felt that was contemptible because they didn't acknowledge how unrealistically overcomplicated it was. But in the setting of No Game No Life, you can get away with that because everybody's doing it. But yeah, there's a lot of depth to that setting that they created there. A lot of stuff going on. I probably won't ever get to see the resolution of it since it seems to be hard to get the books now. And since Book Depository closed, I'm having trouble getting books generally because I have to rely on Amazon alone, and Amazon is not a good vendor compared to Book Depository. But yeah, I have that on Blu-ray. I think, pretty sure I do.
But oh boy, that they love their boobies in that show.
They did indeed. They did indeed. Although the actual main character, didn't seem to have much of a tolerance for them, despite constantly thinking about them.
Yeah,
It seems to be a little bit too overwhelming.
I liked Sora as a character in general. I liked all the characters. I liked Steph. She was such a
Yes.
Steph.
Yes, she was Steph. I always felt bad for Steph, and I always felt very sympathetic towards Steph. And she gets a bad lot in a lot of ways because she's always seen as this dunderhead. But when it turns out when the two geniuses of the show are AFK in the story, like, I don't know to the extent that this is portrayed in the show, I don't remember, but especially in the books, when they are not on screen, Steph basically just casually handles everything as a genius of nearly their caliber. The problem is that she's just outshone by them whenever they're on screen because she becomes obsessed with beating Sora specifically. But she is literally handling the affairs of the kingdom in the place of those two hikikomoris who just play games and hide. And she basically runs an entire kingdom by herself.
Well, she could get a bit more recognition if she was just a bit less of a Steph.
Yeah, that's the problem though, is that she devolves in being a Steph anytime Sora and Shiro are present. And she ends up looking bad, but she doesn't have a lot of common sense because she's, a pampered princess. But when it comes to raw intellectual firepower, she's massively above the mean. She's just completely unmanned by the two people she has to deal with on a regular basis. So yeah, but there's lots of other characters that get introduced as time goes on. My favorite character was actually Jibril. Like, I thought she was hilarious because like her number one solution to every problem was genocide. She would always it was always like, you know, this is too much of a problem. Let's just blow everything up.
I mean,
She still maintains that mentality, even forbidden use of that power.
I mean, if it works. I mean, it's worked for her in the past.
Yeah, but I also like that her effect on the story causes everything to scale up. Like it's what allows you to get a real perspective on on games.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some really funny stories later in that, and it's a shame that they never animated them because there's some really awesome action sequences that could be done later in the animated form later in the story, and there's some really funny stuff as well. Yeah, I'm a bit sad that they didn't animate them. Like Izuna's grandfather becomes a recurring character and major source of comic relief.
Yeah, that show is also one I hold up as the one of the major problems of modern anime, and that they never finish, and there's no
Yeah.
hope of them finishing. Like you can't you will never see a world that follows any world line after that show's release date where that show is finished.
I wonder if there was a market analysis done. Like, I wonder if this is some like weird emergent property of the way licensing happens, or if a market investigation was actually done to show, oh well, actually, when you play this out in practice, each successive season loses 50% of viewership or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you can definitely see things petering out. Like I've got like 3 or 4 seasons worth of Log Horizon, but that you can definitely tell based on the vibe and the production schedule that the viewership dropped season over season. And the show didn't really get any weaker. Its focus skittered around a little bit, and maybe some people didn't like the focus in particular areas, but it was still coherently told, but it was definitely the enthusiasm dropped as time went on. And that's one that I don't know that I'll ever get to see the end of either, because the author got done for tax evasion.
Yeah. That's this is another thing, like, to bring it full circle. Part of the reason I am much more forgiving with Madoka is because it was a show that finished.
I don't know if I agree.
Well,
Because I didn't
okay.
watch the movies.
It's but yeah. It had an ending. It may not have been a great ending, but it tried to say we're done. And move on with itself, and its fan base wouldn't let it. But this is just an issue with getting into modern anime, where I'm very hesitant to invest myself in any of the new properties that get any kind of buzz, because I know it's not going to end. There will be no resolution or climax of the story, and I'm going to be left hanging.
I mean, I like the thought of a story that can continue, the adventures can continue forever as much as the next guy. But like the stories that, you know, that I really loved over the years all really had an end to them. And it's characteristic of a lot of the things that I've bought as well. Like the plot arcs in like New Game, they have a definite end. The plot arc in Gate has a definite end. The plot arc of Record of the Grand Crest War has a definite end. Like, you know, at the end of Grand Crest War, the hero accomplishes everything that he wants. He marries the girl of his dreams, and he retires to be Duke of the country that he loves. End of story. Like, it's just, they round everything up. He starts as sort of like a wandering knight type of thing, and he ends having accomplished what he set out to do.
Yeah. This is also why I've been more positive on Hiroaka and Demon Slayer, because Demon Slayer is done. The manga's over. It's been over for a while now, and only got another season or 2 left in the anime. And Hiroaka has been signaling that it's on the final story arc and going to be done with the manga very soon. Like those shows have an end, even though they're a little long running.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about the importance of this in regard to FGO as well. Like, it seems to be a concept that looms pretty large in the minds of those involved in production, that plot arcs have to end and you have to move on. And, you know, there's going to be difficulty because of commercial considerations getting people to accept that reality. But the people involved in writing it are very cognizant of the fact that, you know, Arc 2 Lost Belt has to end. And at some point, and while they're in an ordeal call now, like most people perceive that as a holding pattern where they try and work out what to do next because they know the story has to be over. They can't keep going forever. You can't just come out with a new threat because people won't accept it.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how much I really want to super dive on that one anymore. I think we've about covered that, and we're getting pretty long in the show, so we should probably jump on the news pretty soon here and start looking at wrapping up after that.
Yeah, because it's nearly 9 o'clock at night for me. I'm sure my clothing is saturated.
Yes.
But,
yeah, we are at almost 5 hours.
Fern, this is your fault. I hope you know this.
Right. So we got a few newslets. We already covered the Dragon's Dogma one with my week. We rolled that in there. Did the email. So, the quick hit one that I don't think we'll have very much to go on with. Final Fantasy XIV has Dawn Trail's official release date set for June. Late June. Very late June.
Alarmingly close still, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's only a couple months away.
I don't know exactly how I'm going to approach it either. Like, I don't have any hype for this because, you know, there's so much finished with Endwalkers 0.0.
Yeah.
Like because you know, I was there very early on, back when it was still around Realm Reborn, and the story has sort of processed along with me in time, and that having come to an end, it's like I don't know where I draw my hype from for the next chapter. And also I don't have I think things can only go up from where they currently are because they've made a lot of mistakes and they're not retards, so presumably they're going to be able to figure out that they made some mistakes and we need to change tack. But I just don't know how I feel about it exactly. I don't know whether I want to be hyped or not.
Yeah, it could be that taking this one just when it comes out as it is, without dwelling too much on the hype train, is the way to go with this one. I think that's where I'm going to be with it. I'll play it when it comes out. I mean, I probably won't. I'm not actively engaged with the game, so I won't be. So I may or may not push it. Depends on how much the story grabs me. But I'm still feeling pretty burned by post game Endwalker, and it's what it did. Especially
I think
the last few patches where I ran out of older content to really sink my teeth into on top of it.
I really think that that really is the only option, is to just take it as it is for what it is and just accept whatever it is, because yeah, I don't think there's any sort of like emotional reservoir to draw upon. Like throughout the last however many years it's been since I started playing it, it's always been a suspended plot that is going to unravel a little bit more each time, and that time is over. And they are very cognizant of this. Like, you can tell by the interviews that Yoshi P's given. I mean, he said as much. That they're going to do the next plot arc, but they have no idea what and if it will stick, because they know that they're trying to do the impossible, in a sense, which is to bottle lightning a second time. Like, they are effectively, in some sense, launching an MMO with a few extra benefits. Because the whole FF14 thing is too big in people's minds to just start another chapter. Like what happened between 1.0 and the end of Endwalker is a thing that exists in a very meaningful way in people's minds, as a completed unit. And to start a new adventure is a very difficult thing to do in terms of delivering a narrative. I think that it's a very, very tough challenge that they've got set for themselves.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they'll accomplish it, and they have been very clear about the fact that they don't know if they can accomplish it or not. They're going to give it the old college try, but it is a nearly impossible thing to do, to follow an act like that. And we've seen that play out in practice. Sure, it was on a smaller scale, but the post expansion patch story was a damp squib, and everybody felt it was a damp squib because in isolation, in a separate game on its own, drawn out to the scope of a full game, maybe people wouldn't have batted an eyelid at it. They would just say, oh, well, that's an okay game. It's an okay JRPG. But the reality is that they had butted that up against a magnum opus.
Yeah.
And it's just too hard to follow. Too hard an act to follow. And yeah, I don't know what they will do with Dawn Trail. Whether people have just got, a hankering for adventure that needs to be fed, and that they're more than willing to embark on the new journey. What plot threads will they embed in there that can be drawn upon over time? Like, there's a lot of questions, a lot of unknowns about what they can and will accomplish. And just it all remains to be seen whether or not they can do it again. Because in some sense, they did it again. They didn't always know where the story was going. And I seriously doubt much of the story post 1.0 was very coherently outlined. I think that was a project of A Realm Reborn, because Yoshi P came in from outside to save that project. And he had difficulty convincing people to let him take the helm, but they did. And he did a thing. And now you've got the FF14 we know today. And that means that at some point, he and his writing team were able to start with a shattered mess and assemble the magnum opus that it eventually became. Whether you can do that twice, that's the question.
Yeah.
Can you do it again?
Yeah. Yoshi P and his I don't know if it was the same writing team. I know it was people.
There was a lot of continuity in the team. Not everybody stayed till the end, obviously. There were changes and stuff. But the plan, there is a certain amount of continuity all the way to the end. There are some plot threads were dropped into the arena without a clear, understood resolution of what they were going to do with them, and were picked up later and interpreted. But a lot of the rough outline of where they wanted to go was determined quite early on. Like, it's like Shadowbringers. My understanding is that Shadowbringers was more or less plotted out before production on Stormblood started, because Stormblood was not actually intended. It was inserted into the plan later. The intention was originally going from Heavensward to Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of continuity and design of the storyline, and the storyline is what really matters here, because they don't have any major issues with production quality or acting or anything like that, and the writing is generally of solid quality, but the plotting, whether or not it can grab people and draw them in for another series, like, they haven't decided. It sounds to me, from what Yoshi P said, like they are intending to just read the audience. They're going to make Dawn Trail a self-contained story. They're going to lay out some lines and see what people pick up, and see if people are intrigued by those things, and carry forward what's worth carrying forward, and leaving in the past what's worth leaving in the past. Which I think is really the only approach you can feasibly take given the situation they're currently in.
Yeah. In a way, I'm glad they took the gamble on ending a storyline in MMO to start up a new one. It's something you don't see a whole lot of. But he has shown, at least through the discussion around Final Fantasy 16, I have not heard very much bad about 16. I've heard nitpicking, but how do I want to broach this? Set this up right. I have not heard anything that says, "Oh, this is just everything. This particular aspect of the game is just god awful and terrible," or anything like that. And given that Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO, if he can apply that same type of a game, that same type of quality that got that type of reception from a single player game to an MMO market, the MMO market right now is starving. Is my
there an
perception
MMO
of it.
market right now?
Well, no,
But
that's the
I haven't been able to determine whether the MMO market is starving or whether it ceased to exist 4 or 5 years ago.
yeah. For those of us poor, packs of wolves that are still out here, though, we have not had very much meat in the MMO market. So as long as it's edible, it's going to taste like a 5-course meal.
Because the thing is, I don't know if the MMO market is actually a thing. Like, I know that there is a FF14 market. I know there's a World of Warcraft market and so forth. But I think that most of the rest of the MMO market is not really an MMO market anymore, any more than like EVE Online is an MMO. But the market for EVE Online is the market for EVE Online. It's not part of the MMO market as one would traditionally conceive of it. And I feel like that's what MMOs are now. Like, they are particular experiences without much overlap. The two juggernauts of World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV are basically the only remaining ones of any scope and size that still have overlaps in terms of content and players. I think a lot of the rest of it is more or less, done so, pretty much. Like, you don't see a whole bunch of them coming out, and you see a lot that sort of, they come and go. Like, Black Desert has its players, but they're Black Desert players. And that one that Fern was playing, the Amazon one, can't remember what it's called.
New World.
That has, New World has its players, but it just has its players, and that's all there is. Bless has its players. Ion still has its freaking players. Guild Wars 2 has its players, but they are sort of lifers. They're in there for the long haul. They don't perceive themselves as being part of some greater MMO culture.
Yeah, but
It's not the heyday of the MMO anymore.
what I'm more getting at is even within Final Fantasy 14 ourselves, we've just been starved of anything that's edible, because I don't consider any of the post-patch storyline to be edible because Zero sat so poorly with me, and I imagine it's that way for most of the Final Fantasy 14 players.
I didn't offend. I wasn't offended by it. Like, it's. I would say I was largely unmoved and slightly disappointed because I saw things in it that were worth exploring that weren't explored and couldn't be explored because of the format. I felt a lot of bad decisions were made and the writing was mediocre. There were roles that were played by it and objectives that were fulfilled by it, but I felt like it was all done suboptimally. But generally speaking, I have not been terribly excited by it. And like I've said before, to me, Endwalker ended at the end of the 0.0.
When we killed Twitter.
Everything after that has been sort of like, maintenance, basically. Just things to keep people showing up. Like, I enjoyed Pandemonium and I enjoyed the fights and I enjoyed Realms of the Gods more or less. I felt it like it was a major step down from the Nier raids, which I still love and think they're way better. Even though they're not that popular because people say they're too easy. They haven't tried, healing Red Girl as a red mage. It's... I don't acknowledge in any meaningful sense the back end of Endwalker. Like, that's why I haven't played any of the story content. I haven't done whatever the last fight was that came out. I don't even know what it is. I've never seen any content from it. I've never even thought about doing it.
Yeah, I did the fight in the Old Brain Quest, but that's all I've done. I haven't done any of the main story content that came out with the latest patch, the major patch.
I don't know how anybody motivates themselves to do the relic weapon.
Yeah,
because it's the last step, right? Which
Yeah.
means that in June it will be poetics.
yeah.
Like, why bother? What am I going to use it on if I do my relic weapon now? What am I going to use it on? What content?
I did the quest did the fight for the Mandeville thing simply to do the fight because it was like, hey, there's a new fight out. You want to go do it? So that was the only reason I did it. I've touched none of the main story content, and from the bits I did of that fight, I do not remember a single mechanic that stood out. Nothing.
Yeah, I expect that the team creating it were probably running on fumes at that point, because at some point you're going to get the feeling that you're trying to stretch something, like we do at the end of a long show. Like it's going to be very very obvious to everybody involved that you're just going through the motions now. There's not a future here. You're not leading into anything with that fight. The Hildebrand thing was roundly unpopular, and adding another fight to it is not going to make it suddenly popular.
Yeah, this is clearly a fight that's just here because Yoshi P said there'd be a fight here at the end of it, and we demoed it before. It's one of the fan fests, so now we're locked into releasing this thing. Better get it done and out.
In terms of a like a longitudinal experience, what does that fight do to the game, to the people playing the game? What's the role that it plays? Like, as part of the ecosystem of the game, what is its role?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't do anything. Like in the case of say Pandemonium, like if I go back to FF14, let's say that I lose interest entirely overnight in Star Rail, and I decide I'll go back to FF14 to pass the time until the expansion comes out. I'm going to be, farming Pandemonium Realms of the Gods Hell for Leather. Like, that's what I'll be interested in. I'll be trying to complete a full set of gear for every single armor type before the next one comes out. Like, those still serve a purpose. I'm not interested in doing that right now. That doesn't seem engaging to me at present. Although I do just kind of like the fights. Like, I often would do Pandemonium fights at the end of a long day because I found them relaxing, which I know is not the way you're supposed to play raid fights. And I know that Yoshi P is a bit perturbed by this, but I used to do those fights like Athena and Themis and that for fun, just to pass time, to relax, to cool down, because they were methodical and I could do them correctly. And when it was done, I will have done it correctly and the correct thing will have been done, which is something satisfying about that. So, I could do those. I could farm up that gear. They at least serve a purpose. This sort of terminal fight at the end of Endwalker does not do anything. It doesn't serve a purpose. Like, what does it drop? A mount? Well, the mount will come along long enough, and most people get the mounts through mount farming groups, right? And the weapon, like if it's a trial, then there's going to be a weapon drop, right? Well, there's also the terminal stage of the relic weapon, which is going to be the best in slots. So, what purpose would a weapon serve? Just glamour? Seriously, the raid boss is just for glamour. I know glamour is a big deal, particularly in Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't necessarily have enough faith in the artistic chops of a totally burned out development team to make something so enchanting that they're definitely going to farm the final boss of an expansion they're already tired of in order to get it. This is this is not a cherry on top. This is like a last gasp. That's how it feels to me. And I haven't done it, so all of this is an unfair projection of my own mood on the content. But I don't really comprehend logically how it could be anything else.
Yeah, when you present this kind of content to me, you remember at the end of Wrath how we had Ruby Sanctum?
No.
Okay.
Because I stopped playing.
Okay, at the end of Wrath there was a quick raid called Ruby Sanctum that was like Obsidian Sanctum, but it was red and had red dragons in it with trees.
And was incredibly boring and bad.
Yeah. And yeah, it had a whole bunch of big mechanics that made it, rough for the hardcores, and all that, but nobody cared about Ruby Sanctum progression because it was clearly just, here's something to shut you up until the next expansion comes out.
I mean, if you compare it to its nearest neighbor, I remember Sarth 3 Drakes was like the topic of discussion for months. Like, could you do it? How would you do it? Like, what is the most efficient way to do it? How many puggies can you tolerate while attempting to do Sarth the 3 Drakes up?
Yeah. I remember like even something as not as intense but still worth accomplishment of like can you take a group of pugs to do the Nax with no deaths run and get the plague proto-drake mount, like that kind of thing. There was at least some discussion of it, but Ruby Sanctum, nobody cared.
Yeah, wow. This I guess this is very much like that. There's nothing left of Endwalker, and I think that this is actually a rod they made for their own back, in the sense that I think when they ended the story, people were done on some emotional level, because the story had ended.
Yeah.
It didn't really matter what you brought them. You weren't promising them the new grand story arc post .0. Everybody knew in their mind that the story on some level probably wouldn't matter. And I think that they were emotionally checked out because they had invested all of their emotion on the climax of Endwalker. Like, from that high, where can you go? How can you keep people occupied? No, there's got to be that sort of cool down period after it. I don't mean to turn this into a Hanako analogy, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah. So yeah, we will know more when it actually finally drops. We still gotta get in and do the story for the latest patch. Go see what Dragon Daddy wants us to go do, and and figure out where that's going.
Dragon Daddy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That whole thing, that whole plot line just ended in a really weird way. Like, I was not thrilled to see any of those dramatic moments. It was like, this is just a little bit cringe. Like, how about we talk about something else now? Ugh.
Like, yeah, I got news for you. You kidnapped my sister, Golbez. You can have her. If you will have her shit back within a week, and I will have to do nothing.
Right, I think it's enough of that topic. We've got to sort of round this out pretty quickly because it's getting really, really late. For the sake of propriety, I want to at least mention at the end here, the death of Mutsumi Inamata,
the Tails artist,
character designer for Tails. She died at age 63 on March 10th. So she did a lot of the character designs, particularly in recent ones, like, you know, Graces and Cilia and Zisteria, Berseria, all those recent ones, they were all her.
Yeah. And I remember her getting a lot of flack at Berseria for Velvet's design until they figured out she was an old lady. I don't know if she was actually the one who designed Velvet, but I remember people pointing that out to the Twitter brigade at the time, and the Twitter brigade having to square that circle.
I did not pay any attention to any controversy at the time, I don't think.
But yeah, she did good work for Graces through Berseria. I think most of the character direction
I generally liked her character designs. I'm a bit confused about the belts, but
yeah, it's a sad time. She had appears to have completely stopped by the time the latest one, Arise, came out, and it's very evident with what you call it. It's very evident with the Arise designs. The Arise designs are just how do I put this? They feel more generic anime than they do Tales of games.
oh, I thought that I didn't mention that because I didn't know how to put the feeling into words, but I did get that impression when I looked at them. They didn't really look like Tales characters that I was familiar with. Like, I expected a certain thing. Like, if I play an Atelier game, I expect to see a certain thing of those characters.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's Thunder Thigh, sometimes it's not. But much in the same way, I expect a certain look from Tails characters, and didn't pick up on that in the most recent one. And now that you mention it, yeah, it had a different character designer.
Yeah, it's there's a certain softness to the characters in Graces and Zilia, and even all the way up to Velvet and Berseria. Like, there's just a very clear difference of design between those characters and the Arise characters, who just look a little bit sharper, and like they're clearly trying to emulate the old Tail style, but it just comes off as more generic anime when you take that
Yeah,
kind of softness out.
It looked a lot like one of those sort of like knockoff anime games that you see a lot online, where
Yeah.
like you can see that they're trying to do a very close clone of something else, but it's got like a streak of, well, this was done in the name of looking like a particular thing, not because this was the character the artist really wanted to draw.
Yeah. And I don't really want I don't knock the Arise designs too much. They're not bad designs, but they're just a little generic.
Well, they didn't excite me. Like there's a certain character to like none of them have the sort of the designs don't speak of personality the way that you get out of like say Velvet or Magilu or these characters. Like something about their appearance tells you who they are.
Yeah, or Etna, or even Asbelt and his belts. Like, you get a certain vibe from those characters, but
Yeah,
with
like he's got naive lordling written all over him.
yeah, like even Jude, you can tell he's a bit of an idiot. Um, you can tell Alvin is a character that's experienced with the world, and has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Like, you can go to any of the Graces to Berseria line, and the design of the character will give you a rough idea of what their personality's like, even before you know the full details of their story.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I heard that Tales of Arise was coming out, and I looked at the like the Steam page, and it's like, oh, you've got like generic Edgy Knight and generic Lady Knight, and it could have been they could have been characters from like any sort of generic anime game banner on a website advertising a game. Like it didn't have a look to it that was peculiarly its own, the
Yeah,
way that you see from a lot of other character designers.
yeah, and the weak genericness of Arises, not just his character design, but a lot of the story aspects of that game, just really comes back to hurt it. Like, they played it way too safe with Arise, and just were as flat generic as possible. And they were so safe they made their game boring.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not really sure what it is about those designs exactly. Like, if I think about something that came out sort of like same time ish, like Scarlet Nexus,
Yeah,
also generic anime, but it's got a very distinct and cohesive visual style.
let me exemplify this. Okay, that's a PVC figure of the character. I want just a normal screenshot. Whatever, PVC character will work. Okay, it's a PVC of the character, but it gets the point across. That's Renwell. What the heck do you think Renwell does? That she's from Arise. She is
Oh,
one stock unit generic mage character.
yeah. Like, I mean, I wouldn't. There are assumptions that the design by itself would make, like, but I don't know. There's a clash of designs here, right? Because the spell book is um Western mage, but the strips are Eastern mage,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not cohesive at all. It doesn't tell me anything. It just confuses me.
Yeah, and her pet owl is not in most of the artwork with her, but she also has a pet owl. Like, she's just generic mage, and from her design,
Maybe
and
for the XP.
yeah, there's they tried. The game does a bad job of setting up a good backstory for her, even though they try. Because you don't get to see any of the conflict that is in her past. She just tells you after the fact. It's not as characterful as some of the graces to Berseria characters. Like Velvet, you could tell something went wrong there. Between
I mean,
point A and point
if you
Belt,
look-
there was a problem there.
If you look, like, I mean, the most obvious case to me, the one that pops into my mind immediately, if you take one glance at Hubert, you know what his personality is.
Yeah, him and his instant
Like, so
balls.
you could make a cogent argument that that's actually a bad thing. That, oh well, the reason why you know what Hubert's character is, you know he's going to be, kind of prissy rules lawyer type of character who's, fussy and difficult and has a chip on his shoulder. Like, the fact that you can tell by looking at him, you could argue that means, oh well, that just means that character design is too generic. It's just playing directly into type. Like, it's the character that you would draw if you describe that personality. But the art in a video game is also about communication. And like I said with the mage character you presented, it's a confusing character because it projects in two different directions. You've got your sort of like your Taoist mage on one end, or your Shinto spellcaster, and on the other end you've got your Western spellbook lugging wizard. And they are trying to put both into the same character design, and as well as making it sort of generic happy-go-lucky girl character or whatever. I don't really know whether a young character is a girl or a boy in a JRPG because you can't tell. But yeah, it's not communicating anything specific.
Yeah. So, but then compare her to the immediate previous game with the character designer that recently passed. You've got Magilu, who's your mage insert for that game. Magilu, you immediately know what type of person you're dealing with when you see the book skirt. And the big ridiculous witch's hat. Like, this person...
They didn't provide show chat with a visual aid, so...
do you want me to go find a Magilu? I can find a Magilu. Hopefully not the scene where she's showing Laphicet how to press flowers with her books. Okay.
But you can tell that... You can tell who Magilu is. Like, she's purposefully styles herself as a witch of the traditional kind. She's got a sort of like a whimsical jester-like outfit to show that, she's going to at least superficially be somebody who doesn't appear to take things seriously and who, treats everything like it's, not really very important. She's got the books to show that, despite the fact that she's got a whimsical, witchy appearance, she still fundamentally operates in magic terms like a scholar. Like, all of these things are communicated by way of her design.
Yeah. And I'm
like, you can draw all that information out of her with one glance. You don't need her to say anything.
Yeah. And Tales is nice because of its straightforwardness most of the time.
Well, I play Tales games if I want a straightforward JRPG.
Yeah.
If I want something that's incredibly tortured and overwrought, then I'll go somewhere else.
Well, you play Tales games because you want to go to space.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's what you're after, if you're hoping to go to space, then yeah, sure.
They can accommodate that. But yeah, it's just that there's depending, character design has a lot to do with the type of media you're producing, and the Tales series has its niche in being that straightforward, consistent RPG that will kind of always be there as a franchise they can bust out whenever they want. And when a new one comes out, you're going to get pretty good action gameplay in an RPG setting with RPG progression mechanics that just tells the story as it is on its face. It'll have a very simple moral in the story usually, or a simple direction that its characters are oriented, and they're going to work towards a very simple goal with a clear bad guy that they're working against, and the characters are going to be exactly what you get on the 10, and you're just going to see a story play out with this group that the game presents itself with. And the world mechanics will usually be fairly interesting and be a little deep, but you don't have to read too deep into them for each particular world in the Tales series. Like you can just take them as a new RPG that is just one stock unit RPG with a bit of a Tales twist to it.
Yeah, they're not very pretentious. They're pretty honest about what they are.
Yeah, there's no getting out there in the weeds on.
But there's still
stuff.
something that's characteristic about them,
Yeah,
and that just drips off their design. And I feel like there's a lot of character has been lost in there. Like when I look at Berseria side by side with Arise, I mean it's not the most appropriate comparison, but I get a similar feeling looking at PSO2 versus PSO2 New Genesis.
yeah.
Like one has had all the life and character bled out of it in the name of being, the next thing.
Yeah. And like Arise has a lot of shoes that I really don't want to get too deep into because we'll be here all night and we're already here all night. I do need to get some sleep. But yeah. Yeah.
DLC monster everywhere.
Oh. But yeah, it's sad that that she's gone. It explains why she wasn't back for the designs of I think she had been
I don't know whether it does or not. I didn't see a cause of death.
or rather,
so.
I should say it leans weight to the rumors that she wasn't feeling particularly well or doing so hot during the development of Arise. There were rumors at the time, but they were unsubstantiated. So it leans weight to those rumors. And yeah, it's it feels like the recent Tales series has lost something. Although with the release of Arise, that era had of design and the characters had pretty well ended. It's still sad when somebody that made a whole bunch of characters you really like passes away. So yeah, a lot of that going around these days.
All right, we should wrap it up because I really need to go to the bathroom. I need to try and salvage my laundry.
Right, I'm just hopping around Folka and Relink. All right,
I've been running around the hotel lobby on Penacony.
Yeah, I think I've got all the randomly respawning treasure chests in town 3 times over by now. Okay. Alright, folks. We'll be back next week, hopefully with a Fern for the whole time so we don't run for 5 hours. Enjoy your mini rantathon. Hope you enjoyed your mini rantathon if you made it this far. There may be a brief, 12-minute stream before this one. Sorry about that. It probably won't have anything in it, and there may not even be any audio because I pushed the buttons out of order. So
I don't know, I think only Serithus makes it through the MiHoYo wall.
Yeah, and it's quite the wall to chew through. All right, we will see y'all next week.